In the previous episode, our divine tree underwent a significant upgrade, with numerous components being improved, creating a massive field of power that surged into the sky. This attracted a multitude of malevolent creatures from the depths of the sea. Giant creatures like whales, adorned with sharp spikes on their backs, were heading straight towards the immense source of energy. At this moment, the divine tree was enduring pain during its evolution, its tears flowing abundantly. The gigantic creatures had now fallen within the sight of the deity Ch.97's tree, one of which was a mutant tigerfish, an extraordinary being of Class 2. "Are you following the trail of spiritual energy here? Please spare me, I'm still in great pain," the divine tree shouted in anger. However, the mutant tigerfish had only one goal, which was to swallow him. It leaped out of the water and opened its enormous mouth. The divine tree unleashed its ultimate technique, the earth-shattering frost, and immediately, branches imbued with the power of ice were hurled at the sea monster, freezing it instantly. Not only that, it froze a vast expanse of the sea, a truly horrifying sight. The notification system indicated that the power threshold of the earth-shattering frost skill had been exceeded, thanks to the combination of the tree's transformative abilities and the ice element. This combination allowed it to instantly freeze a vast expanse of the sea. Suddenly, the ice cracked below as a formidable creature with a sharp nose rushed forward, a mutated swordfish moving at supersonic speed straight toward the heart of the divine tree. However, it was captured by the tree's branches. "You thought you could sneak attack, huh?" the divine tree remarked before tightly squeezing its branches. A crisp cracking sound echoed, and the mutated swordfish met its demise. The divine tree gained a whopping 170,000 evolution points, a colossal number that even made it gasp. Next, the divine tree spoke. "Are you still hiding? Come out quickly." Immediately, the expansive ice surface trembled, and a gigantic monster emerged from the water. The divine tree seemed to sense the imposing presence of the incoming power. A massive, purple tentacle shot up. It was incredibly large and long, belonging to a creature with numerous colossal suckers covering a vast area. Its eyes were deeply hidden behind the immense tentacles, but it was fixated on the divine tree. It was truly enormous, several times the size of the divine tree. It roared, asserting its dominance, and oh, what a horrifying mouth filled with teeth it had. "This is the first time I've battled the Lord of the Deep Sea. Let's see whether the continental ruler or the formidable Lord of the Deep Sea prevails," the divine tree said confidently. At the intelligence headquarters of Law Nation, the computer screen measuring the intensity of spiritual energy was overloaded and displayed a red alert. The supervisor shouted in alarm, quickly ordering the camera to be turned on. A specialized technician hurriedly complied. They both broke into a cold sweat as they couldn't believe what they were seeing on the screen. Two gigantic monsters engaged in combat. Unbelievably, the spiritual energy had surged to a terrifying level. "But that's the Federation's divine tree! What is it doing here?" the manager exclaimed in bewilderment. Then, the signal was abruptly cut off. The other employees were busy trying to re-establish the signal connection. Meanwhile, the fierce battle raged on far out at sea. The mutated octopus unleashed its suctioning death grasp skill, with its tentacles coiling around the divine tree and beginning to tighten. The notification system indicated that this skill had the ability to tightly immobilize the enemy and absorb their spiritual energy upon contact with the tentacles. The divine tree, infuriated, exclaimed, "This one's cunning, trying to absorb my spiritual energy." The tree's roots transformed into serpents and lunged toward the octopus's head. However, this move by the divine tree was unsuccessful, as the octopus retracted its tentacles to protect its head. This mutated octopus aimed to pull the divine tree down into the deep sea, which would be its path to victory. Therefore, it released all its tentacles once more, tightly entwining the divine tree and pulling it into the sea. "Don't give up!" the divine tree shouted, then unleashed the vortex of flames skill, with dozens of razor-sharp leaves faster than steel fired at supersonic speed, severing many of the tentacles. The mutated octopus screamed in agony. Not finished yet, the tree's roots delved beneath the surface, launching a direct assault on the massive mutated octopus. An explosion erupted from within, causing severe damage. Finally, the divine tree's ultimate move, the Inferno Storm, unleashed beautiful fiery blossoms falling from the sky, getting dangerously close to the sea monarch. At this moment, the bright spots of fire were falling down, and the giant octopus watched in awe. "Farewell, giant seafood dish," said the divine tree. Boom, 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 hundreds of explosions resounded. The octopus had been roasted to perfection, and its deep-set eyes protruded. But it wasn't easy. It was the king of the sea, and it used its last bit of strength to launch itself, wanting to escape. However, the divine tree was faster, and captured it instantly. The tree's roots were tougher than steel, tightly gripping the tentacles of the giant octopus, almost as if they were about to snap them. The angry divine tree shouted, "Where are you running?" and then lifted the hundreds of tons of the giant octopus into the air and pulled it into the mainland. The giant octopus was nearly giving up, its eyes were ready to close, feeling extremely unlucky to encounter such a powerful monster tree today. But no, it opened its eyes with determination and employed its ink attack skill, releasing a jet-black stream as dark as the night straight at the divine tree. The divine tree panicked. This is not good. The divine tree had to go on the defensive, retracting its roots, but the giant octopus managed to escape, and its massive body weighing hundreds of tons plummeted to the ground. It continued to glare at the divine tree, checking if its attack had hit. However, it was impossible to land a hit as the divine tree used its roots for absolute defense. The tree's notification system reported a 40% loss out of 100, currently undergoing regeneration, and its roots had suffered severe damage, also in the process of regeneration. The divine tree muttered, "For heaven's sake, can this seafood's ink be so corrosive?" The giant octopus, once again, turned ferocious, emitting a spine-chilling roar. Holes riddled the ground where its ink had corroded. Determining that its opponent had weakened, the Sea King decided to grit its teeth and charge forward to swallow the divine tree whole. The divine tree summoned branches coated in the element of ice, instantly turning its opponent into stone, but only when the giant octopus had risen above the sea's surface could it be completely frozen like this. The divine tree calmly looked at its frozen opponent, as if it had planned it all in advance. Just a little slower, and it would have been caught. Truly a challenging battle. The Transcendent Phase 3 is different. The divine tree sighed. The divine tree ordered Duchuan to inform the other members to gather, but in reality, they were already enjoying a feast of giant seafood by the campfire, which was truly wonderful. It was a pity that the meat was a bit tough, so this young man couldn't bite into it, and the little dinosaur was choking, tears streaming down. The white tiger only liked to eat the entrails, which made others shudder. "Too creepy, take it somewhere else," the girl shouted. The divine tree looked at its fellow guild members and felt joy in its heart, as it had been a long time since they had been so lively. The red fox nodded in agreement, knowing that this would be an unforgettable memory for them. "Are you also about to evolve?" the divine tree asked. The humble mutant crocodile replied, "Yes, but I'm still inferior to the nine-tailed fox and the demon bull king." "As for this white tiger, you're still in the Transcendent Phase 1 early stage," scolded the divine tree. But the white tiger made a cute face as if it were being praised, leaving the divine tree speechless. "No more fooling around, got it?" the divine tree warned. Thien Cam, the elf girl, stood before the roasted giant octopus and thought, "Our leader is getting stronger every day, and in no time, they will unite the entire world." The boy, eating alongside the mutant mouse, asked, "Do you know who's missing?" The mutant mouse immediately thought of their absent comrade, Lan Fong, but the boy said it wasn't him. Instead, it was the mutant hedgehog. They were a trio that stuck together primarily because they operated mostly underground. The divine tree said, "Now that everyone is here, let's eat to our heart's content. Except for the sobbing mutant heron in the shadows." Afterward, the divine tree extended its roots into the giant octopus, extracting 3 hearts from the colossal creature. Immediately, the group of monsters felt drawn to them, as these hearts were incredibly precious treasures to them. Even the ancient crocodile and the spectral elephant coveted them, their eyes gleaming. Recognizing this, the divine tree decided to divide these 3 hearts into dozens of smaller pieces, giving each monster a share. It was fair, and everyone had their portion, except for the heron who refused to come forward. But none of them dared to eat without their master's command. At that moment, the divine tree said, "Go ahead and eat. These are rare treasures that will aid in your evolution." This mutated 7-colored flower grows in the middle of a whirlpool, quite strange. From the flower itself, a highly concentrated energy column shoots up into the sky. At this moment, in White Emperor City, Wan Hao, the master of White Emperor City, detected the strong aura of a treasure that had descended. He issued an order to notify the Federation to gather manpower. "We are preparing to get there first, A supernatural treasure has just descended. In Sea Guardian City, the human warriors felt that Wang Hao was lucky because the treasure appeared near the city he was guarding. A commoner like him getting to where he is today wasn't easy. A man sneered. Boom, a punch landed on his face. Zhenhai, a city lord of this city, didn't hesitate to punch his subordinate. He is on par with me, it's not your place to judge here. Like Wang Hao, Zhenhai also ordered his people to prepare to depart immediately. They all wanted to possess this peculiar treasure of ultra-rare level. Not only White Emperor and Sea Guardian, but Mo and Yen cities also wanted to compete. In Inferno City, a divine flower has appeared, no less than that divine tree, right? Yes, the subordinate replied. To possess this flower, major cities have sent manpower to compete, even the supernatural army has been dispatched. Kylie, a stage 1 supernaturalist, said. I see, the city lord said. The Federation seems united, but in fact, when it comes to interests, they are divided. This doesn't matter much, the girl thought silently. But if the Federation gets this flower, it won't be good for her master, so she ordered. Notify the mutant army, we will also participate. Kylie took the order and immediately turned into a bat and went on a mission. Aki, go inform everyone about this. She ordered a mutated bird. The news will quickly reach the divine tree. Today's weather is very nice at Misty Mountain. The mutated buffalo is sitting majestically on his wooden throne, and his followers are standing around. Aki flew in to report to him. A divine flower? All right, you go north and inform the master, then call the crocodile back to guard this mountain. Then he lifted his axe and said, I will go scout ahead. In the forest where the divine flower bloomed, light footsteps were rushing in. A group of vanguard warriors were scouting. Wang Hao said, Be careful, there's something unusual here. Since stepping in here, their minds seemed to be hijacked, very strange. The deeper they went in, the stronger this control felt, showing they were close to their target, Wang Hao thought. Suddenly a team member started coughing and held his head in pain. What's going on? Everyone was surprised. Wang Hao shouted, Yuan Feng! Everyone get away from him. Yuan Feng had gone mad and was attacking everyone frantically. Everyone was still confused about what was happening when someone shouted out loud, Yuan Feng has gone mad. Why is he attacking us? But Yuan Feng didn't stop. He attacked even more fiercely. An experienced person shouted, Not good. Get away. That's Axe Chop, which can kill a stage 1 super mutant beast. Luckily Wang Hao threw a sky-crushing punch at his neck and Yuan Feng immediately fainted. They were all scared, thinking that this was the power of that flower controlling other creatures' behavior. The divine tree was leisurely contemplating life. Every time it upgraded it felt like dying. At this moment Aki came to report. Sweat poured down from the divine tree like rain. What? Is it true? A divine flower with power no less than mine? If so, all cities and federations would rush in to compete. Everyone would be in great danger. The mutated buffalo had gone, but he might not be strong enough to resist, and that flower couldn't be allowed to fall into human hands, the divine tree thought. The divine tree called for the fox and ordered it to go support the mutated buffalo. This forest has a complex terrain, with grasslands, swamps, and old forests mixed together. Zhenhai, the city lord, is a transcendent second order. He led his people into this forest. He found Wang Hao sitting in a daze like an autistic person. Wang Hao, your team. He hesitated to say in worry. It seemed something had happened to Wang Hao's team. Wang Hao said, Those below the second order should not enter. That flower manipulates the mind. If your power is weak, you may die immediately. Zhenhai sarcastically said, Are you sitting here to tell me this? It seems that you have killed your team while being fascinated. Wang Hao stood up and said, Do you want to cooperate with me? Although he said so, Zhenhai was quite scared. It seemed that Wang Hao had been waiting here for him to go together. Zhenhai ordered his deputy and other brothers to stay here and wait. He would go in alone with Wang Hao. In this unclear situation, unnecessary damage should be avoided. Then the two flew away at an extremely fast speed, indeed 2 superhuman second-order masters. Zhenhai noticed something under the grassland and kept silent. It was the special forces of the Federation. A group of ants also want to snatch food from the tiger's mouth? When they die, they won't know how they died, Jinhai disdainfully said. Wang Hao retorted. If you despise others, you will suffer. Jinhai didn't care and just determinedly said. This divine tree, I must get it. Then the two continued their journey. Under the grassland, people in cloaks saw two light trails in the sky and recognized them as Wang Hao and Jinhai. Following them would definitely be safer. There was another dark figure who was wearing a straw hat and hiding at a tree trunk. Another group of people here, and another group there too. The divine flower knew all these presences. Their breaths were getting closer and closer. How annoying. Wang Hao and Jinhai were still busy clearing the way. They killed many beasts. But compared to two superhuman second orders, these beasts were nothing. They found that the deeper they went in, the more mutated beasts appeared and they were stronger. All of them were controlled by that divine flower. There were even super-variant first-order beasts which made them feel quite tired. On the positioning map, their location was quite close to the divine flower. Let's go quickly, this shows that we are very close. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. No, it was from above. A very strong aura came down from above. Oh my God! A huge beast appeared. It was a huge mutated horse. Its hoof made the ground crack and made both of them staggered. It was a rampaging handsome horse. A super-variant second order. It was unbelievable that a second-order beast was here. But that's not all. There was another one, Inferno Abyssal Falcon, transcendent second order. These two powerful beasts blocked their way. Jinhai gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. Quick retreat! We shouldn't let them consume our vitality here! And both of them immediately ran away. The divine flower now has quite large roots and is proudly standing there. Finally, they found the divine flower, and there were no beasts around it, someone thought silently. The mysterious man was calculating that if he could swallow this flower, he could directly upgrade from second order to third order or even fourth order. Suddenly, a loud noise startled him, and two figures rushed out. It was Wang Hao and Jinhai. They rushed straight into that divine flower like a moth into the flame. But the two beasts did not let them go and chased them closely behind. The straw hat guy was shocked again. He was clearly not informed in advance, and even the two beasts did not pay attention to him. At this time, Wang Hao said, Jinhai, you go get the divine flower. I will block these beasts. Oh, such touching teamwork at this moment. Jinhai did not hesitate to rush up and said, You better not regret it. But the dark figure suddenly rushed out. How can I let you have your way? Two figures rushed towards the divine flower again. The distance was very close. No matter who got it, it would belong to humans. But the divine flower was causing vibrations under the water, a distress signal? The two boys felt something was wrong. Roar! A huge mouth sprang up from under the water. It was a deadly trap. A beast with a long body and a blood-red mouth. The two of them had to retreat far away. And this is its form, a mutated black snake, coiling around the divine flower and protecting it. At the Spiritual Power Monitoring Bureau, a female leader was monitoring when an employee reported that she had discovered 20 subjects with over 100,000 spiritual power, of which more than 8 subjects had over 300,000 spiritual power. What? There are 8 subjects with over 300,000 spiritual power? Stop the image immediately and find those 8 subjects right away. The monitoring screen immediately displayed images of the strongmen with over 300,000 spiritual power. The female leader panicked and ordered to zoom in on this photo. And it was an image of a 2-legged mutated buffalo, running as fast as the wind. Yes, the demon buffalo king from Misty Mountain. When the female leader saw this image, she hesitated and gritted her teeth. A mutated buffalo? It seems that Misty Mountain has also taken action. But why does she care about this? The image was transmitted to the owner of Inferno City. At this moment in the fighting area, a second-order super bird is fighting with Wang Hao. Wang Hao used energy sword to kill it in midair, causing the bird to fall to the ground and create a loud noise. Meanwhile, Jinhai and the mysterious man are still fighting against the black snake. But Zhao Jiao is very clever. He quickly dodged and left so that the man with a straw hat had to fight the snake alone. The man with a straw hat shouted his name in anger. In Zhao Jiao's eyes, is there anything more important than this flower? Of course not, and fighting is not good, so he quickly rushed into the divine flower. He was about to get it, but something happened. There was a loud noise and a huge figure rushed past him. Zhao Jian only saw a big buffalo face, a huge body with golden horns too cool. Once again he had to step back far away. Feeling disappointed and angry, he missed it for the second time. It was indeed the mutated buffalo from Misty Mountain. He yelled in anger, "I didn't expect you to come here, so don't even think about leaving." Immediately, he summoned his innate ability Hell Serpent. A dangerous purple-black gas enveloped him, taking the shape of a snake. The snake was then released. "Kill him!" he ordered. But the demon Buffalo King was not a pushover either. He used his axe strike skill to split the snake in half. A precise hit made the snake disappear into nothingness. However, the mutated buffalo did not expect that the snake was not completely dead yet. It was preparing to attack him from behind. At this moment, a gravitational force from above hit the mutated buffalo's back, but the snake was still not completely destroyed. Next, a large flame burst out and completely destroyed the snake. This was Ignite's skill. The elder sister landed on the water surface and reminded the demon Buffalo King that he should fight close combat with them instead of long-range combat. "You foolish buffalo!" The mutated buffalo wanted to cry. The gravitational force had just created a huge wave, and Zhao Jiao couldn't help but complain. The girl quickly left and told the buffalo that they would talk later and defeat that person first. But Zhao Jiao saw her and shouted loudly, "Shaoling!" Before he could finish his sentence, the mutated buffalo rushed into close combat and beat him up. While fighting and cursing at the mutated buffalo for being stupid, he asked if he didn't see that woman. The mutated buffalo said, "You hurt me, don't expect to live." Zhao Jiao thought to himself that this fight would not be over in half an hour. Suddenly he encountered this mutated buffalo, which was really annoying. The mutated buffalo fought with passion, so he continued to use his gravity skills, Heavy Blade Domain, which made his opponent unable to resist. The gravity was so strong that it restrained Zhao Jiao from moving, and he could only resist. Next, Heavy Axe Blade aimed straight at his face. He couldn't dodge it at all. This mutated buffalo was too aggressive, and Zhao Jiao was hit hard and thrown onto the shore of the lake, seriously injured. But he couldn't lose so easily. Once again, he summoned his innate ability and yelled out, "Damn it!" The mutated buffalo's face was as cold as ice and appeared right in front of him. Meanwhile, Shaoling had arrived at the flower god's place. She wasn't in a hurry and just stood there quietly, wanting to communicate with the flower god. The flower god also recognized that this girl was not human but had a similar aura to itself. Shaoling also realized that this flower god had awakened consciousness and was indeed similar to its owner. So she decided to separate her entity from this mortal body. "Can't you control other creatures' bodies? Use my body to go this time. Too many powerhouses are looking for you now, and I can't protect you," Shaoling said. "With this body, you can protect yourself." The flower god was surprised and asked why she would help it. "Because we are of the same kind," Shaoling replied. Super Bird's second order is still being fought by Wang Hao with passion. It's true that the second order level is not easily defeated like this. This bird has an incredible recovery ability. Its wings were cut in half by Wang Hao but immediately grew back. The bird's recovery ability is causing great difficulties for Wang Hao. Suddenly, a loud noise behind him. Wang Hao turned around, and Zhao Jiao and the mutated buffalo also immediately looked at the area where the shock came from. And the guy with the straw hat too. There was a disturbance at Shaoling's location. A bright yellow column of light was shining straight up into the sky. She was fusing with the flower god. The eyes of the mutated beasts also narrowed as they looked at this scene. It seems that these beasts have been released from control. They immediately abandoned their fight and rushed towards that flower god. In the woods, the assassin team saw this scene and felt horrified. One of them said, "Those beasts have been released from control. We can't let them or Shaoling or anyone else get the divine flower. We have to rush in now or it will be too late." After speaking, they immediately rushed in. Feeling nervous, Zhao Jiao said, "Stay away from me." Mutated buffalo said coldly, "Don't dream." Meanwhile, all forces are rushing towards Shaoling. Inferno Butterfly. One butterfly, two butterflies, then hundreds of fire butterflies are flying around Shaoling. This is one of her wide area skills. She orders them to advance. The swarm of golden fire butterflies headed towards the first victims, which were those mutated beasts. Each butterfly touched its target, began to shine brightly, and then exploded. Like napalm bombs, not only was the explosion powerful, but they also carried a terrible flame. Immediately, the mutated beasts were engulfed in a sea of fire. Is there anything more destructive than fire? Of course not, even that bird can't recover. The last attack created a dense mist of water. Those who were still hiding on the shore of the lake were pleased their strength was not enough, but they were already looking for death, and too many tears were shed. Xiaoling's body is still in the process of synchronizing with the flower god. Now it is complete, and she opens her eyes. Her eyes have a strange blue color. The yellow-masked guys on the shore are staring intently and whispering, "Look, her eyes have changed. Has she been controlled? Is it because she touched the divine flower directly? Now everything has become too difficult. We still haven't got the divine flower, and there is another difficult enemy like this." At this point, Xiaoling's power has reached 400,000 units thanks to her fusion with the divine tree. Xiaoling's soul asked, "Are you familiar with this body you're using?" The flower god replied, "I can still be stronger." Xiaoling was surprised. The flower god soared into the air and began to increase its energy again. The flower god once again created a bright yellow energy column that continuously emitted shock waves that pushed everything around back, a truly terrible power. Wan Hao was surprised to realize that this power carried Xiaoling's breath, but why was it so strong? The mutated buffalo was also surprised that his ton-weight body was being pushed back by such monstrous power. Zhao Jiao felt anxious, even though he knew Xiaoling was very strong, but her strength was really frightening. "It's done." Super Saiyan Xiaoling stood on the body of the mutated beast and looked around. Her power had reached 700,000 units, truly perverted. The guy with the straw hat felt uneasy and said, "If it's a mutated beast, you can kill it directly, but she is a member of the Federation. If you touch her, the Federation will definitely not spare you." "Oh my god, brother, you only have 332,000 units of power. Can you withstand one punch from her?" Xiaoling's soul said, "I didn't expect her to have such a trick." The flower god replied, "I just temporarily enhanced the strength of this body. It will soon return to normal. I can feel that many powerhouses are lurking and waiting for opportunities to strike. In addition, there are many mutated beasts coming here. If we only use the original strength of this body, we will definitely not be able to resist." The flower god continued, "Even if we leave here, I don't know where to go. Xiaoling said you can go to Tianshan Mountain. Humans dare not go there, but survival there is really harsh." The flower god looked at Xiaoling intently as if waiting for a better answer. Xiaoling hesitated and said, "There is one more place, that is Misty Mountain." "To Misty Mountain?" The divine flower pondered. Xiaoling continued, "That was the only place you could survive. If he was willing, you could find that beast, he would take her there." The divine flower turned back and asked with doubt, "Are you from Misty Mountain?" Xiaoling was silent for a moment. The divine flower was indeed sharp-minded. The divine flower continued, "I want you to help me with something." At this time, the battle between the mutated buffalo and Zhao Jiao was still very fierce. Zhao Jiao wanted to finish off the bull demon king, shouting, "Go to hell." But the mutated buffalo still kept the calmness of a warrior. Pang! A sudden kick hit Zhao Jiao's face. The kick was so strong that it threw him, a super second order, tens of meters away on the water. "It was Xiaoling's kick," she said. "Hurry up, take the divine flower and leave. I will hold them off." The mutated buffalo agreed reluctantly. How could a warrior like him abandon his battle? But Xiaoling's eyes were really cold. She was staring at Zhao Jiao. The water in the lake suddenly turned into dozens of powerful water columns, obscuring the vision in the lake. The special forces on the shore only saw the whirlpool. They could no longer see the divine flower. Xiaoling wrapped her body in a layer of fire aura. Her fire made the water evaporate, creating steam that covered the whole lake's surface. Everyone in the lake was blinded by the steam. They couldn't see clearly to move. Even the mutated buffalo was affected. He could only stand still. The divine flower took the initiative to find him and urged, "What are you waiting for?" At this moment, the yellow team on the shore noticed that the spirit power of the divine flower was moving and they decided to act immediately. The guy with the straw hat couldn't stand it anymore. He pulled out his special weapon, a big spoon, and shouted, "I have lived till now. not to let you escape like this. But suddenly a golden energy beam from inside the fog shot at him. He had to dodge quickly. It was Xiaoling. The Straw Hat Guy lost his balance and fell down to Zhao Jiao. He was even more shocked when he saw who had attacked him. Xiaoling's shadow slowly appeared in the fog. Zhao Jiao said, "You damn pig, you followed me all the way here." The Straw Hat Guy replied, "This is not the time to mock me, Zhao Jiao. Do you have confidence to defeat Xiaoling?" Zhao Jiao was injured all over, whispered, "I don't know, she is still under control." Xiaoling felt the divine power of the divine flower had moved, so she was sure that the mutant bull had successfully taken the divine flower away. The divine flower asked Xiaoling to pretend to be still under control, to create chaos and take advantage of this chaos. The divine flower would escape with the mutant bull to Misty Mountain. Of course, Xiaoling agreed enthusiastically. She had lived with the shell of a high-ranking official in the human army. She had suppressed her hatred for humans for a long time, and on this occasion, she decided to really make trouble once. On this side, the mutant bull used all its speed to take the divine flower out of the lake and head towards Misty Mountain. Vu, a black creature, flew up from under the lake. Oh, that was Wang Hao's archenemy. This bird was really dead. Even Xiaoling's fire couldn't kill it. Too domineering. Wang Hao frowned at this weird beast. The bird also stared at Wang Hao. It seemed not happy either, covered in blood, probably going to flirt with girls and got charmed into a fight with a fight-loving guy like Wang Hao. It was also very bitter. Wang Hao was ready to fight. The mutant bird suddenly spoke in human language. "Human, wait there." Then it left. Wang Hao sighed with relief. Finally it left. Suddenly 2 beams of light flew towards Wang Hao. It was Zhao Jiao and the Straw Hat Guy. They were beaten up and cursed, "Damn it, this monster is too strong." Xiaoling was still heading straight towards them. Murderous aura filled the sky and her face was cold as ice. The Straw Hat Guy gasped, and Zhao Jiao also clenched his teeth. Wang Hao started sweating. This was Xiaoling, who was known as the Fire Princess, the most difficult of all the current city masters, and now she was under control. But this guy was really kind and righteous. Even knowing the battle was difficult, he said, "I will stop her. Everyone go get the divine flower back. Absolutely can't let the divine flower fall into Misty Mountain's hands." At this time the divine flower also thought of Misty Mountain's owner involuntarily, making the tree god on the other side sneeze. The divine tree was wondering if the bull demon king had gotten the divine flower back yet. Xiaoling attacked with her flame. Wang Hao used all his strength to resist. He had gone through several battles and his stamina was not much. Their fight created a huge shock on the lake's surface. In the shock wave, the people in yellow were still moving quickly following the trace of the divine flower. The power of these 2 young people had exceeded their imagination. The Fire Princess was already very strong, but when controlled by the divine flower, her power increased even more, yet Wang Hao could still fight with her. Even if the eldest and second brother came here, they would surely fall into a hard fight with them, one thought. At this time, it was time for them to act. No matter if it was the divine flower or the mutant buffalo, we dragon guards must catch them. Behind them, a large group of high-level mutant beasts were chasing madly, all wanting to possess the divine flower. The Straw Hat Guy gritted his teeth and cursed, "That damn buffalo, if I catch it, I have to make soup out of it." The mutant buffalo was running at its full speed. Damn it, the beasts behind were chasing too close. Why did they get more and more? The mutant buffalo ran and complained. The divine flower said, "It's because my spirit power attracts them. For them, I'm a very nourishing medicine." The mutant buffalo said, "If this continues, I will soon run out of spirit power and be caught up." The divine flower assured, "Leave this to me." Then, the mutant buffalo received a strange power, full of energy. Too excited, he began to exert force on his legs, his tendons bulged and he leaped. A jump of hundreds of meters, the running speed was maximized. He had cut off quite a distance from the monsters behind. Seeing this scene, Zhao Jiao and the Straw Hat Guy were both stunned. What the hell was that fast? Wasn't that buffalo about to run out of energy? The mutant buffalo dashed through the forest. He had to seize every moment. In the distance, his teammates from Misty Mountain were approaching, White Tiger, Nine-Tailed Fox, and Tian Cam. With her spiritual sense, Nine-Tails felt something bad was about to happen. she urged her teammates to hurry up. Come on, Xiao Bai, Tian Kem urged the white tiger. Then they all sped up at their fastest speed, disappearing into the sky. The panda stood below and looked up at their figures, so embarrassed, he sat on the back of the polar bear, going very slowly. He complained, "Is not being able to fly my fault?" Tan Quang, with his body buried in the ground, also said, "Aren't they just flying and waiting for us?" The mutant buffalo was still running as if he had nothing to lose, when he suddenly noticed something. But looking again he saw nothing. He was complacent and said, "I don't see the pursuers, it seems I have cut them off." But at this moment, a golden arrow flew over. The arrow missed the target, plunged into the ground and created a big explosion. A yellow archer said, "Their reaction is quite fast, let them dodge my attack." The yellow archer had chosen a high position, like a sniper, blocking the way of the mutant buffalo and the divine flower. The divine flower warned the mutant buffalo to be careful. Immediately 2 yellow shadows appeared behind him, intending to attack by surprise. 2 slashes in a blink of an eye, with high accuracy, and blood spurted out. The mutant buffalo stuck out his tongue. He was injured, blood flowed on his face. The mutant buffalo was surrounded by 3 people from Dragon Guards. He realized that their aura was very strong, experienced warriors. But not to the point of being unbeatable. The main problem was the powerful monsters with a large number behind them. Now the mutant buffalo understood why the holy tree wanted him and everyone to act together. The leader of the yellow group spoke, "Hand over the divine flower, and I will spare your life." The mutant buffalo's eyes lit up, full of fighting spirit, and shouted, "Are you kidding me?" Immediately, a strong gravitational field began to pull them down. They realized that this was the power of gravity. The innate talent of the mutant buffalo, manipulating gravity. One yellow person couldn't bear it, and knelt on the ground. Grin, turning oneself into a celestial body, constantly increasing gravity. Even the divine flower had to quickly cope with this situation. The mutant buffalo still crazily exerted force and roared, "Not enough, not enough, I want to be stronger." He really wanted to crush his opponent with his gravity. Around him, the gravitational field twisted thicker and stronger. The gravity of the mutant buffalo is overwhelming the 2 melee opponents. These 2 guys are still trying to fly as fast as possible to the target. Xiao Jiao feels the gravity getting stronger. He guesses that there has been a fight over there. The gravity is too strong. This guy's legs have been crushed down to the ground. Gravity, so what? This kind of power is not impossible to resist. Let me see if my physical body can beat you first. Or your gravity crushes me first, the guy from Dragon Guard said. The buffalo's eyes lit up like a challenge. The other guy also threw off his cloak, revealing his big muscles, and put his strength into a punch. The mutant buffalo warrior also put his strength into a punch. There was no hand-to-hand comparison to see whose hand was stronger, but both punches hit each other's face. The guy from Dragon Guards was hit by the buffalo mutant's punch as big as a watermelon, punching his face down to the ground. But it seems that this guy from Dragon Guards is quite strong, eating such a punch and still nothing wrong. He even said, "Comparing fists with your monsters is much more interesting." The mutant buffalo seems to have been injured. He licked his tongue, but his eyes were still very warlike. Activate the talent, Supreme Ruler. The guy wearing a Naj mask activates his talent. His whole body emits a halo, especially his 2 arms. Heavy mechanoid fist. Hundreds of punches towards the mutant buffalo. This guy from Dragon Guards is really a melee master. The mutant buffalo has been punched so much that it leans back. "Haha, your physical strength, basically not enough to fight with me. You are not my opponent at all." The masked guy didn't finish speaking. Boom, a punch like lightning struck straight into his face. A punch from the left hand and continued with a punch from the right hand. The mutant buffalo roared. He continued to punch the 3rd punch, a punch right in the chest. The masked guy was hit straight to the ground, by a power of the war god. The punch was so strong that, within a radius of 5 meters, the entire ground was shattered. Demon breaking bow, an arrow like lightning shot straight at the mutant buffalo. The mutant buffalo, with excellent reflexes, caught the arrow, but the shooting force was so strong that he was pulled away. At this time, a 3rd masked man appeared behind his back. It was indeed a harmonious team. But the mutant buffalo didn't have time to dodge. "Row it, a strong slash on his back. This guy is still wondering why he can't cut off the mutant buffalo with one slash. The mutant buffalo has turned around to look, a fierce counterattack. But the yellow-shirted guy managed to block it, even though he was pushed tens of meters away. The mutant buffalo threw an arrow at him, so strong that the arrow stuck deep into the yellow-shirted guy's sword. The archer called out his two teammates in worry, then he shot dozens of arrows towards the mutant buffalo. No, it's hundreds of arrows, a rain of arrows rushing to the mutant buffalo. The ability to dodge is completely impossible. Die, the archer shouted out. The rain of arrows did not stop at all. Stop. Divine Flower couldn't stand it anymore. In a moment more, the mutant buffalo will die. She started to suppress that archer. Because the archer was too strong, so she couldn't control him, she could only make him stand still for a while. That damn Divine Flower. But this is not the time to lose focus. The mutant buffalo has seized the opportunity and rushed forward with an axe. Even if I die, I will pull you down, the mutant buffalo roared loudly. Damn it, the masked guy couldn't escape. The slash of the mutant buffalo is extremely strong, causing a large shockwave and splitting the ground apart. Dust has dissipated, but those people have escaped and they are looking at the mutant buffalo from across the mountain. The mutant buffalo really has terrifying strength. He alone can fight against a team of 3 people from Dragon Guards. But the mutant buffalo has also reached its limit. Wounds on his back began to make him dizzy from losing too much blood, and his physical strength also decreased significantly. Suddenly, the herd of monsters chasing earlier appeared right behind Dragon Guards. Not good, these monsters have caught up. Zhao Jiao and the Straw Hat Guy were also shocked by this situation. They need to quickly get the Divine Flower and get out of here as soon as possible. The herd of mutant beasts had come close and became extremely ferocious. A surprise attack from above came down. Whose fire is this? A powerful and pure flame. That is the 9 tails from Misty Mountain. The 9-tailed fox stood in midair with a majestic and very dangerous look. Under the ground, the fire was still burning, surrounding Straw Hat and Zhao Jiao. The herd of monsters was also separated by the fire ring, and they became quieter. Hey big guy, a new enemy is coming, the desperate Divine Flower said to the mutant buffalo. It's okay, we're safe, the mutant buffalo said. 9-tailed fox, she is one of the first servants of the Divine Tree, also one of the strongest. Straw Hat immediately recognized that it was a member of Misty Mountain. He disappointedly said, It's not easy to corner the mutant buffalo, now have to give up. The fox is very warlike and wise, it still stays in the air to observe the overall situation and assess opponents. On the contrary, everyone else was silent and dared not act because of this appearance of 9 tails. A giant snake was looking at 9 tails with hateful eyes, then it quickly rushed towards the Divine Flower with a mouth full of sharp teeth. This snake is really cunning, but it ran into a wall as hard as steel, its head swelled up a huge lump. It also didn't understand where this damn thing came from. The block of earth quickly enclosed the herd of monsters and the giant snake into a closed earth sphere without any gaps. That's Tan Kwang's second order with his new power. I know, it's very cool. On this side, Dragon Guards took the initiative to attack 9 tails, still a hit from behind. After so much effort to get the Divine Flower, after that can let you guys intervene like this, he shouted. Supreme Ruler, and heavy mechanoid fist. Hundreds of punches rushed towards 9 tails, like a Gatling gun. But the 9-tailed fox showed contempt. Are you seeking death? A single blow, the 9-tailed fox knocked him down to the ground. The power was too overwhelming. Seeing this scene, Zhao Jiao could only stick out his tongue. The 9-tailed fox landed and checked the condition of his opponent, to see if he was absolutely dead. The remaining 2 members of Dragon Guards could only call out his name in despair. Zhao Jiao was very shocked, also a transcendent second order, but there was a huge difference in strength. One move ended a member of Dragon Guards. Isn't it? It's because the Divine Tree fed them too much tonic. But they continued to spot monsters in the sky. A funny tiger with wings and his hot sister. The Misty Mountain team has almost all appeared. The Divine Flower did not expect. These monsters are all friends of the mutant buffalo. All of them are too strong. And these members are resting because their legs are too tired. Straw Hat suddenly stopped gritting his teeth. It turned out to be because of this girl. but I disagree. The tiger roared and gave the straw hat guy a slap on the face and said in a dangerous voice, "Quickly come to the side of the owner, otherwise everyone will die." What the? Actually, this is the only sentence this tiger knows, so of course Straw Hat won't understand anything. Then he was thrown far away. Xiao Jiao decided to fight with Tian Cam, maybe because she is the weakest. His snakes, confronted with Tian Cam's plant whip, boom. Dragon guards continued to seek revenge on Nine Tails. The fox jumped up to dodge, and fire gathered in her mouth, preparing to counterattack. Huffing and puffing. But blocking a fire system attack is really not wise. To save his teammate, the archer shot arrows. But the fox also has her teammates. An earth wall blocked all the arrows. "It's time for Tan Kuang to perform. Your opponent is me," Tan Kuang said, and rolled the archer into his earth prison. "Have they finished fighting yet? Without me it's not okay, so I need to try hard." But Panda said helplessly, "The road is really too far, and he should have some flying skills." The scene became chaotic. Everyone rushed into the battle. The Divine Flower sighed, "Your friend just arrived and started fighting. No one is protecting us." A loud roar echoed. "Not good, that horse is still alive and it's charging here. You have to think of a way," the Divine Flower said. The mutant buffalo was really tired, but he insisted, "Don't worry, everything will be fine." Because the mutant buffalo had felt a familiar and powerful breath. Big fellow, boom, a powerful punch from a familiar person. It was the panda. He always appeared cool and confident. Even the Divine Flower was moved by this. This panda guy is too cool. The horse took a punch from the panda and plunged straight into the ground below. "Made it in time," the panda confidently said. The panda said, "It seems you guys have been beaten very badly." The buffalo immediately retorted, "Those people are all superhuman second order, don't underestimate them." The panda continued, "If I'm here, I won't let you guys get hurt anymore." Feeling underestimated, the mutant buffalo affirmed in annoyance, "I'm still very strong." As for the Divine Flower, she found the panda more and more adorable. Then the panda told them to stay and wait. He would go and solve everything, then immediately left. The Divine Flower told the buffalo that this panda guy is really cool, but the buffalo just rested and pretended not to hear anything. At this time, the white tiger was fighting with the Straw Hat guy. After being torn his cloak, the Straw Hat guy revealed his body, really fat. Almost like the Straw Hat guy was cornered. While the tiger had too much fighting power, and he was getting weaker and weaker, he considered for a moment and decided to use his ultimate technique, even though he himself could suffer a lot. Suddenly the belly of the Straw Hat guy swelled up. In just a few seconds it was as big as a car. Stomach acid, he released a large amount of green digestive acid towards the white tiger. There was too much acid that covered an area of land. All creatures that touched it were corroded to only bones left. Where the white tiger appeared was a light green sphere. After releasing all the accumulated acid in his stomach, Straw Hat was just skin and bones. Because to prepare for today, he had accumulated a large amount of acid in his stomach for many days, and used it all at once. Feeling victorious, he quickly left. But the white tiger suddenly appeared behind him. The white tiger had caught him. Straw Hat turned back for the last look. His whole body turned green with fear. Crunch! The white tiger had eaten him. Over here, the Dragon Guards guy was stuck in Tan Kuang's sharper thorn pile. Finally, Tan Kuang had trapped him. The Dragon Guards guy knew he couldn't escape, angrily shouted, "You are a traitor to mankind, damn it, whether it's you or that girl, so strong but relying on Misty Mountain." But Tan Kuang didn't want to argue. He gave his opponent the quickest death. The remaining swordsman member of Dragon Guards stood in midair, only knowing to scream his teammate's name in despair. But just a second of his distraction, Nine Tails had hit the target. Nine Tails said, "Dare to look around again, do you underestimate me?" But a beam of light from below surprised the fox quite a bit. It was that swordsman guy preparing to counterattack. The light concentrated on his hand. Sword slash. A long-range energy slash was performed unexpectedly. Nine-tailed fox could hardly dodge. But the panda appeared and stood in front of the nine-tailed fox. He arrogantly said, "This move I don't even need to dodge." The panda directly punched into that energy sword, causing this sword path to shatter. The swordsman was shocked, couldn't believe his eyes. There was such a strong mutant panda? The panda continued to use speed to suppress his opponent. A strong punch, the dragon guard's guy quickly backed away to dodge. The panda sniffed his nose pretentiously. The swordsman still couldn't believe his eyes. This is a wild mutant panda, isn't it that the federal government has kept them all already, could it be? This panda is the one who escaped from the zoo at that time. The swordsman asked if the panda was Chizai. The panda was surprised. How do you know my name? At this point the swordsman was sure this was Chizai, immediately said, It really is you. Why are you relying on Misty Mountain? Your brother will be very angry when he knows. The panda replied, It seems my brother has followed you guys, but who I rely on doesn't need anyone's intervention or permission. The swordsman decided to bet once and said, If you cut off your relationship with Misty Mountain, I will agree to take you back. The panda pondered. At this point, the nine-tailed fox stood next to the panda. The swordsman continued to say, So, will you go with me? If not, there will be a day when you and your brother will have to fight each other. You don't want that, do you? The panda inadvertently thought of his brothers at the zoo, but he quickly decided, Forget it, I refuse. A moment of silence. The panda continued, I don't want to betray the tree god, nor do I want to fight with my brother, but if that day comes, I will give this life back to my brother. Then there's nothing more to say. I will use my strongest technique to end everything. The swordsman was angry and determined. A powerful force surrounded him. Even if I have to die, I will ruthlessly peel off your skin, the swordsman said while his eyes lit up with a terrifying murderous intent. The breath is too strong. Be careful, the nine-tailed fox warned everyone. The swordsman loudly said, This move, even if you can dodge it, you will be injured by the shock wave. Whether you dodge or block this move, it's useless. Take this move. This is his final move, a transcendent second order with terrifying power. Even the panda felt threatened. Solitary swan heaven slicing technique. Boom, but a polar bear appeared. It was the leader of the polar bears. What's going on, brother? The panda and nine tails were preparing to take the final move of a powerhouse, and this big guy appeared on top of that swordsman's head? Too absurd. The polar bear said, Finally caught up with you guys. Nine tails replied, What the? Is that so? Over here, the hot girl Tian Cam was still fiercely fighting with Zhao Jiao. The boy gritted his teeth anxiously. He found that all his teammates and colleagues had died. If he continued like this, he would also die. But at this moment, Tian Cam swung a plant whip extremely fast towards Zhao Jiao and said, Why don't you just die? The plant whip with supersonic speed had pierced Zhao Jiao's neck. He died instantly. The divine flower exclaimed to the mutant buffalo, Big guy, your friends have won all their battles. The mutant buffalo was not surprised, just agreed with the divine flower. This is the real power of Misty Mountain. On a high mountain peak, a beast's foot as white as snow. Two mutant beasts, one black and one white, were silently watching. They felt lucky not to have joined that battle, otherwise, they would have fallen like those people. And they also understood that Misty Mountain is now not an ordinary force they can mess with. They also discovered that among the characters under the tree god, there was a fox from their clan, with very strong power. Surely the bloodline talent of that fox girl was not ordinary. Even from afar they still felt oppressed by her spiritual power. They told themselves that one day they would be as strong as that. On one side, the land was cut and desolate. One house sat exhausted in one place with injuries all over his body. It looked like he had aged 10 years. A beautiful foot came over. It was Shaoling. Wang Hao yelled, What's up, you're awake now, aren't you? It's not like you at all, being controlled by that divine flower. Shaoling defended. It's just a small incident. Wang Hao angrily said, Being controlled by the divine flower is a small incident? You almost killed everyone. I had to use the spiritual power accumulated in 50 years to bring you back. Do you know how big that price is? Shaoling didn't care much. At this point she just found him noisy. She was wondering if the herd of mutant buffaloes had completed their mission yet. Shaoling said, You rest, I'll go see if there's still a chance to snatch the divine flower back. Wang Hao shouted, Wait a minute, I saved you. You can't just leave like that. You have to marry me, right? Oh my god, such a simp. And at this point, Only Wang Hao was left alive. It could be considered a happy ending for him. Zhao Jiao was dead, a plant piercing through his body, his eyes closed. But there was a purple cloud flying fast. It was Zhao Jiao's soul. He was still in shock now, didn't expect the reinforcements of Misty Mountain to be so strong. They swept everything clean, but it's okay. As long as his soul is still there is still a chance to start over. Suddenly a huge purple mouth appeared, the same color as his soul. What the hell is this? A giant purple spider had swallowed Zhao Jiao's soul. This spider is Xiaoling's weapon. Zhao Jiao's soul was sealed by the spider in a purple gem. It's all over now. The next morning, the hot news shocked the entire alliance. All the powerhouses who went to rob the divine flower were wiped out. Not a single survivor. Members 7, 8, 9 of Dragon Guards all died in battle. City Lord Zhao Jiao was dead. City Lord Gourmet City was also dead. But Wan Hao and Linger's bodies were not found. Their whereabouts are still unknown. The Special Forces team that kidnapped the Divine Flower has returned to Misty Mountain and is reporting to the Divine Tree. Finally, the Divine Tree saw the Divine Flower, which his minions had worked so hard to bring back. The Divine Tree sneered, opened the attribute table of the Divine Flower, to see how strong this Divine Flower was, that made all of humanity fight for it. But as soon as he opened the attribute table, the Divine Tree had to exclaim. A light too strong made his eyes want to go blind. This Divine Flower character is indeed special, even her attribute table is so special. The Divine Tree immediately had different thoughts. And here is the attribute table of the Divine Flower. Celestial's Earth Enigmatic Flower, Transcendent First Order, has the ability to freeze time with a very large spiritual cost. This skill has not awakened. Charm control other creatures within 1,000 meters. Blessing enhance strength for other creatures. Language of flowers mislead other plants. Concentrate spiritual power 100 times normal spiritual grass. The Divine Tree immediately paid attention to the first skill, freezing time. Unexpectedly, this Divine Flower could manipulate time. The Divine Tree exclaimed, "Admire indeed. Only you can freeze time." But the Divine Flower just knew how to be embarrassed, couldn't speak up, because every time the Divine Tree was happy, his eyes looked very fierce, making the person opposite want to pee their pants. Seeing this scene, the Divine Tree felt sweaty, too shy, had scared the Divine Flower. The Divine Flower immediately hid behind the mutant buffalo. The Divine Tree could only comfort, "Don't worry, ha ha ha, no one here has bad intentions towards you." And this skill of the Divine Flower, perhaps will help the Divine Tree nurture spiritual grass? The Divine Flower said, "Dense spiritual energy, just half a month and spiritual grass can mature, but I also need to absorb 1/5 to make food." The Divine Tree completely agreed and he decided to entrust this task to the Divine Flower. The seed problem will be handled by Nine Tails. During this time, the Divine Flower will stay with the Divine Tree for protection. The Panda came to the Divine Tree and asked for permission to return to the Misty Mountain headquarters to find bamboo to eat. The Divine Tree also agreed and encouraged him. At this time, the Divine Flower suddenly spoke to the Panda, "Wait a minute, I am here now, but soon I will go to Misty Mountain to find you, can you wait for me?" Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed. Tien Kam admired, "Is this a confession?" The Divine Tree also widened his eyes and looked. Everyone was embarrassed for the Divine Flower. But the Divine Flower didn't know what embarrassment was. She continued to say, "I think you are very handsome, I crave you." The Panda crossed his arms and said coldly, "So what does it have to do with me? Don't come and bother me." Then he left. Everyone also felt sorry. The Sloth also cried for the Divine Flower. After the Panda's back disappeared, the Divine Flower cried out, "I am heartbroken, woa woa." Everyone gathered around to comfort her. Love cannot be rushed like that. The Divine Tree has been lonely for many years. Looking at this scene can only sigh. Love always comes with bitterness. On the sea, an aircraft carrier fleet is moving, with dozens of fighter jets escorting. A black monster with 2 blood-red eyes sprouted from the sea. It was as big as a mountain. The eyes of this monster are moving back and forth, observing all situations. This human combat force has fallen into its sight. In the command room, the communication sounded, "Target detected, prepare for combat status." Fire! Immediately, All heavy weapons fired simultaneously at that monster. In the sky, fighter jets began to fire missiles down. The monster with its large and slow body could only endure this rain of firepower. Their destructive power was terrifying. This giant monster began to feel pain, its eyes narrowed and became angry. A huge mouth full of sharp teeth opened. It roared fiercely, then counterattacked with an attack like a sound wave. The sound wave expanded more and more. All missiles, artillery shells and planes were destroyed by this sound wave. On the human side, an intercontinental missile was ready and fired. The missile aimed straight at that monster. Looking from this angle, that monster was really scary. A terrifying explosion sounded. Even nearby warships were affected. Shock waves from the explosion destroyed their command room. From the center of the explosion, shock waves still haven't stopped. The commander's head was bleeding. He sat up looking towards the target, wondering if he had destroyed that monster yet. But when the smoke cleared up, a horrifying scene appeared. That monster was still there, almost unharmed. The intercontinental missile had no effect at all. At this time, the monster was looking at the aircraft carrier with contemptuous eyes. Then it used its own head to sink the aircraft carrier. This scene was broadcast back to the Federation's command center. Everyone in the Supreme Command Room was buzzing, not expecting human hot weapons to be ineffective against a transcendent Fourth Order monster. This is already the strongest weapon of mankind. The chairman was furious, not knowing what to do. Unexpectedly, a Fourth Order superhuman appeared so early. Start counting down 40 days until this ancient beast competes with Zuizu. The Divine Flower is absorbing spiritual power from the top of the Divine Tree. The Divine Tree admires this ability, taking the spiritual power in space and directly absorbing it into the body. It's an extraordinary skill. At this time, the notification board appears. Check for strange power. Do you want to use 100,000 evolution points to open this power? Oh, a new skill, activate immediately. Innate talent, temporal pause, can fix time in 0.01 seconds, but consumes hundreds of thousands of spiritual energy immediately. The Divine Tree was quite surprised. Now he also possesses time power. The Divine Flower said, I have put all the spiritual power absorbed into you. From there you will have new strength. But the Divine Flower seemed to be overworked. The Divine Tree shouted, You look like you're about to die. The Divine Flower said it was okay, but she also felt exhausted and about to die. All her petals had withered, looking like a piece of rag, really pitiful. At this time, the Divine Tree injected her with a dose of morphine life essence. The Divine Flower immediately felt full of life and no longer tired. She asked, What is this magical liquid? But the Divine Tree didn't explain much. Just know that from now on she has really been brought into life by the Divine Tree. The Divine Tree continued to think about that skill. Time is temporarily set at 0.01 minutes. It also consumes 1,000,000 spiritual energy. A very useful, yet very difficult ability. The 1000th comprehension seems like can increase the duration after. Thinking about it here, the Divine Tree felt excited. Continue to cultivate, and I will give you more life essence. The Divine Flower immediately agreed. A projector? Tan Kwang, what are you doing? Panda asked. Tan Kwang replied, I'm preparing to watch a movie. This is how humans entertain themselves. These things are all taken from Qifeng City. Just need a phone connection. Any movie is available, but the signal here is not very good. These things, before Panda only heard humans in the zoo talking about it. Panda happily sat next to Tan Kwang watching movies, an action movie. At a sloth too, they seem very engrossed, especially in fighting scenes. The movie-watching team added wild boars and honey badger too, getting more and more crowded, and they watched enthusiastically, even more addicted to movies than Tan Kwang himself. Tan Kwang didn't know why either. When it came to the main character talking about dreams, suddenly Panda was moved to tears. These words were profound and touching. Just when it was getting interesting, the screen suddenly switched to a hot news bulletin. A legendary level monster was attacking GR City. Panda told Tan Kwang to leave the screen on to watch this news. A transcendent Fourth Order sea monster was attacking GR City, estimated to arrive in 28 days. National Level 1 warning, the government asked all people to evacuate. The announcement was broadcast again. The devastation was terrifying. Panda asked to pause the screen for a bit. There was a girl in pink on the screen. It seemed that Panda had seen something. It's that girl, but Panda said it was nothing. Then Panda left. He said he was going to find something to eat. Tan Kwong and the mutant sloth didn't understand anything. Over here, Tien Kam was bathing with his comrades in a pool of spiritual water. They all felt relaxed and very comfortable. The white tiger was about to fly into the pool to lick a bit. But the divine tree warned not to go in, scaring him out of his wits. The divine tree pointed to a forest on the other side, telling the white tiger, "See? Go over there. When you reach Transcendence Second Order, then come back." Seeing that the white tiger was still hesitating, the divine tree whipped his butt and shouted, "Hurry up, go now." At this time, the mutant ant felt a change in its body. Could it be? Reaching the evolution stage. A stream of sky-blue spiritual power shot into the sky. The golden ant had evolved, reaching second order. He looked less malnourished now. Tien Kam blushed and complimented, "So handsome, and your body is bigger too." Now that the golden ant knew how to fly, the divine tree was quite surprised. The golden ant said to the divine tree, "Master, I seem to be stronger again." "That's for sure." Let the divine tree check. Strength multiplication consumes a large amount of spiritual power. Strength doubles every 10 seconds until the body can no longer bear it. The effect will disappear once hit by an enemy. Indeed, the strength of the golden ant has increased significantly, especially this talent. But he didn't know how many times he could increase it. Hearing this, the mutant ant immediately tried his strength with a full punch. He had destroyed the beautiful yard of the divine tree. The mutant ant self-assessed that it could double its strength. If it tripled, its body would explode. But just doubling it, his comrades were already impressed. Tien Kam and the other mutants all felt that the golden ant was very powerful. Panda saw the commotion and came over to ask. The divine flower immediately forgot about her rejection and rushed to this handsome guy. Panda complimented the golden ant. "You've evolved, haven't you, my friend? Not only are you stronger, but you're also more handsome." Indeed, Panda wanted to compete with the golden ant, but he came here to find the fox, of course to fight with the fox. The fox was standing on the divine tree. Her face was still cold as usual. The nine-tailed fox did not refuse, immediately landed to compete. The divine tree quickly made a small bet to see who would win in this match. Panda said, "I've wanted to fight with you for a long time because I want to know what it feels like to step on an arrogant person like you under my feet." And Panda's face became more dangerous, as if he was very determined. The nine-tailed fox also had blood rushing to her brain, angrily said, "Unfortunately, I think so too." Blazing surge. The whole body of the nine-tailed fox was covered by bright fire. Fiery form. Panda also activated his aura. The ground where he stood immediately shattered. Fire burned strongly around. The divine tree activated his essence skill, warned his minions not to come near because they could die instantly. It seems that these two are going to play hardball with each other. The nine tails have ignited, the panda has also ignited, these two furious flames have officially dueled each other. The fox has made a move, the panda's eyes lit up. The speed was too fast, the nine tails were behind the panda. What kind of speed is this? The panda was quite surprised. Speed has never been the strength of the nine tails. The panda felt as if his whole body had turned to stone. Boom! A loud explosion sounded. The divine tree shielded his followers. Everyone was very worried. The divine tree was also quite worried, anxious but full of excitement, sweat pouring out like rain. The panda guy is resisting the slap of the nine-tailed fox girl. It seems that at this time, the divine tree shot a dragon-shaped root to block it. He really didn't want to see his home destroyed by these two powerful monsters. The divine tree shouted, "Enough!" But the panda also said, "I lost." "The hell?" The panda continued, "You are really strong, big sister Nine Tails." The nine-tailed fox didn't say anything. Tien Kam in the arms of the divine tree was still surprised. She couldn't believe that such a competitive panda would admit defeat on his own. The divine tree just chuckled. He didn't know what happened either. Clearly this wasn't Panda's style. The nine-tailed fox angrily scolded. "What do you want? You instigated the fight. And now you don't want to fight anymore. What are you trying to do? The panda felt embarrassed and apologized. I just wanted to know if I could win when facing a strong opponent. Then, the panda's whole body burned, and he turned back to say to the divine tree that there was something to discuss with the divine tree. The night sky at Misty Mountain is very clear, and the moon has hung high. The two were watching the moon when the divine tree suddenly asked, "Do you really think you can't beat the nine-tailed fox?" The panda replied, "After all, she is very strong." The panda pondered for a while, then decided to ask the divine tree, "How strong is a fourth-order transcendent monster? Can you beat a mutant monster with a higher level than you?" The divine tree cautiously replied, "If I risk everything, maybe." The panda didn't know what it would feel like to face an enemy stronger than himself. The divine tree said that it was the feeling of fear of death, fear that he would disappear and become nothingness. The panda laughed haha, feeling that this master was also like everyone else, even though the master was always high above and invincible. The panda felt a bit of empathy and sharing. The divine tree felt strange. Did the panda come to ask him because of this? The panda was still hesitant, and didn't dare to tell the truth. The divine tree always saw him carrying a flute on his body. "You always carry a flute, do you know how to play it?" the divine tree asked the panda. The panda cherished his flute, and said thoughtfully, "This is a friend's flute. On the day of spiritual restoration, in the pursuit of monsters, she dropped it in her defense. I still hope for the day when I can return it to her." The divine tree didn't like humans at all. He thought that humans were stupid, selfish, arrogant, matured in failure but repeated their past mistakes. The divine tree seemed to have lost all faith in humans. At this moment, the panda's eyes still looked far away, immersed in an indescribable emotion. The divine tree said, "Most people are like that, but a few are decent enough for us to sacrifice our lives for them, of course only a few." The panda looked forward as if in remembrance, and said, "I was raised by humans, and I feel that the divine tree is very much like humans." This made the divine tree startled. Sweat poured out like bathing, but the panda continued to say, "Whether it's doing things or giving orders, it's very much like humans." The divine tree felt even more tense. The panda agreed that not all humans are evil, at least those he knew were not. At this point, the panda suddenly asked seriously with a murderous look in his eyes, "If I stand on the side of humans and make friends with them, will you kill me?" The divine tree immediately turned to look at the panda with suspicious eyes. What does this kid want? Betrayal? The divine tree decisively replied, "No, because we are friends, and I know you will not harm us." Upon hearing this, the panda involuntarily smiled a satisfied smile. The panda didn't know if the divine tree liked music, but he had wiped his flute and played a piece for the divine tree to listen to. The divine tree turned to look at him, the melodious flute sounded, and the space appeared with faint blue star spots, floating and swaying with the panda's flute rhythm, creating a mesmerizingly beautiful scene. The flute was full of the panda's feelings and regrets. It seemed as if he was about to go on a long journey and would not return. The flute was so good and the space was so enchanting that any girl who heard it would surely be captivated. Tien Kim couldn't help but shout, "So beautiful!" A sky full of blue star spots swayed with the music, covering everyone. The panda was still engrossed in playing the flute. The divine tree listened quietly to this flute sound. Then, the panda walked away. A distance away, he turned back to look at the divine tree, his old friend, and said, "Goodbye, everyone." Suddenly, a monster blocked his way. It was the big sister Nine Tails with something in her mouth. Nine Tails handed it to the panda. Holding it in his hand, the panda found out that these were 2 drops of life essence. "The divine tree knew you were going to leave, so he asked me to bring this to you," Nine Tails told the panda. "Today's match doesn't count. We will have another competition," the fox continued. The panda was silent for a while. Was this a reminder for him to survive and return? "Definitely," the panda firmly said. Then the two said goodbye. In Lyre City, everything had been terribly destroyed. Buildings were ruined and fires were everywhere. The mutant warriors of humans were faintly lying dead in the rubble, while that fourth-order mutant monster still hadn't stopped. With a body as big as a 40-story building, wherever it went turned into ashes. At this moment, suddenly a huge tsunami came. In an instant, the burning city was submerged in seawater. The seawater hit the face of that ancient monster. A giant black mutant fish appeared in front of that ancient monster. That is Transcendent Fourth Order, Leviathan Monarch. And this ancient monster, its name is unknown. They started rushing into each other to fight. Back at Misty Mountain, two caterpillars were about to mate. What kind of movie is this? All the mutant beasts were watching intently while Tan Kwong felt something was wrong. Was this like watching an 18+ movie of monsters? Over here, the mutant crow is diligently patrolling the northern area when it suddenly detects something. Has a mutant member gone missing? He quickly runs back to report to the divine tree, but the divine tree is practicing at the moment. Bump! The divine tree's root hits the mutant crow's face. He seems to have fainted. The mutant crow is always so unlucky. The divine tree's body is still shaking violently. He is practicing the giant transformation skill. Then, the entire body of the divine tree lifts into the air, with only the large roots supporting it on the ground. A faint pink halo envelopes around. The divine tree feels uneasy. His huge body has covered the entire island. It turns out that the divine tree has a new skill, that is divine skill size mastery, allows the user to manipulate their own size while retaining their original power, using spiritual energy as a source for the transformation. He can now be taller than a mountain. From there, his vision has also improved a lot. The divine tree feels very excited, laughing haha, because with this physique, defense work will be greatly improved. In combat, isn't observation ability extremely important? But it seems he just hit something. Never mind. The flower god with the shape of a little devil and a small snake are under the divine tree. Look at him, is he having fun? The flower god said. The mutant snake is a bit bewildered. His master's body is too big. On the other side, a fourth-order mutant whale is opening its mouth, but it's opening its mouth when it's dead. That ancient monster has won and is eating its flesh. Around the ancient monster are dozens of suckers. The giant whale was directly swallowed by that ancient monster. Then its eyes narrowed and its body twisted. Fusion completed. It now has an additional fish tail and it has reached the peak of fourth order, preparing to go up to fifth. A long time ago, in a zoo, a lion escaped from its cage, and all the staff were ordered to carry tranquilizer guns to capture this lion. A small panda was innocently sitting eating bamboo shoots. Suddenly a lion appeared behind him, causing him to be terrified. The lion roared ferociously and was about to turn the panda into today's lunch. The little panda had prepared mentally for a painful death. But a girl appeared in front of the little panda. No, it was an angel. She spread her arms to shield the panda. The panda could only fearfully hug his head with both hands. The lion rushed towards them, but bang! A loud noise rang out, and the lion was thrown off. Fortunately, the zoo's security team arrived in time. At this point, the brave girl just shivered and sat down. This situation seemed to have scared her to death. The beautiful angel with light pink hair and a dress of the same color gently looked at the panda and said, "You're scared too, aren't you?" Those are the beautiful memories in Shizai, who is now a powerhouse of the Misty Mountain Empire. He has come to Jer City, where that ancient monster is wreaking havoc. In his heart, he always believed that Xiaoai, that angel girl, is still alive, and tried to wait until Chizai, a strong man, will come to rescue her. The ancient monster has transformed with a greenish fish-like body. A month later, in the icy area north of Misty Mountain, White Tiger was speaking his own secret language and rushing towards his master. "Hurry up, find the master, or everyone will die." Indeed, White Tiger has broken through and advanced to Transcendent Second Order. The Divine Tree generously praised White Tiger. "As long as you try hard, you're still formidable." White Tiger grinned happily. "Hurry up, find the master, or everyone will die." Golden Ant saw White Tiger's promotion and came to visit, but actually to show off that he had been promoted to Second Order since last month. White Tiger didn't understand what you meant. Your breakthrough is your business. Then Flower God also came to tease. "I wasn't careful, so I broke through Second Order before you." White Tiger felt completely disheartened. Polar Bear and White Snake also came to praise White Tiger, but both of them have been Transcendent Second Order for a long time. White Tiger began to feel that his breakthrough was really meaningless. They were deliberately teasing White Tiger as a fool, all of them, only he was the slowest to break through second order. But with White Tiger's mind, basically these things are also normal anyway. White Tiger seriously and calmly said, "Hurry up, go find the master if not." And he flew away right after that. Seeing this, the Divine Tree said, "You guys can't tease him or you'll die." White Snake smirked in response. "I sincerely congratulate White Tiger on his promotion." Then White Snake and Polar Bear laughed cunningly and left. In the past month, many members have made breakthroughs, and the overall strength of Misty Mountain has also increased significantly. The Divine Tree has also awakened a new mini-divine skill, called Ice Age, with the ability to instantly freeze the land, sea, and sky. His spirit points have also reached over 8 million points, a terrifying number. The spirit stones in the earth have also been nearly depleted by him, leaving a little for his juniors. The north of Misty Mountain is being guarded by the Ape Corps, and the Divine Tree plans to let the Polar Bear Corps replace the apes to guard here. It's also time for the Divine Tree to return to his headquarters. Suddenly the Divine Tree thought of the little panda. He had been away for a month, not knowing if he had found his friend yet. Usually when he was with the Divine Tree, he was really a talkative radio, but on the contrary, not seeing him for a month, the Divine Tree also felt a lack. Hopefully no danger will come to him. The panda is in trouble, injured all over, covered in blood. He is confronting that ancient monster. A 4th order mutant beast is about to break through to 5th order. It seems that the eyes of the ancient monster are bleeding. At Misty Mountain, the beasts are still engrossed in watching movies every night. Today they watch an animation about Xiao Xian. When this boy has no pants and is caught by his mother, everyone laughs until they almost pee their pants. A brown bear came to Qing Gang and said he wanted to watch Animal World, but Qing Gang refused because they hadn't watched cartoons for a long time. Actually, at this time he was paying attention to a news on his phone screen. A news about JR City. He knew that Panda always cared about news from this city. Immediately clicked to see details. Voices rang out. A hero had tried to fight against the ancient monster to save mankind, and he had been captured by that monster. It seemed everything was over. The hope of mankind was shattered. Qing Gang sweated when he saw the image on the screen, a small figure being lifted into the air by a monster's tentacle. The crocodile also couldn't believe his eyes. That's 9th brother, a warrior as strong as him has been defeated? At this point, the Divine Tree still didn't know the news. Suddenly there was a movement. Qing Gang appeared in front of the Divine Tree. He screamed in pain, tears falling. This painful sound awakened the sky-high killing intent of a giant monster that had been sleeping Misty Mountain. At this moment, in the eyes of the members of Misty Mountain, there was only endless killing intent. The Divine Tree roared angrily. "Call everyone, return to Misty Mountain, the moment, the decisive battle has come." Returning to the time when the panda arrived at JR City. His old zoo sign was shattered and lay still on the desolate street. Returning to the old place. But Chizai's heart was heavy. "I'm back here. The whole city is too quiet. Around the city is covered and isolated by strange and large thorns. The people may have scattered, may have died, or fled. But even that supernormal 4th order beast is nowhere to be seen." Suddenly there was a noise above. A boy was screaming in pain. Perhaps he had just fallen. He was too hungry and was looking for food. The panda didn't know who he was and why he was in his cage. The ragged boy screamed in fear. "Monster! Monster!" Then the boy and the panda talked to each other. In this near-death situation, the boy was lucky to meet a powerful beast like Chizai who could speak human language. The boy said, "Are you looking for someone? But this area is now all forbidden." The panda asked the boy about the whereabouts of that ancient beast, but the boy also didn't know details, only knew that it had disappeared since yesterday. Before that, the ancient beast had fought with a tiger shark, causing half of the city to be flooded, said the boy. The panda went up to a high point, asking as he walked, "Why didn't you run away but stayed in this city?" The boy replied, "We were going to run away but didn't make it in time. Those sharp thorns appeared suddenly, me and my family were separated, then that beast appeared, even the army couldn't defeat it, many people died that day." The panda wondered, with such chaos, why were you still wandering around? The boy said that they had been trapped for a month, everyone had nothing left to eat, so he had to go out to find something, to continue living and reunite with his family. Chizai saw that perhaps it was a dream of the boy, a rightful dream. The two stood high, looking at the whole city. The boy pointed out to Chizai the place of the refugees. It was a basement under a building far away. The boy said that the people of the zoo were all protected by the government, because those who understand animal behavior are now used by the government. Surely they are all concentrated in that refugee area. Then the boy enthusiastically pulled the panda's hand to the refugee area. There were military guards there, and other pandas too. They would definitely not attack Chizai. But the panda refused. He couldn't go with the boy. The road ahead was safe. The boy could go home alone. A person from Misty Mountain. How could he show up here? If he showed up, it would definitely cause more chaos. The boy didn't understand and asked, "Don't you really want to meet that girl?" "I have no face to meet her anymore, at least not at this time. There is something I have to do. After finishing everything, I will go to see you," the panda replied. That is if Chizai is still alive. The boy was very smart and understood immediately. He shouted loudly, "You must not die, we will definitely wait for you to come back." Chizai smiled contentedly and left. A hero with his ideals is no longer afraid of death. Boom! An attack hit the back of the panda when he turned around. A tragic scene unfolded before his eyes as an innocent child had been killed. The boy seemed to have died without closing his eyes. His eyes were extremely angry. The giant tentacle was retracted. The ground suddenly shook violently as a huge black head slowly emerged from the ground. The panda held the small body of that boy and screamed in despair. "Hey kid, hang in there, you won't die." The panda immediately took out one of his life essence drops and used it on that boy who was barely alive. The effect was immediate as all wounds disappeared and the boy was as healthy as usual. The panda yelled, "It's a giant monster, kid, get out of here now!" Finally, the target of the panda's fight appeared, but why was his body so scared that it turned pale green? His whole body felt a strong sense of impending death. Is this what it feels like to be afraid of death, as mentioned by the divine tree? The ancient beast stood still like a mountain, a body as black as darkness, around it, extremely horrifying scale-covered tails. A thick and hard layer of earth covered its body. The giant beast opened its mouth and made terrifying sounds. Chizai never thought that this beast would hide underground, especially with its huge body. The panda once again chased the boy away. The boy was still hesitating about what the panda would do in this situation, but the panda's goal was to fight this giant ancient beast. The boy saw in front of him not a panda anymore, but a hero, and the boy believed in this hero. The boy immediately left. The panda summoned his aura, while the ancient beast roared to intimidate. An overwhelming pressure rushed towards the panda. Chizai felt an oppressive terror, even stronger than the divine tree. It seemed to be an immeasurable force, like a bottomless abyss. "Is a fourth-order beast really that strong?" Chizai screamed. At this point, the panda's sense of a fight was completely lost. This was the feeling of being oppressed by the opponent. There was no hope of survival. A huge tentacle rushed at him with terrifying speed. In an instant it was right in front of the panda. The panda jumped onto that tentacle to avoid this deadly punch, but in an instant, another punch followed. The panda couldn't dodge in time and could only block it by activating petrification. The panda immediately turned into stone to increase his body hardness, and boom! A very strong punch aimed straight at the panda. The punch was too strong. The panda spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. This punch was indeed too heavy. The panda slid back. What is this again? A combo punch? Dozens of punches aimed at the panda from above. This ancient beast is really crude. At this time, 2 reporters were working near the scene. Indeed, they were risking a lot. They bravely approached the fighting area of the ancient beast. The image was broadcast live on the national network. On the screen, the giant beast that had been silent for 2 days before was now fighting another unidentified beast. This was the second fight after fighting with the tiger shark. The ancient beast was furiously punching down. Finally, the camera also captured the image of that beast. It was a metal-eating beast, a panda that everyone knew. But the audience thought it was a reinforcement from the government's Panda Corps, fighting alone. A beast tamer asked his teammate, not knowing which unit that panda belonged to. Those in the refugee bunker were also very worried. Looking at this fight, it was clearly not balanced. In terms of physique, then it had lost too far. Someone got angry when they saw the panda fall in battle and scolded. Why did the government send such a small and weak character? It's completely overwhelmed to a tragic extent. An old man looked at the TV screen and told Xiao Ai, look at this, that's the panda. Xiao Ai was startled to recognize the fur color of that panda, very familiar. It's Chi. He still carries his flute with him, and he has come back to protect us. Speaking of which, Xiao Ai's tears flowed out. Boom! A supersonic bullet was flying towards the ancient beast. This bullet flew while roaring angrily, plunged straight into the thick skin of the ancient beast. But this skin was too thick and elastic, the bullet bounced off. That was Chi's body. The ancient beast immediately opened its mouth to counterattack. A powerful light pink energy wave shot out. The panda was helpless against this power. He was blown away. His whole body began to tear apart, blood spurted from his wounds. Chi's eyes slammed into the ground with a big explosion. His internal organs had been severely damaged, causing him to cough continuously. The shockwave just now made Chi's whole body still vibrating strongly after hitting the ground, fresh blood all over his body, a powerful attack effect. The panda immediately noticed that his vision had greatly reduced, his ears were deafened and breathing became difficult. Chi's felt that he might have been too subjective, although he was on par with the nine-tailed beast, compared to his current opponent, a supernormal fourth-order beast, he couldn't even fight back. He didn't know what to do, completely immersed in despair. Everyone in the refugee bunker was extremely worried. Was this panda about to die? Could it be that everything ends like this? The panda felt disappointed in himself, felt like a useless person, couldn't do anything. Just like that time, Xiao Ai was Chi's best friend, the two often chatted with each other. Of course it was Xiao Ai talking to herself, telling Chi's all kinds of things in the world, talking about how much she loved this city. And she had a dream, which was to live in this city forever. But when the lion escaped from the cage, she wasn't scared but ran out to protect Chi, while Chi left his beloved and ran away, not caring that she was also very scared. She must have been very disappointed in him, and Chi left because he had no face-to-face Xiao Ai anymore. A punch like a skyfall was rushing towards Chi. Boom! The punch hit the target. The ancient beast saw something wrong. Chi blocked the punch of the giant beast with one hand and screamed with a weird face full of killing intent. So at least. I will also kick your ass out of this city. This completely new creature born in Europe has brought the whole of Europe to its knees. It then followed the sea route to the Federation of China. The monster that appeared this time is the highest-ranked monster in world history. The Federation mobilized all its strength to counterattack, with a force even 5 times greater than when dealing with the divine tree. The whole world focused on China, hoping that this second-largest country in the world could solve the problem satisfactorily. But 250,000 soldiers were annihilated, and total casualties including civilians reached 570,000. On the 6th day of the disaster, 650,000 people had died. It was horrifying, as if World War III had broken out. The ancient monster still did not stop, still rampaging across the land, and as of today, up to 19,600,000 people have died. Transcendent Fourth Order, it is the most dangerous ancient monster in the world. At the Spiritual Power Supervision Bureau, a female manager is anxiously monitoring the monster. She was wondering why there was a panda fighting alone there. Wasn't Panda Corps Team 7 completely annihilated? At this moment 2 men entered. It was her leader, which startled her a bit. His face was extremely ugly. He immediately rushed to the monitor and asked anxiously and hopefully, Could this panda possibly win? Because he had seen the panda withstand a blow from the ancient monster, and the panda became too cool with deadly power bursting out brilliantly around him and a face that couldn't be more determined. Recalling his conversation with the divine tree, the panda guy was really unsure if he could defeat the Ninetails. She was really strong. In Chi's mind, Ninetails was invincible. Thinking about his cultivation process, Chi was deeply worried. Wondering when he could surpass that nine-tails fox girl, he asked the divine tree for a quick way to get stronger, like getting something for nothing. It really troubled the divine tree, a serious and exemplary young man. But the divine tree explained to Cheesy about the principle of using spiritual power. All spiritual power is stored in the heart after absorption from space. When fighting, they can only release a maximum of 30% of their spiritual power. To use all of it, they have to disperse the spiritual power from their heart and pour it into every cell. This can increase their strength to another level in a short time. At this point, Cheesy's eyes began to light up. The divine tree seriously advised not to use it, but the panda just laughed and told the divine tree not to worry. And this is the moment when Cheesy used this berserk technique. As soon as he began to release the spiritual power in his heart, anti-gravity energy was crazily released, causing rocks to crack and fly into the air. This pressure made the ancient monster pay attention. It started to widen its eyes and look because it really felt a dangerous force beneath it. The panda with a weird face and deadly aura challenged loudly. "Come here, you damn thing!" Immediately, 4 punches at supersonic speed were launched. Then dozens of other punches, all aimed straight at where Cheesy the panda was. But the ancient monster fell into the trap. Its tentacles were turned into ice by the panda. Then the panda rushed up like a brilliant bullet, at an incredible speed that even startled the ancient monster. When the distance was far enough, in an instant, Cheesy continued to launch at an even faster speed, wanting to pierce through space and hit straight into that ancient monster. This punch was not like before because its power had at least doubled or even tripled, and the speed of battle was too fast for the monster to defend itself. It took a full-body punch from the panda. The monster opened its mouth and screamed in pain. A creepy, mournful sound like from hell echoed out. And unbelievably, blood from the ancient monster's mouth also spurted out. It was red too. This amount of blood could fill 10 trucks. This satisfying punch excited everyone watching through the screen. They were thrilled and wanted to punch along with the panda. The panda continued to attack, and the ancient monster began to pull up the ground to enhance its defense. It was scared out of its wits. Since the ancient monster was born, no one had ever punched it, and now it knew what pain was. In the spiritual power monitoring room, they were measuring Cheesy's spiritual power intensity, which had reached 900,000, then 970,000, and was still rising rapidly. It was truly unbelievable. The female manager gritted her teeth and asked, "Can he win?" Of course, no matter who he is or where he comes from, the world no longer cares. They just want this hero to defeat that monster from hell and save mankind. The ancient monster launched a punch with terrifying power and speed, and the panda was ready to meet it. The monster's tentacles were shaken and began to tear apart, and blood spurted out from there. The panda was in the same condition, not much better. The body of a transcendent fourth order is indeed too hard. If they were on par, the panda would surely punch this beast without missing a beat, but that's just a wish. Dozens of punches were again directed at the panda. The panda roared, using all his strength, and also launched dozens of punches towards those tentacles. For this ancient monster beast, there is no need for tactics or techniques, only power against power. The huge tentacles were punched off, and the panda's whole body was covered in blood. He could no longer control his body because Cheesy's body had exceeded its limit in a short time, and had now reached its limit. Pain and numbness were what he was experiencing at this moment. His body fell freely. The ancient monster seized the opportunity. It rose up and opened its big mouth to bite Cheesy. Boom! It bit down, and its huge body hit the ground, causing a strong shockwave. Everyone was so worried that their hearts were about to jump out. Could this panda hero be killed? The chairman of the Federation also couldn't accept this situation. This is humanity's hope. Suddenly, a violent vibration erupted from the body of the ancient monster, forcing it to open its mouth, a sea of fire inside, and Cheesy shot out. Hard to swallow, isn't it? The eyes of the ancient monster had turned white from pain. The panda had escaped, but he did not rest. He activated the combination of Fire Lotus and Fireball. What's this? The two reporters in the area really didn't know what was happening. Is there another sun? The panda had enveloped his whole body with spiritual fire, extremely fierce. Is this the panda's final move? The panda shouted loudly. Feel lucky, because before you die you get to see this move of mine. Ninetails hasn't even had a chance to see this move yet. I will let you taste it today. Like a brilliant sun, the fire continued to be concentrated and compressed to the extreme. The panda roared. Go to hell. This sun was shot like a thermal bullet, aimed straight at the ancient monster. A splash of blood erupted. The sun continued to circle back for the second attack. The panda was attacking furiously. In less than half a minute, he launched dozens of attacks from all directions. The giant ancient monster could only scream in pain. There were hundreds of wounds on the monster's body. It seemed as if its body was being cut into pieces. The pain was indescribable. The female reporter who saw this scene began to get excited and started her passionate commentary. This is a chance for humanity to win. In the spiritual power monitoring room, everyone was also excited. This panda guy was too strong. The entire future of humanity was on his shoulders. The people watching TV were even more excited, cheering for their hero. This match was too intense, too captivating, and too important because it was about the future of mankind. Everyone watched the match intently. They didn't even dare to go to the toilet for fear of missing a second of the match. They watched while cheering, gritting their teeth and sweating. It was even more suspenseful than watching their own country in the World Cup final. Xiao Ai and her grandfather were also cheering as enthusiastically as possible. Boom! A collision right in the eye of the ancient monster. Blood rained down like a shower. The panda roared in the air. This city is originally beautiful, a place you should not come, get out of here! After saying that, he continued a very strong rush, looking from afar, like the sun really rushing to the ground. The light was too dazzling, and boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and the shock wave carried a terrifying heat spreading over an area of hundreds of square kilometers, blowing up the reporter's skirt. They fell to the ground but had to quickly stand up to continue filming. They were the only and most daring reporters here in the world. But what's going on? She couldn't believe her eyes. Everyone was also silent in shock. Impossible, how could this happen? The ancient beast caught Chi's eye. Hang him upside down, blood flowing from all over his body. Immediately the whole world was silent for a while, beginning to become disappointed. Nothing could defeat this monster? The chairman slammed the table angrily. Damn it! Everything is over. The ancient beast punched the panda to the ground. The panda still struggled to crawl up. His body was really too strong. The panda coughed continuously. Many bones in his body were broken. At this time, his chance of victory was completely gone. The essence of life that the divine tree gave him, he had used up. Now the panda understood the feeling of humans when facing the divine tree is also like this, really powerless to infinity. Suddenly a child ran towards the battlefield. He rushed in begging the female reporter to save the panda. He didn't want the panda to die. His tears were flowing like rain. He cried and said, "The panda just wants to meet a friend only. He doesn't want to die like that." This made Xiao Ai cry immediately. She screamed in despair. "Enough already, run away!" Chi's eye seemed to feel Xiao Ai's words. He slowly stood up. Run? If he doesn't run, he will definitely die. Everything will end. Death is entwining him. Death asks him if he is afraid. But Xiao Ai's beautiful image appeared, and Chi's eye is no longer the old Chi's eye anymore. He struggled to say, "Xiao Ai, are you watching my match? The fire in my heart will not go out this time. I will not run away anymore. This time I will absolutely not surrender." And the eyes of the panda once again lit up with a murderous intent that filled the sky. "Xiao Ai, do you hear me? This time I won't run away," Chi screamed again, and blood spurted from his mouth. Xiao Ai could only cover her mouth and cry. Her heart had completely melted. Since the restoration of spiritual power on Earth, humans have been obsessed with slaughtering mutated monsters everywhere. But today, they have witnessed a mutated monster fighting for human survival against a monster that wants to destroy them. Xiao Ai suddenly remembered the old days when Chi saw her injured by a lion attack. Xiao Ai said that humans are willing to sacrifice to protect what they cherish. She asked Chi if he had anything he wanted to protect. Unfortunately, Chi at that time did not know how to speak human language. He could not say anything. Now Xiao Ai knew that the person Chi wanted to protect was her. she screamed Cheesy's name and cried loudly. Tears covered her face. At 5:30 p.m. that day, the panda was officially defeated, and his life or death was unknown. Xiaoai said that she loved this city very much and wanted to live here forever, which were the last memories of the panda. A peaceful sunset, and the person he cherished sitting next to him. The panda still stood tall and spread his arms to protect this city, despite hundreds of wounds on his body. The ancient beast was using the ground to wrap around his legs, lifting him high. In the end, this little panda was the one who punched the ancient beast without missing a beat, and at this last moment, the ancient beast wanted to look at the panda carefully. The reporters were still diligently recording these tragic moments. There are always heroes in every era, layer upon layer, but few have a satisfactory ending. All the residents on this planet also stood still in shock. They still couldn't believe their eyes. When this panda died, humanity's hope would end. The ancient beast began to open its mouth as big as a volcano, throwing the panda into it. Xiaoai was in extreme pain. The panda no longer reacted, his body was full of blood. Had he stopped breathing? Crunch! A harsh chewing sound rang out. The ancient beast had swallowed Cheesy. This divine tree could only watch through the TV screen, his eyes filled with hatred. At this time Shaolin came and reported that the information that the divine tree requested had been found. GR City is where the panda was born and raised in the zoo. There are 8 members in this zoo management team. And Xiaoai is the person that Cheesy is looking for. These members are not on the list of deaths or escapes from GR City. So this Xiaoai girl is still in the city. The divine tree asked how long it would take to get to GR City. Xiaoling said it would take 1 month, exactly when Cheesy left. At the Federal Spiritual Power Monitoring Bureau, everyone was also gathering information about Cheesy. It was known that this panda guy was actually a runaway subject before. And that girl Xiaoai is one of the zoo staff. The chairman felt strange, a beast fighting another beast to save people, even more affectionate than humans? He asked. Can't the flight attendant job be deployed yet? The girl replied. No, because the continent has been sealed off and the city is completely isolated by giant spike beasts. Even if we use explosives, we can't clear it. What about using helicopter transport? Completely shot down by beasts from above. The plan of the divine tree is very simple, to punch directly and destroy that giant spiked wall. The chairman here had summoned the Dragon Corps, one of the strongest forces of the Federation. In addition, they also summoned all the top-level superpower soldiers in the world. All were moved by air and completed assembly within a month. But for the divine tree, a month is too long. The chairman also thought so. The purpose of this campaign is to protect the people and the panda's family, punch the ancient beast to death and rescue Cheesy out, just that. Both the human side and the divine tree have decided to start attacking in 10 days. Upon receiving this order, even Misty Mountain was shaken, and the roar of revenge echoed under a sky. In some corner of GR City, Xiaoai was carrying an AWM sniper rifle with a barrel bigger than a Barrett. She wanted to go for revenge, but the old man stopped her. How could she fight that beast when even Cheesy couldn't? But the girl was very determined and said, Cheesy is not afraid of death. Why should I be afraid? Can't live forever in this weird place. Even if I can't do anything to that beast, I have to shoot it once before I die, otherwise I won't be satisfied even if I die. The old man heard these words and really sweated. This girl is too cool. Suddenly a strong tremor shook the building. Everyone thought there was an earthquake. But no, it was because the ancient beast was roaring. Outside you could hear its terrifying roar clearly. Not only that, it also created a terrifying shock. Then from the mouth of the ancient beast, a huge mass of green slime poured out. What is it trying to do? It spat out this green slimy lump. This lump of green slime stuck to a 100-story building and melted it down. Then this ancient beast continued its strange behavior. It was retracting its tentacles. Reporters who didn't need their lives were still persistently filming this scene. They also didn't know what the beast wanted to do. It turns out that this ancient beast had cleared an area to make its nest, and then transformed into a cocoon. At the Central Spiritual Power Monitoring Bureau, they were looking for the scientific name of this ancient beast, along with identifying its behavior. In the end, its name is Destruction Beast Australith. Because it was born in Australia and specializes in destruction, so it has this name. Truly ironic. At this time there was an urgent news from GR City. In the screen, that beast had become silent. It was sleeping in a giant cocoon. Seeing this scene, the chairman immediately darkened his face because he knew this beast was entering its next evolutionary stage. It's scary to think that this cocoon will hatch a winged beast. And when it really hatches out, perhaps Earth's doomsday has come. From that huge mass of green slime, movements began to occur, strange beasts began to sprout from this pile of slime. With a large number, all shapes and sizes, they began to hunt humans in this city. Those who are slow will be swallowed by this green beast. The remaining human bodies they brought back to the giant cocoon. Human bodies had piled up like a mountain. At one end of the cocoon, a mouth with countless sharp teeth was waiting for its meal. This greedy mouth began to greedily enjoy its meal. It chewed all the humans that its disciples brought back. 2 saint-level reporters were on the scene to film the final boss's dinner. Truly terrifying. Terrifying with the abilities of these 2 reporters. Those strange beasts like shadows had caught many living people to feed the cocoon. There were large beasts with the role of hunting and guarding. In addition, there were many winged beasts, tasked with surveillance in the sky. This is an organized border system, proving that they have awakened intelligence. If we let that cocoon fully evolve, the consequences are unpredictable. 2 beasts were frantically hunting people to meet their KPI today. Suddenly a bullet whizzed by, sticking straight into the head of the beast. It was shock-wave projectiles. The Panda warrior and beast controller appeared. It seems that the Panda warrior had been injured before. They asked him to quickly return to the refugee camp. These days they have been too busy, without even time to heal their wounds, because that ancient beast before entering the cocoon had given birth to thousands of different shadow beasts to hunt humans. And now this girl controlling this beast along with the remaining pandas in the city are the only defense force. 3 days after the battle with Chi-Z, the light around that cocoon was getting brighter and brighter. Suddenly there was a noise behind the girl. Unbelievably, those shadow beasts had resurrected once again. Realizing the situation was too bad, they had to retreat. Upon returning to the secret refuge, the people were waiting for the girl and the panda to return. They wondered what it was like outside, and especially, did the 2 bring back food? The girl threw down a large bag of food, and everyone immediately cheered. Xiao Ai and Xiao Zi met. They confided in each other. Outside was full of shadow beasts. They hid here, although they were not eaten but would also starve to death. The signal to the outside was completely disturbed. Rescue could not come, did not know what the next situation would be. Saying this, both felt extremely disappointed. The panda next to them was injured all over, only knew to listen quietly. Xiao Ai said that she would definitely survive, could not let Chi-Zi's death be in vain. Xiao Zi also determined to protect everyone. The 2 girls leaned against the wall tiredly. Not long after, a loud alarm sounded. Everyone was stunned. Since the disaster struck, this alarm system has never been activated. A lookout ran in and said loudly, "It's bad, look outside. There are a large number of shadow beasts heading this way." Xiao Ai and Xiao Zi startled stood up. The ear-piercing roar of shadow beasts from outside transmitted in. They had destroyed the last line of defense, and rushed into the people's refuge base. The defense system was useless. The shadow beasts began to massacre people frantically. Xiao Zi commanded everyone, children and old people quickly ran down to the basement, while the rest picked up weapons and fought. But before this crisis situation, people only knew to run away frantically. A bullet shot right at a shadow beast's head. It was that old man. This spider immediately targeted the old man, who realized that ordinary bullets couldn't do anything to these beasts. The emergency basement door was opened. Xiao Ai led everyone inside. Above, Xiao Zi and her panda were trying to resist the shadow beasts. The panda was injured again, new wounds on top of old ones. Sanbao had fought too much. It really was too much for him. This boy was holding Xiao Ai's hand back. He didn't want Xiao Ai to go out into danger. But Xiao Ai was determined, one hand holding a gun, one hand closing the door, and said, "I will stand behind and fight." But as soon as she closed the door, a shadow beast appeared behind her. She quickly took her long legs and ran away. The beast with its mighty force tried to follow its giant mouth and almost caught her, but Xiao AI determinedly said, "I won't let you eat me. I will survive. I'm sure I won't die here." Saying that, she raised her gun and aimed fire. Pang! A bullet pierced through the head of a giant spider. But it seemed that this beast was also stuck in a narrow gap. Xiao AI sighed a little relieved. Here, the mother and child of the hippo family are soaking in the clear water, listening to the birds singing and enjoying the gentle sunlight. Today is a normal day like any other. Suddenly, whoosh whoosh whoosh. The giant roots from under the lake soar high, scaring the two hippos, their mouths wide open. Is it the end of the world? No, it's the Misty Mountain army, with the divine tree behind them. There are also mutant buffalo, white tigers, 9 tails, and golden ants. At this time, the flower god is like an assistant to the divine tree. Looking forward, she said that they have been moving continuously for 7 days, and only 2 more days will arrive. The divine tree's eyes are solemn and silent. They are on an urgent journey to Gets City to rescue the panda, so the faster they go, the better. In the sky, Aki has arrived earlier with his air advantage. The divine tree coldly ordered, "Continue to speed up." The eagle team has gone ahead for 2 days, and now that monster cocoon has come into view, all early intelligence information will be continuously updated by the mutant bird for the divine tree. At this time, the mutant eagle discovered a group of people at a high point. It turned out to be a small team of superhuman soldiers of mankind, Dragon Corps. The team leader, who looks very warlike, is a transcendent First Order, looking at that monster that has transformed into a cocoon with gritted teeth, and said, "It really has transformed." The bald teammate next to him hurriedly took out a telescope and observed, "Not only that, look! It has given birth to a group of shadow beasts. They are too many and organized. They have been tirelessly bringing food to that cocoon. But this also means that this ancient monster is in a period of weakness and needs protection, so this is an opportunity to destroy it." The team leader continued to observe that cocoon. The green light bands interspersed with cement-colored cocoons were flickering. He gritted his teeth and said, "If we fail, we humans will be extinct." The news of the superhuman soldier team arriving at Gets City was transmitted back to headquarters. The senior managers hurriedly informed the chairman about the plan that had officially begun. Meanwhile, the most powerful and modern armed forces are still trapped outside by a fence of thorns harder than steel and huge enough to cover the entire city. Shaoling also joined the battle. She led her most elite and warlike superhuman army with maximum numbers and was rushing towards Gets City like crazy. This immediately caught the eye of Mr. Chairman of the Spiritual Power Supervision Bureau, because after disappearing in the battle for Flower God, everyone was looking for her whereabouts. One of the strongest federations is Shaoling, another one is Wang Hao. In addition to Yendu, Wang Hao from Baidi City, Xiaoyao from Sudu, and Yinhan from Hudu all led their teams there. Together they can reach their destination tomorrow, the subordinate manager quickly reported. Except Long Tingwei was unable to come back in Sakura country. This time, all domestic forces have been fully mobilized, determined to deal with this ancient monster. It's no different from a national war. At this time, the female manager's face was full of sweat. She just read an email from the Spiritual Power Supervision Bureau. A subject with a spiritual power of 4 million is moving quickly to Gets City. Damn it, this news made the whole office jump up. Unbelievable. Is a 4th order ancient monster not enough? That is the mutant tree with big eyes. The meeting room immediately fell silent. The chairman's face turned gray in an instant. Why did this enemy come here? Inside the battlefield, the shadow beasts are still engrossed in their daily work. Warm human bodies are quickly transported by them to their owner. On the shoulder of a shadow beast, a familiar uniform, that is a superhuman soldier. He is still sober, a transcendent 2nd order warrior. He Baiju is gradually approaching the target. The plan of mankind is that if this ancient monster cannot be destroyed from the outside, then destroy it from the inside, so he Baiju will have an extremely dangerous task. He carries a large number of bombs containing huge spiritual power, pretending to be prey, and when that beast opens its mouth to eat, he will throw the bomb into its mouth. With his ability, he will try to escape at that time. As for Hongying, this female warrior with hiding skills will be responsible for monitoring support and detonating the bomb. The team leader said he wanted Baiju to detonate directly, but his life was hard to preserve. That's for sure, a spiritual bomb to destroy a fourth-order monster, even when activated at a certain radius. It's definitely very dangerous for those nearby. The plan of this small team is that after Baiju successfully inserts the bomb into the body of that monster, they will attack one side together to attract the guarding shadow beasts, while Hongying will activate the bomb. Baiju and Hongying are communicating with each other in meaning. There's one problem, that is the signal in this area is too noisy. They need to get closer to the cocoon. This also means more risk. The monster cocoon begins its meal. A pile of corpses has been fully prepared. The huge and stinky mouth of the cocoon has opened. Saliva flows everywhere, which is extremely scary. Seeing this scene at close range, Baiju can't imagine it at all. It's like facing absolute death and very disgusting, but in his heart there is also a little excitement and nervousness because he is about to complete his mission. The distant teammates watched with great anxiety, not missing a second. One shouted, "It's about to eat! It's about to eat!" Luckily, this monster's cocoon doesn't have eyes, so Baiju was able to roll it onto its tongue and prepare to swallow him along with dozens of human corpses. The time to shine is now. Baiju took off the bomb wrapped around his waist. With the fastest speed and accuracy, he shouted, "You disgusting creature, take this gift!" As soon as Baiju finished speaking, he immediately threw the bomb into the mouth of the monster that was wide open, along with dozens of human bodies. Baiju pushed his body out with force. At the same time, the jaws of the monster's cocoon closed with a harsh sound crop. Then, Baiju landed and began to run like crazy. The Shadow Beast's guards had detected him and immediately the whole area became noisy. As planned, the superhuman soldier squad rushed up to protect Baiju and distract the Shadow Beasts. Time was precious at this moment, every second counted. As long as they kept enough distance, the bomb would be activated immediately. The Shadow Beasts close to the mutant cocoon were still stunned when a fierce attack occurred. A series of fatal blows targeted these monsters. They were so surprised that they could only scream in pain. Looking at the spiritual bullets behind him cutting through space to help Baiju, he knew he had to run fast. On this side, hidden behind a wall, Hongying started activating the bomb after seeing Baiju escape. Press the button. The bomb was lying quietly in the stomach of that monster, covered by digestive juices. The bomb began to glow, with red signals flashing continuously. 5 seconds passed. Why is there no reaction? What's going on? Hongying exclaimed in panic, but she didn't know that behind her a mouth full of sharp teeth with cold blue eyes was staring at her. Baiju was gliding away, predicting that an explosion should have occurred by now. But why is there still no movement? What is Hongying doing? Oh, but another huge mouth was waiting for him. Boom! A loud noise rang out. Baiju's reflexes were great. He had jumped up into the air to avoid the bite just now and the surprise of the worm-like monster with legs. Watermelon cut! A blow was launched by Baiju immediately after that. 2 sharp spiritual rays cut along the body of that disgusting monster. Baiju confidently said, "I am not a person who only knows how to run away." A shadow beast's foot appeared. This time it was a bit strange, which made him a little surprised. A tomato-red shadow beast. Baiju sneered. "Tomato, huh? Even uglier than the others." Saying so, but cold sweat had run down Baiju's forehead because this one was quite strong, much stronger than those blue ones. This shadow beast also sneered. It even had eyes. Its whole body exuded a blood-red murderous aura like blood. Damn it, it could even speak. The extraordinary small team of warriors are fiercely fighting with the shadow beasts. It's been a long time, but there's no movement. The team leader shouted. "Hasn't it exploded yet?" An extraordinary warrior was swallowed whole by a shadow beast, in front of everyone. They couldn't believe it. Another first-order transcendent shadow beast appeared. The team leader also looked pale. This force of shadow beasts is not easy to deal with at all. He looked painfully at Hongying being swallowed by that beast. Only her arm was sticking out. The team leader immediately ordered, "Everyone! Quickly grab the detonator!" And everyone rushed towards the shadow beast that was swallowing Hongying. These warriors rushed in desperately. Casualties began to increase dizzyingly. One person was pierced through, one person was caught by that beast, but they were not afraid. Still rushing in crazily. This beast is as big as a hill. and in its mouth is Hong Ying, and the team leader is about to touch Hong Ying's arm. But a very agile red and black striped shadow beast, its hand holding Bai Ju, using him as a weapon. Bang! The team leader was knocked back several tens of meters. This beast is Tang on second order transcendent. The team leader held Bai Ju, worriedly said, "Is this a shadow beast?" But Bai Ju seemed to be seriously injured, just whispered a word. "Help!" In front of the team leader, full of shadow beasts, he was surrounded. But he got the detonator. Holding it in his hand, he will activate it right now. If he doesn't kill that ancient beast, the comrades who have fallen are all in vain. He himself dies here, doesn't matter. At this close distance, it's also less interference, so he decided to press the button now. "Die with me, you monsters," he shouted. But will it succeed? Of course it succeeded. Almost he activated it right under the belly of the huge cocoon. A very strong light began to emit from the belly of the cocoon, accompanied by a deafening energy explosion sound, like the sound of boiling water in an electric kettle has boiled over. And boom! A very powerful energy explosion, dazzling light, shining straight into the sky. All creatures around tens of meters are turned into dust. The team leader was thrown back. The pressure was too strong and the air was burned in an instant, causing lung damage to the team leader, suffocating him. He couldn't help but cough continuously. Only the team leader is left, sitting on the ground, his eyes glued to the explosion, whispering. Finally it succeeded? His blood and tears mixed together, pouring out, sorrowfully saying, "My brothers, you did not die in vain." But before he could rejoice for long, Tang On, a second-order beast with a deadly breath, appeared beside the team leader. The team leader looked over in shock. Suddenly it knelt on one knee next to the team leader but did not attack, which also surprised the team leader. But what was even more surprising was that in the smoke, a purple-black figure began to appear. It turns out that this red shadow beast is kneeling before its king, Australith Fourth-Order Transcendent Peak. The team leader was truly speechless. Wasn't the detonation successful? Why is it like this? In the end, what needs to be done to destroy this ancient beast? He was still engrossed in endless thoughts. But that huge mouth had arrived, ending all his efforts and the entire Dragon Corps' most combat-worthy small team. Boom! Outside the city, the modernly equipped army is still trying to bombard this wall that is thicker and harder than steel. The commander of the military force also felt helpless, feeling that these walls are really annoying, no matter how many types of bullets they fired, from armor-piercing to explosive bullets had no effect. At this time, a subordinate ran over to report. "Commander, there is a new discovery. A gap has appeared in the wall on the south side." There really is a gap, and it's quite wide. The commander was also shocked when he received this news. He didn't understand why there was a gap. Who could do this miraculous and domineering thing? But there was no time to think too much anymore. He immediately ordered the infantry with advanced weapons to quickly enter the city. On this side, right in a large supermarket refugee area, shadow beasts have surrounded all around outside. Everywhere is full of stench, and the air has also become greener due to the impact of dense shadow beasts. Inside, people together reinforce walls and doors with loose wood pieces. They are determined to hold this place, and not let shadow beasts advance any further. Some people are tired and desperate. They have been besieged for 2 days. If they are not eaten, they will starve to death. Xiao Shi and her panda are both tired and wounded. They rest silently for a while. Xiao Ai and her grandfather also hold their sniper rifles tightly in their hands, always on high alert. Xiao Ai understood that everyone had reached their limit of endurance. A cold sweat trickled down her cheek. Bang! The newly reinforced door was destroyed. A huge green claw stabbed in. Everyone was horrified, but they were all in the same boat. A brave guy shouted, "Everyone pick up your weapons, don't let them invade, everyone." But before he could finish his sentence, a huge mouth bit off his head. Xiao Ai screamed, "Be careful, everyone." Xiao Shi and her panda also roared angrily and entered the combat state. The panda used its 2 hands with sharp claws, slashing crazily. But the number of shadow beasts invading was too many. In a few more minutes they would all die. Suddenly, space vibrated violently. Xiao Ai wondered, is it an earthquake? But a strange thing happened. Even the shadow beasts were stunned and didn't know where this vibration came from. They even ran outside together. Outside, a huge foot was trampling dozens of shadow beasts to death, the sound of miserable screams continuously emitted. Some shadow beasts were cut into two by a huge axe. Dozens of others became barbecue under the deadly fire. The vibration stopped. Xiaoyai naturally felt an invisible protection, extremely safe. Boom! Huge tree roots sprouted from the ground, startling Xiaoyai. Her eyes narrowed, not knowing whether to be happy or scared. In front of her, a very powerful beast army Misty Mountain Corps had arrived. Xiaoyai stood in front of the majestic and huge divine tree. She was still unsure whether to be afraid or grateful. After all, this was a mutated beast, not a human, and moreover, a public enemy of mankind. The people below also began to whisper. They all knew that this was the divine tree with the name that humans called the demon tree. Why was this terrifying demon here? And moreover, it was the whole ally of Misty Mountain. The surviving people also did not know whether to be afraid or happy. They were all waiting for a word from Misty Mountain. A few people became negative and terrified, hugged their heads and grimaced. Damn it, they will definitely eat us. Look at their mouths. We can't escape death today. Xiaoyai, with her hot body, still stood proudly, her arms holding the AWM tightly, her face not afraid at all. At this moment, she would represent all the surviving humans here. A gentle voice sounded. Are you Xiaoyai? The divine tree said. The divine tree squinted at Xiaoyai and continued. Are you the person that the ninth wants to protect with all his might? Xiaoyai heard this, also involuntarily looked up, trying to look into the eyes of the divine tree, because she really did not know who the ninth was and did not know who the person that the ninth wanted to protect was. But suddenly Xiaoyai startled, she shouted in panic, her voice breaking the terrifying silence of the people here. Are you friends of Cheesy? Are you here to save him? The divine tree decisively answered. That's right. He squinted his eyes and swept over the panicked people and calmly said, his voice full of authority and security. Including all of you here, I will also protect you very safely. Rest assured, the things that the ninth has not done yet, I will do it for him. The people suddenly stood still, all silent for a moment. They did not hear wrong, did they? The disaster-level mutated beast, a public enemy of mankind, was promising to protect them. Damn it, but this is good news. So good that they can only be speechless. The divine tree called Tian Kong. This muscular guy was lifting a huge wooden box, weighing several tons and as big as 2 container trucks. Tian Tseng understood his master's intention and immediately placed the huge wooden box as gently as possible on the floor, but still created a big shock. The divine tree said, there are food and drink inside, as well as necessities brought from our city, enough for all of you to use today. Everyone was shocked and backed away a few steps, wondering in their hearts. They were too confused by this situation. Some people who lived to 70 years old had never seen a mutated beast so considerate and kind. Some of them were very practical and immediately wondered what to do tomorrow if the food was only enough for one day. The divine tree glanced at the whispering sound. A trace of disgust flashed in his eyes, but he still said gently, you will be saved tomorrow. Then the divine tree turned to his subordinates and entrusted the task of protecting these people to the beautiful elf, Tian Kong, the blue wolf, the gorilla and a few other members. On this side, the key members with the strongest firepower were the 9 tails, the dinosaur, the black buffalo, the white tiger, and the divine tree to find that ancient beast. It was easy to identify the enemy's position because there was a layer of green membrane covering the sky in that area. Among the crowded shadow beasts, a special beast stood out with gray fur, a silver mane and a pair of eyes that looked very strange with green pupils, looking very cunning. This cunning ancient beast had undergone a change in appearance. Fortunately it had not advanced to transcendent 5th order, but its strength was too terrifying, its spiritual power measured up to 12 million. And its intelligence was relatively complete. It was thinking in its head, there is a strong one coming, food hungry. As for our divine tree, transcendent 3rd order, spiritual power also reached 9,700,000. But it seemed to be much lower than Australith. Not only that, Australith also constantly reproduced. There were thousands of larvae that had cocooned as its offspring being incubated. A winged shadow beast was diligently taking care of these cocoons like a nanny. The divine tree began to move towards the ancient beast. Dust followed his footsteps. Above his head, dozens of powerful mutated birds were circling around, looking like he was moving alone, but in fact it was a whole army. 2 reporters with divine-level skills are in a collapsed wall hole, still passionate about their mission, probably haven't eaten anything for days, but they still insist on not putting down the camera. The female reporter sweats profusely and says, "Look, it's the monster tree from Misty Mountain, they've all come here." The male reporter with his hands turned to stone also sweats and whispers, "I feel like we're going to die here sooner or later. Live by the profession, die by the profession, isn't that glory?" There is also something that makes these 2 reporters sad, that is, the phone signal has completely disappeared since the ancient beast completed its transformation. They need to send these precious footage back to the center. But unexpectedly, the signal came back. The female reporter was overjoyed, a big smile on her face that looked quite scary. She couldn't help but scream, "There's a signal! Oh my God, that's great!" But immediately her joy was suppressed. The male reporter next to her frowned and signaled, "Grandma of mine, do you want to kill me?" "Shut up." The girl quickly covered her mouth. And so, the first images of the divine tree in GR City were broadcast live to the television station. The manager was checking the monitor's intention. Suddenly a computer operator shouted, "Boss, there's the latest news from the GR battlefield sent back." Immediately the manager gasped. The employee was also startled. They had lost contact with the hottest war zone on the planet for a while. He confirmed that this was indeed footage sent from GR City. On the screen, the demon tree with huge leaves, giant eyes moving. The manager squinted his eyes, gritted his teeth, and said urgently, "Quick, report to the other side, prepare to broadcast live." The manager couldn't wait any longer, constantly urging his staff with hesitation. "How is it? Can this kind of thing be broadcast live? Can it be shared?" The employee was also flustered and yelled angrily, I understand, you want to broadcast immediately." Immediately the manager turned purple, because if this battle succeeds they will develop very well, but if they fail, they may face the death penalty, because this kind of confidential news originally could not be broadcast live to all mankind. But the employee with sweat dripping from his forehead also determinedly said, "Everyone has the right to know." About the time when all mankind stands on the brink of extinction. At this time, all the people with their personal internet access methods had seen the scene in GR City. They began to buzz about the appearance of the divine tree. All were surprised by this presence. People everywhere began to discuss it, whether it was the divine tree and the ancient beast fighting for territory or not. It's best to stay away from there. Even, images were broadcast on giant screens in squares and avenues in big cities. Many people were skeptical about the fate of mankind. Some cults with thousands of followers considered this a sign of destruction. They all didn't need to do anything, because this was God's decision. On this side, in the private office of the chairman of the Federal Spiritual Force Supervision Bureau, he was worried about humanity, wondering what they could do in this situation. Humans were arrogant with the power of nuclear weapons, but these 2 monster kings were completely immune to nuclear weapons. What could humans rely on, and what awaited them? Meanwhile, his subordinates kept calling him and asking what to do next, but he just remained silent. At GR City, the divine tree had arrived, standing in front of Australith. The 2 super mutant monsters faced each other, and even the air became extremely suffocating. The density of spiritual force was too thick. The 9-tailed fox said anxiously, "Master, I feel something strange in the spiritual force that this mutant beast emits, but strangely enough, I can't sense its breath." Hearing this, the divine tree also felt the same as he had sensed. "That's right, I feel the same way. But the most important thing is that this ancient mutant beast is giving off a very uneasy feeling." Suddenly, the ancient mutant beast spoke in human language. "Finally, you have arrived." This made the divine tree startled, unable to believe that it knew how to speak human language, but thinking carefully, a transcendent fourth-order mutant beast that awakened high intelligence was not surprising. Australith continued, "In the moment I swallowed that panda, I felt a unique and delicious breath. It turned out to be you." At this point, the divine tree thought to himself, that delicious thing must be the essence of life. Austrolith, with a strange shape, like a bee, like a spider, and like a fish, did not know what it looked like most, but it continued. I did not kill that panda, it is still alive in my stomach, just to smell you, I will catch you, and then eat both of you at once. The words were truly arrogant. It must have known that it was the strongest entity on the planet by itself, but what it did not know was that the character who talked a lot usually died early. The divine tree was moved to tears and sincerely said, Thank you for doing that, and thank you for letting me know that too. Because then I will know how to save the panda out of you, you damn dog. The divine tree humorously got angry and roared in rage and did not spare any words to curse the mutant beast. Too angry, although he had not finished his script yet, the ancient mutant beast Austrolith could not stand it any more, and ordered his dark mutant beast army to rush up. On this side, the divine tree also immediately ordered his Misty Mountain army to fight back. The two sides of forces with a large number of people rushed into each other with a terrifying momentum that shook the sky and earth. The shadow beast of the night roared in madness, its dozens of large mouths wide open as if it wanted to devour its opponent alive. Meanwhile, the eyes of those on Misty Mountain also lit up with endless murderous intent, their anger reaching its peak. Both sides charged at each other like madmen, the white tiger clashing head-on with the long-necked shadow beast to see who had the harder head. The dinosaur behind also found its opponent, its red eyes rushing forward. The snow bear boss blocked a group of shadow beasts and started an AoE attack, launching a thunderstorm area that shattered the night beasts in an instant. The black buffalo here was surrounded by a group of shadow beasts, but with his sharp axe, he swung a powerful path, and 3 to 4 night beasts were split in two. The dinosaur stood tall and used its sound wave to suppress the enemy. Under the intense vibration of the sound wave, the body of the night beast was instantly torn apart. But none were as cool as the fox lady, who alone gathered a group of night beasts, 2 of which were leaders who rushed up to set an example for their followers. Huffing and puffing. The sound of fire being compressed filled the nine-tailed fox's mouth. Flamethrower. The deadly and extremely dense flame was launched by the 9 tails with great pressure, blowing into the dozen or so beasts in front. The shadow beasts regretted too late, and could only scream in pain. A second later, all the night beasts were melted down to ashes. On this side, the divine tree was beating Austrolith with a root harder than steel. The root pierced straight into the sturdy body of the ancient beast. A loud collision sounded, even sparks flew out. It was clearly a root and a beast's body, but it seemed like 2 steel objects were fighting. Damn it, the ancient beast used its 2 legs like 2 swords to resist the previous attack. Its face was extremely calm, like a swordsman, and its eyes were incredibly cold. The divine tree was also slightly surprised. Indeed, his previous attack could not penetrate it. But the ancient beast immediately seized the opportunity to counterattack. More than 10 purple tentacles harder than steel, some shaped like swords and some round, rushed towards the divine tree in a wave of counterattacks. The speed and density of attacks made this ancient beast dominant. What is this? My body! The divine tree saw that its body had been pierced by those tentacles in an instant, and couldn't help but narrow its eyes in shock. Due to too many attacks at once, the divine tree could only choose to protect its central command eye. The ancient beast was showing great battle intent on the battlefield. Its tentacles changed shape flexibly after destroying a brave blue wolf. That tentacle continued to transform into a zigzag spear and attack the divine tree. It was indeed an effective attack combo. The divine tree narrowed its eyes calmly, beginning to recalculate. If it continued to fight with the boss here, it would affect its teammates. So, it had to think of another plan. A sudden roar rang out behind the divine tree. You dare to look around! It was Austrolith, who didn't let the opponent rest at all and suppressed the opponent with speed. Pushing the density of the battle to a breathless level was its specialty. By the time the divine tree realized it, it was too late. Chomp! A miserable bite sounded, and it seemed that the divine tree had been bitten off. The tree shook a little and fell down, while the ancient beast laughed arrogantly ha 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 long, chewing while laughing, its whole body shaking with pleasure, even its colorful wings were shaking. It was really ugly. This beast was strong but had a terrible sense of aesthetics. The divine tree stood by with a grimace and jabbed. "What the hell are you laughing at? Happy?" It turned out that the divine tree had used hallucinogenic, putting this ugly beast into an illusion. "Oh, so it was chewing air? How humiliating!" The divine tree roared. "Die!" A close-range punch with a root strength of up to thousands of tons hit straight into the chest of the ancient beast. The huge body of the ancient beast was twisted to one side, its mouth wide open in surprise and pain, and its eyes also narrowed. The divine tree punched once, and the ancient beast was pushed back 100 meters. Its body that looked like a bee and spider with wings still flew on without stopping. The divine tree roared angrily, finally hitting a decent punch with quite a force. It was really refreshing. Fate helped the ancient beast find a good place thousands of meters away to stop. The ancient beast landed on its neck and a sound like a 100-story building collapsing rang out. Dust and debris covered a corner of the city. The dust dissipated, and the ancient beast got up, still very energetic. Taking the full punch from the divine tree just now made it more sober. It had underestimated the divine tree too much. It didn't know that this was an X factor that always knocked out enemies stronger than itself by one level. But now, the ancient beast had vaguely understood that the strength of its opponent this time was not only pure strength but also intelligence and cunning deception. The divine tree continued to approach the ancient beast. The divine tree had deliberately pushed Austrolith into this area because it was empty, and especially, this was where tens of thousands of Austrolith's cocoons were sleeping. The divine tree immediately realized that these cocoons would be the offspring of that ancient beast, but he was still quite surprised because there were so many. Austrolith squinted and bragged. "Ha, they are all my children, all are my offspring, soon they will all hatch, and all this world is just our food." The ancient beast continued. "The top of the food chain will change, and the owner of this world is us." Upon hearing this, the divine tree immediately narrowed its eyes in worry. Now, not only did Misty Mountain come to avenge the ninth, but it also had to protect itself from the threat of future destruction. The ancient beast tilted its head to look at the sky and continued to speak arrogantly. "I knew you led me here to avoid my power affecting your people, but everything you do is in vain." But this statement made sense. With its superior strength, where the divine tree took it to fight was not a problem. After all, this battle was decided by the result between the divine tree and the ancient beast. And with the current situation, the divine tree only had less than 10 million spirit power, while the ancient beast had reached 12 million spirit power and was still increasing crazily. On this side, while the divine tree and its opponent were having a heart-to-heart talk, Nine Tails had met its opponent, a tomato-colored shadow beast. It was indeed a battle of two leaders. Austrolith continued. "My people will kill all your people. My army is all transcendent second order. You will be swallowed by me and assimilated into my power." The divine tree heated up and shouted. "Is that so? Or is it the other way around, son? My people are not so easily defeated." Nine Tails began to enter the battle state, her whole body covered in a layer of dim orange aura. The blood vessels in her eyes were prominent. She bared her sharp and deadly teeth. The divine tree calmly said, "Austrolith, you are wrong about one thing. I brought you here not because I'm afraid you will affect my people." As he spoke, the divine tree transformed its roots into the shape of claws, with a cold purple color and a light of death. As he spoke, the divine tree's body was transforming bit by bit. The roots were slowly pulling up from the ground. The body was slowly wrapping around the divine tree's eye, like a warrior putting on armor. The divine tree continued. "Facing a fourth-order transcendent monster like you, I certainly can't kill you and protect my teammates at the same time." By this point, the divine tree had completed its transformation, a robust and extremely powerful body. The divine tree's hair was dozens of branches harder than steel and purple-green wriggling in the air like Medusa. Its whole body was wrapped in an extremely hard gray-black bark like refined steel. Its legs and arms were fully formed, looking like the limbs of one of those legendary monsters, that is, werewolf, who defeated vampires. Inside the divine tree, a block of bizarre pink light shone brightly. A very cool and special form. This form must have been carefully prepared beforehand, a chosen form for 1v1 combat, this form is extremely suitable. And indeed, the divine tree said to the ancient beast, I thought quite carefully when choosing this form to punch you, it is indeed very convenient. It must be that the divine tree had Tian Kong rummage through all the movies to find a suitable form. Looking from across, the divine tree became more terrifying, very much like a demon king from hell. Even when speaking, smoke came out of its mouth. The scary ones are those who say and do things together, but the ones who are scary enough to pee their pants are those who don't say but do things. And immediately the space was enveloped in the divine tree's deep red-purple aura, and fire-colored star particles began to float down from the sky onto the ancient beast. Austrolith was surprised by this situation. What is this? It looked up at the sky. The divine tree coldly said, You cannot become the top of the food chain. And your descendants cannot exist in this world. I will kill them all. At this point, the sparks of fire had enveloped the space, all around the ancient Austrolith beast and all the cocoon of his descendants. Upon discovering this, Austrolith fell into utter fear. It screamed in panic. Stop! Oh, so this ancient beast also has love for its offspring. Indeed, all intelligent creatures will carry love, at least for their own kind. Inferno Storm activated. Thump! Boom! The distinctive sound of Inferno Storm rang out, deep but powerful, making one's hair stand on end, and then the heat spread throughout the city. The light it emitted was like the sun had plunged into the earth, dazzlingly bright. The heat blew past the white tigers. They knew their master had made a move, and suddenly retreated to watch. Within a radius of several square kilometers, it was completely submerged in a sea of fire, and the fire continued to burn without stopping. Austrolith was submerged in a sea of fire, with waves of heat constantly washing over it. It was curling up against the heat, but surprisingly it had regained its composure. Its eyes became highly focused again. Its hideous but cunning face had returned. Its eyes changed slightly, becoming darker. It stood silently in the sea of fire, seemingly not suffering much damage. Now there was only endless sorrow inside it because its unhatched children who were not yet ready to rule this world were completely burned. Seeing this scene, the divine tree was surprised. Unexpectedly, the ancient beast did not react or run away from the fire of Inferno Storm but just sat dumbly there, looking like it was grieving like a heartbroken simp. The divine tree couldn't help but taunt. I thought you were a cold-blooded creature without feelings. I didn't expect. You also know how to grieve. Like the straw that broke the camel's back when Austrolith was mourning its children, and even thought up 20,000 names for each one, but now they were all dead and turned into ashes. The ancient beast heard this taunt, and went mad. Its body emitted a cold blue aura and murderous intent filled its eyes as it roared. I will kill you! The divine tree silently observed, the fire still burning and sparks flickering around. Boom! A ground-shaking collision created a smoke column hundreds of meters high, 3 times higher than the tallest buildings in this city. Truly a battle of two overlords. It's amazing that these god-level combat scenes are broadcasted for humans everywhere to watch, thanks to these 2 saint-level reporters. The female reporter with sweat pouring like a shower screamed. The final battle has begun! While the male reporter with hands turned to stone, no longer feeling tired, he gritted his teeth from watching the match. Too exciting, too tense. Damn it! A shadow beast had discovered them. It completely blocked the reporter's view and gave a weird smile. This scared the 2 saint-level reporters out of their wits. Their hearts wanted to jump out, their faces had turned pale without a drop of blood. This beast roared, ready to feast on the 2 reporters, just enough to complete today's KPI. It bared its extremely beautiful, extremely white and even teeth, a beast that had diligently brushed its teeth, ready to finish off these 2 tiny humans. But the next second, a big punch landed straight on its mouth, its entire set of teeth shattered. It was Xiaoxi and her panda. They appeared just in time. How lucky indeed! Although this panda was covered in wounds and Xiaoxi hadn't slept for days, they still fought to protect the people. Now, the 2 reporters can rest assured and continue their wonderful mission. In the refuge of the people in the city, an army of shadow beasts is still frantically chasing humans. At this point, there is a defense team for the people. They are the beast warriors from Misty Mountain, standing in front of hundreds of shadow beasts. A shadow beast is opening its mouth wide and roaring to show its dominance. But this does not scare the Misty Mountain side at all. This honey badger is even more headstrong and has rushed forward. He also wants to roar to show his dominance to that shadow beast. But elsewhere, there are too many of these shadow beasts. They scatter and attack the people. Run fast, run fast. The surviving people have not yet recovered from their shock. They have to curl up and run. Any slow-footed people will be chewed alive and swallowed immediately. This one-sided massacre. Who knows when it will end? Everyone is already desperate. But surprise? They see a cool beast, a white-haired gorilla that is very tall. Everyone stands still as if planted by the sky. What should they do now? They are blocked. Are we really going to die here today? Damn it, I don't want to die. Many people start to panic and despair. Behind them are the bloodthirsty and brutal shadow beasts. In front of them is a huge and cold gorilla. They are like small ants dying in the middle. At this moment, the white monkey raised its long and gigantic arm. Its eyes were as cold as ice, emitting a deadly light. Boom! Crack! The punch as big as a truck hit the shadow beast. Immediately the sound of broken bones followed. In an instant, the shadow beast was smashed. But this attack was not over. With its clumsy long arm, the white monkey swung its arm hard, firing a kind of spiritual bullet straight at the group of shadow beasts behind. The speed was too fast. The shadow beasts had no time to react. In the astonishment of the shadow beasts, their bodies were immediately torn apart, pierced through. Dozens of shadow beasts fell down. And then, under the leadership of the white monkey leader, a group of mutant monkeys rushed up. The space was filled with the sound of monkeys chattering. Hoo-hoo! First there were dozens of them, then hundreds of monkeys advanced. At this point those who were still alive knew this beast was on their side, so they just turned their backs and looked at the shadow beasts. The side of the white monkey was safe. The physique and strength of these mutant monkeys may not be as good as the shadow beasts, but in terms of quantity they can be 10 times more, and the agility of monkeys is a huge advantage, so they easily dominate the battlefield, overwhelm the enemy. And these mutant monkeys are also very fierce, facing bigger and stronger enemies. They are not afraid at all, even their eyes light up with a cold, murderous intent. The people here still couldn't believe their eyes. They knew that these monkeys wouldn't attack them, but there were too many doubts. Many believed that this was a food competition between two factions of beasts, and after one faction won, they would naturally have to die. Thinking this way, cold sweat ran down the faces of these people again. They shrank their necks and stood still, not daring to do anything, nor to run away. The tall monkey leader looked at the small and cautious crowd and asked, "Among you, is there anyone who works at the zoo?" Hearing this, all the people turned their heads to look at the white monkey leader. All were silent. They still couldn't get used to a beast speaking human language, especially a giant beast speaking human language. It sounded terrifying and oppressive. In the seemingly endless silence, a girl in purple bravely spoke up. "I do." Outside the ruined city, without the gloom enveloping it, without the eyes of the sky being able to penetrate it, the smell of corpses, fire and ruin made this place like a hell on earth. The mutant grasshopper mother and son are carrying out the task assigned by the divine tree. The giant mother grasshopper, with a rather plump body and blood-red eyes, is standing in the middle of the line of moving humans. She receives a report from her son. The young grasshopper reports, "Mother, all humans in the area have been found and lined up." The mother grasshopper replies, "Good, take them out of the city." On this side, the wild boar leader with a mane burning like fire, bulging muscles and protruding tendons on his body, he is asking his subordinate, "Hey, what's our task again?" The subordinate mutant wild boar looks up and replies, "Boss, our task is to evacuate people out of the city, prioritizing those who used to work at the zoo." As soon as these words came out, those present couldn't help but be surprised. Heavens, are they really going to save us? Will these fierce and powerful beasts really protect us? The giant mutant locust army is working hard to airlift the survivors. They are very agile and mobile, each locust carrying an adult, and this swarm of locusts has a few hundred, the sound of their wings echoing throughout the city of Gier. At the highest point of the city, a muscular figure with long blue hair, dressed in the fashion of the years before AD, is quietly observing the entire rescue operation of the Misty Mountain Corps. The wind blows no matter how strong it will not make him cold, because he is the cool Qing-Tong. At this moment, the beautiful elf girl Xiao Kem flies over and says, "Qing-Tong, all humans in the city have been found." Qing-Tong says, Good, get all of them out of this city. Finally, they have cleared up the obstacles in this city. Now everything is just waiting for the divine tree to finish off that ancient beast. Thinking about this, Qingtong's eyes are also full of worry. He knows very well the strength of this time's opponent of the divine tree, although his faith in his master is absolute and his master is an X factor, always beating stronger enemies than himself, but it has never been easy. Here is a map of Misty Mountain's force distribution. 6 corps divide into 6 city areas to rescue people, while 2 bosses fight each other in the lower corner of the map. Boom! What the hell? An object was punched and flew straight into a building. The tomato-colored shadow beast raised its huge fist and sneered. Too weak, too useless. Oh, so this shadow beast can transform? Can amplify its body at will. Its whole body is covered with a faint red aura. Its eye in the middle of its forehead lights up, looking very pleased. While the shadow beast's leader continues to despise and taunt her nine-tailed fox, she slowly steps out from the dust. The body of Nine Tails is full of wounds, blood flowing from her eyes and mouth. It seems that there has been a not-so-easy battle for Nine Tails. But her eyes are still full of determination, absolute determination in her eyes. On this side, the mutant elephant is being surrounded. With a body as tall as a 10-story building, it is being attacked by a swarm of shadow beasts biting like ants fighting over a piece of meat, but dozens of shadow beasts have also been trampled or pierced by the sharp tusks of the mutant elephant. The white snake is using its body to gather the shadow beasts, thinking in its heart, "How good it is, this number is enough, it has successfully made these beasts stick to my body." She will surely use AoE attacks to save time. The mutant hedgehog and spider are also engrossed in killing the enemy. The mutant hedgehog has shot hundreds of sharp thorns from its body into the enemy. These thorns have spirits, so they easily pierce the shadow beasts and destroy them. The mutant spider wants to help by fixing these shadow beasts with its silk, because it doesn't believe in the catching ability of the hedgehog's eyes. But the mutant hedgehog wants to fly and shoot because it will be cooler and more like in the movies. Because the shadow beasts are too big and many, so any shot will hit. The shadow beast fell heavily to the ground like a fallen log. While engrossed in killing, suddenly a huge mouth rushed over. A shadow beast hundreds of meters long attacked the hedgehog and spider mutants. The hedgehog's eyes widened in surprise. Bam! A strong collision sounded, but luckily, the hedgehog and snake were pulled into the air by the mutant crane in an instant. Just after escaping death, the mutant hedgehog sneered at the giant shadow beast. "Haha, I escaped!" The giant shadow beast below could only look helplessly. It not only missed its bite but also bit into a building. Since these beasts from Misty Mountain appeared, it hasn't had anything to eat for several days. On this side, the white tiger has just sent a shadow beast that looks like a bee to play elsewhere. With supersonic speed, this shadow beast landed in a nearby building, and landed with the top of its head. A loud explosion sounded. The shadow beast with a long and proud neck is being cut into pieces by something. It roars in extreme pain. It's the gangster Gold Ant. With superior speed and flying ability, it has made this gangster an assassin causing nightmares on the battlefield. But he also found out that these shadow beasts don't have human emotions. They don't know what fear is, they just rush up regardless of life or death. Just after smashing the prestige of a leader, the group of younger brothers behind decisively rushed up. This battle is really not as easy as the Gold Ant thought. The mutant stork is flying in the sky. The air battle is also very fierce. Pecking at the enemy's head or using claws to crush the opponent is the main form of combat. But these shadow beasts like to swallow their enemies with their huge mouths. A huge mouth is rushing over. But goo! Another huge mouth of the stork leader swallowed that shadow beast. After the mutant buffalo killed a shadow beast, he looked up around and felt uneasy. These shadow beasts seemed to have an endless number, and they didn't know how long they had to keep fighting like this. If it continued like this, the whole army would surely be exhausted and completely wiped out. At this moment, Aki from the air brings a new order. He shouts in the air, "Everyone, there are no more people in this area. Unleash all your power!" As soon as these words were spoken, the white bear corps, the crocodile tyrant, the dinosaur and the buffalo mutant seemed to have escaped from prison. They had been restraining their power for too long, only daring to fight cautiously and not daring to release their destructive skills for fear of killing humans. This is the order of the Supreme Being, the Divine Tree. No one dares to disobey. But now it's different. It's enough. The crocodile tyrant's eyes light up, his whole body shakes violently, preparing to release a killing technique that destroys several square kilometers around him. From the beginning only dared to sing country music songs, now can sing opera high notes, immediately. Sound array. Full power version is activated. Sound waves thousands of meters long blow away and destroy all matter in its path. All are reduced to molecules. The buffalo mutant also starts his performance, sending these shadow beasts back to Mother Earth with supergravity. Immediately, dozens of high-rise buildings were pulled down and crushed all the shadow beasts in front of them. The extremely frozen world is activated. The white snake has turned this area into a ski slope. Nothing can move, everything becomes ice. The dinosaur mutant also starts his wide-scale massacre. He uses bloody light to roast this whole neighborhood. The fierce fire from the dinosaur mutant's mouth quickly spreads to the whole area, roasting and burning all the shadow beasts in it. The destructive power of fire is undeniable. The push of fire is so strong that when it encounters buildings blocking it, fire directly shoots into the air, even blowing away a few buildings. So that's how it is. Ninetales is at a disadvantage because she has limited her power? Returning to the battle between the two leaders, Ninetales is silently blaming Cheesy. This damn panda, he ran off to do something dangerous like this. Is he afraid we won't help him? After this battle, I will teach him a lesson. As she spoke, smoke was coming out of Ninetales' mouth. Foong. The sound of fire burning sounded. A very strong flame was shot from Ninetales' mouth. The Shadow Beast leader felt something was wrong. This fire is damn hot, not like before. Its eyes narrowed, teeth grinding made a creaking sound, but it couldn't show fear or retreat, because it had just laughed at its opponent. If it retreated or ran it would be really humiliating. When the fire faded a bit, Ninetales had boldly appeared in front of the Shadow Beast leader. Ninetales' eyes were full of contempt and disdain. She arrogantly said, "Like now, I will teach you a lesson." Boom! A fireball appeared and quickly expanded. The bigger it expanded, the more violent it spun and the hotter it got. At the core of this ball was the owner of the skill. It was Ninetales and her opponent. Ultimate skill body of fire. The fireball of the nine-tailed fox grew larger and larger. In a moment it was larger than 5 skyscrapers combined. Like a sun rising in the middle of Jr City with heat up to tens of thousands of degrees, everything was destroyed into ashes. The sound of helicopters flying over the city sky, a lone red plane. This is the blood-red characteristic of the television station. Finally, after the city had been opened a large hole and there were not enough shadow beasts to threaten in the sky, they also risked their lives to enter the battlefield, supporting those 2 divine reporters. In front of them was the light from the explosion of Ninetales created. The pilot was both attentively observing and fearfully asking, "What if the plane is shot down?" The reporter with a big camera in his arms turned to the pilot and decisively said, "It's okay, the monsters are fighting crazily, they won't notice us." Does television always produce such brave employees like this? Admirable. The whole city began to fall into the angle of the brave reporter. But suddenly he saw something. Sweat poured out. He was horrified, not knowing what he was looking at. Underneath the ground is the crazy battle between Misty Mountain Beast and Shadow Beast. Elephant Demon with angry eyes using collision skill, crushing enemies, piercing thick walls. Snow Bear uses Thunderstorm Area to smash enemies in a wide area. Hundreds of shadow beasts are hit by bright lightning, instantly evaporating. This golden ant is waving its sharp pincers, combining to perform double strength. A skill that he recently had in Evolution, will increase strength by 2 times for a while, and a slash across the sky. All shadow beasts are cut into 2 fast speed, no enemy can dodge. This mutant eagle here is furiously dropping fire bullets onto the ground. They are obsessed with bombing the shadow beasts below. This is as easy as pie, right? The beasts just screamed in pain and couldn't do anything. Some mutant birds even turn themselves into kamikaze pilots, turning their bodies into a bullet and shooting straight at the enemy, piercing them in an instant. This white tiger, after massacring hundreds of enemies, is standing on a high mound of land, roaring to show its dominance. It is indeed the habit of a lord. The mutant hedgehog uses its spikes, is struggling to climb up to the tiger's place. "Brother, can I pose with you?" The mutant spider is hanging in midair. All are waiting for enough numbers. The divine tree has taught, fighting must use the head. Of course should not use their heads to hit the enemy like the way the white tiger has done, but need to use intelligence. At this time, humans everywhere are watching the battle in this city every second. They are horrified to realize that shadow beasts are too numerous and brutal, but they are also completely stunned by Misty Mountain. These beasts from Misty Mountain are really too domineering, too powerful. Many people also worry for the beautiful city of Jer, now only ashes left, and under the terrifying attack of these two sides, this whole city will definitely be destroyed. The reporter on the helicopter is shouting in excitement. Sweat continues to flow out, because the scene has destroyed his perception. This is completely a one-sided massacre, and on the other side, I see shadow beasts killing each other. It's really strange. Here, shadow beasts have divided into two colors, green and blue. They are crazily howling and biting each other. It is indeed strange. And the owner of this performance, no one else, is the flower god. Her eyes have turned white, entering a state of controlling creatures within a 5 kilometers radius. But this old lady always has a bit of narrow-mindedness, clearly manipulating creatures to attack their own kind, but she does not allow anyone to harm those creatures she manipulates, and considers them as her partners. The flower god growled, "How dare you harm my partner? Unforgivable!" Blood vessels bulging in her eyes, an anger that we have never seen before, and the fate of the enemy has been determined. At the federal television station, an employee reports, "Director, there is news from GR City. The field reporter has successfully connected with us and is being broadcast smoothly. The survivors are rescued by the remaining members of the Panda Corps." But suddenly the reporter hesitates, making the director sweat like rain. Every time the reporter hesitates, it is because of very bad news. His eyes are full of pessimism and worry. He asks, "But how? What's the situation?" On the other side of the television bridge, the brave female reporter with a serious face says, "The people are being lined up, concentrated, and escorted out of the city by strange mutant creatures." And behind the brave reporter is the image of a blue mutant wolf, a mutant gorilla from Misty Mountain with a very careful and considerate face, escorting people in order. The reporter continues, "Not only that, a force of mutant beasts is preventing and attacking shadow beasts, forming a security barrier and a safe zone. Our human race is being protected by these strange mutant beasts." Shocked yet? It's really too surprising. The director of the Spiritual Power Supervision Bureau here also received the news above. He opened his mouth in astonishment. It's really those mutant beasts are protecting our human race, right? The assistant also confirmed in astonishment that it was indeed so. Both looked at each other in disbelief. Emergency meeting, emergency meeting. The director is calculating, his face still full of pessimism, considering that divine tree is still a transcendent third order, while that ancient beast is fourth order. His employees also exclaim that the difference in strength is too great, even if many people are saved. But if they can't kill Australith, then it's all for nothing. It will continue to find and destroy humans. This statement is indeed correct. Australith once survived means that divine tree has been defeated. It becomes the top of the food chain. Humans can only run away like ants. And they start to calculate together for the next step, which is to think about the worst outcome, divine tree being defeated. Someone suggested, "The divine tree is currently the strongest beast facing Australith, but if it is destroyed, what do we need to do next?" The director with a gloomy face calmly replied, "Have the spiritual rockets been fully loaded?" The other hurriedly replied, "They are ready, boss. The spiritual rockets this time are much stronger than when we attacked the divine tree, because this time, we have gathered strength from superhumans all over the world, ensuring much stronger destructive power." The director decisively said, "The moment the divine tree is defeated, launch the rocket." But in his eyes also shone hope and a bit of shame. "It's ironic, we naturally attacked and wanted to destroy it before, but now the divine tree has become our savior, becoming a great hope and the only hope of all mankind." A huge foot of the divine tree stepped on the ground to gain momentum. The divine tree was still in combat with the ancient beast. The divine tree roared with a fierce face, willow flying knife. Dozens of green blades were shot out at supersonic speed, each blade as big as a house. The ancient beast was also fast, immediately curled up and spun quickly to defend. This is an absolute defense like that of the divine tree. But it continuously spins to minimize damage. The blades that hit were either deflected or did not cause significant damage. The ancient beast successfully defended but also suffered some damage. Its wings were a bit torn. It is not an invincible beast at all, but now it also began to counterattack, rain of fiery dust. The whole space is filled with blue dots of light. This scene is a bit familiar. The divine tree is suspicious, a bit stunned looking at these sparkling blue dots. Suddenly, boom! A blue flame exploded right on the body of the divine tree. Its whole body seemed to want to lift into the air. A pretty strong and beautiful hit. The ancient beast Austerlith began to show off arrogantly. I have found your weakness. Surprised, aren't you? I also have fire skills. Whoosh. Boom. Before he could finish speaking, damn it, he thought about this line for a long time but was punched by the divine tree before he could finish. A punch like a skyfall. One branch retracted, and the ancient beast was knocked back. Too fast, too dangerous. The divine tree laughed and said, Oh, is that so? But why don't I feel anything? The ancient beast could only stick out its tongue in frustration. It really didn't see any damage to the divine tree at all, while Austerlith was bruised all over, his face showing hardship and struggle, his forehead wrinkled, his eyes clearly showing helplessness. What's this? Again? What are these orange-yellow lights coming again? The ancient beast looked up. The divine tree squinted and said, Are you a fool? How can someone who controls fire like me have fire as a weakness? This is the truth. Any entity that controls any element will naturally develop strong resistance to this attribute. But why did the ancient beast judge that the divine tree was afraid of fire? Isn't wood always afraid of fire? Unfortunately, the divine tree is not the kind of wood it knows, but a wrong assessment in battle will bring unpredictable consequences. At this time, the fire flowers were very close. Damn it, it felt bad. Boom! The thick fire enveloped Austerlith's body, and the fire was reddened by the dense spiritual power in it. It hurts so much, damn it! Austerlith yelled in anger. It had been complacent, and now it had to immediately brace itself and use spiritual power to push the fire out of its body. He was really angry, his face distorted with anger. He roared, I will kill you! Oh, but the next second the divine tree disappeared. The ancient beast didn't understand what was happening. Then suddenly the divine tree appeared to his left. Surprised yet? The divine tree continued to tease. It's really funny, you have fire skills but can't stand the effect of fire. That's why you think I'm like you. This heart attack trick startled Austerlith. Almost peeing his pants, he opened his mouth in horror like a child peeing in the middle of the night. The divine tree immediately roared and concentrated its power. Thump! A sharp piercing sound rang out. The root of the tree, like a sharp spear, pierced through the body of the ancient beast. Couldn't dodge, because it was too fast, too sudden and too strong. The ancient beast looked up to the sky, coughed hoarsely, tons of fresh blood splattered. The divine tree used its roots to get a blue gem. What is this? It is the energy block sealing Panda Chi-Z inside. The divine tree continued to punch, and continued with combo punch. But unfortunately, that ancient beast was very alert, taking advantage of the force of the first punch to jump far away. Austerlith slid hundreds of meters on the ground. He had successfully escaped from the deadly combo in a hair's breadth. Damn it, thinking about being punched to death like his previous enemies, Austerlith couldn't help but be scared and sweat poured out. The divine tree really took him from surprise to surprise. A transcendent third order was beating a transcendent fourth order beast to a pulp. Holding Chi-Z in his hand, the divine tree sniffed, finally saving this panda guy. He came here and fought with such an enemy? Don't know if it's brave or foolish, but certainly he chose with his heart. That's the only choice. Chapter 127 and 128. The divine tree, holding the spirit orb that is sealing Chi-Z inside, discovers that Chi-Z is sound asleep. The divine tree whispers, Is this guy still sleeping? Do whatever needs to be done, we'll talk about everything else after it's all over, now continue to take risks. Having said that, the divine tree throws Chi-Z forcefully. The spirit orb containing Chi-Z whizzes across the sky, creating a green streak of light in the dark night. The nine-tailed fox has observed this and sensed Chi-Z's breath, knowing that Chi-Z has been rescued by the divine tree. The nine tails then shouted loudly, Hey bull, get ready to catch someone. The black bull was startled and turned around to look, then he immediately understood because the aura of the panda was getting closer and closer. Immediately, anti-gravity was activated. The spirit orb containing Chi-Z was gently lifted in midair. The panda is sound asleep, floating in front of them. Everyone is surprised and affectionately looking at this brave panda guy. the panda's body with hundreds of wounds, curled up sleeping soundly in the spirit orb, looks really pitiful. The Nine Tails blocked the dark monsters and ordered everyone to quickly take the ninth away. The white snake held the panda in its mouth, immediately turned around and left. It must quickly take the panda out of the combat area because his body is in a very weak state. As long as the spirit orb is destroyed, he might die immediately. Unfortunately, a horde of shadow beasts blocked the path of the white snake. These shadow beasts seemed to be endless in number. No matter how many were killed, more would appear. The white snake was panicked and couldn't react in time. The nine-tailed fox saw this scene and felt truly powerless. She could only exclaim, "This is bad!" Her eyes filled with worry. But boom! A loud collision sounded, and dust filled the air. From within the dust, a familiar bright yellow light shot out. And a dark monster with shiny white teeth had its jaw broken. This small hand had torn through space. It was the panda. The hero had returned, still cool despite being covered in wounds. The dark monster was punched away, and Chi-Z slowly fell from midair. Chi-Z, who had returned from hell, seemed to have recovered some strength and stood in front of the ferocious shadow beasts, looking full of vitality. But suddenly, the panda remembered something. Hadn't he already died? It turned out that the punch just now was just the natural reflex of a warrior. Chi-Z was very confused, thinking that he was dreaming. Clearly he had been swallowed, had reviewed his entire life, and had died in regret, but now everything became very vivid. While he was still confused, suddenly there was a chorus shouting, "The ninth!" The panda immediately looked back and saw the white snake, the mutant bull, and the nine tails, his beloved teammates. It was too surreal. But he couldn't hold back his tears and cried like a child, saying with a choked voice, "You guys! Why? Why are you here?" Seeing his confusion, the fox gently explained to the panda that he had indeed been eaten, and the master had come to rescue him. The panda was surprised, not expecting that the divine tree would also come here. He was so moved that he stuttered, "What the? The divine tree also came?" The Nine Tails calmly said, "Not only the master, but the entire Misty Mountain army has come, each with a task, all working hard to protect you and what you are protecting." Hearing this, the panda could only remain silent, not saying a word, but his heart was throbbing with emotion, so moved that there were no words to describe it. The nine-tailed fox also fell silent. Then, thump! The Nine Tails used one of her tails to slap Chi-Z in the face, causing him to fly backwards. The mutant bull was startled and shouted, "What's wrong, sister? Wasn't he seriously injured?" Chi-Z did not resist at all, just lay on the ground rubbing his cheek and whispering, "Sis. Big sis Nine Tails." In fact, the punch was not dangerous at all, just like when a mother slaps you when she finds out you stole her money. The Nine Tails at this time sternly looked at Chi-Z and scolded loudly, "Why didn't you call us?" Chi-Z was like a child who stole his mother's money, stuttering and stammering. He was about to explain, but the Nine Tails angrily shouted, "Why? Why did you go and do something as dangerous as this alone? Are we not worthy to fight and support you?" The panda gritted his teeth and remained silent, unable to say anything. Of course, saying nothing is good when a woman is angry. You as a man want to argue with her? The Nine Tails had calmed down a bit, but continued to interrogate. "Do you really think we are not worthy to fight and support you?" This was really a knot in the heart of the Nine Tails, and she really wanted to know this. The panda immediately shouted, "I just don't want you guys to be in danger. I want everyone to live well." "Oh, so the ninth is still a dreamer. After all, he is a newcomer who joined not long ago. Doesn't he know that we are all immortal under the protection of the divine tree?" So the Nine Tails temporarily forgave him and gently said, "We are far from dying. We will be your supporting teammates." Then the nine-tailed fox turned around and went with all the Misty Mountain warriors bravely towards the battle ahead, while the panda stood there with a puzzled look on his face. He didn't expect his team to be so cool, valuing camaraderie and not afraid of death at all. Chi-Z cried loudly again, tears streaming down his face. The white snake threw him up. They were preparing to move, while the Nine Tails turned back and reminded, "Go on, brother, the person you are looking for must be waiting for you." Chi-Z excitedly sat on the head of the white snake and fell, not forgetting to politely bid farewell to his big sister Nine Tails. Deep in the city, Chi-Tong was busy with his creative work. he had to constantly manipulate the Earth site to create safe spaces for the people to evacuate, but a high and thick wall was erected to separate the shadow beasts from humans. But if a dark monster crosses this wall, it will be destroyed by the monster warriors of Misty Mountain. As for Tian Cam, with an attractive appearance and friendly to humans, he was given the important task of guiding these refugees out of the war zone to a safe place. Tian Cam was quite tired. This task was really too much for everyone, both evacuating refugees, ensuring their safety, and having to fight with shadow beasts. The most tiring thing is that the number of these shadow beasts continues to increase. There is no sign of decrease even though many have been destroyed. Boom! The first monsters began to cross the separating wall. The dark spiders, each as big as an adult, with legs designed for wall climbing, they overflowed with increasing numbers. The people below immediately panicked. Tian Cam shouted, "This is bad, monsters are appearing from above, everyone focus, minimize casualties." But as soon as this word came out, a series of explosions sounded. It was gunfire. And bullets rained down in the night. A barrage of bullets covered the shadow beasts. Dozens of dark spiders were immediately destroyed. Qing Tong and the mutant orangutan turned back to look. They were also surprised. Isn't this firepower from humans? Indeed it was. The human infantry with full equipment and the protection of helicopters in the sky had appeared. They had nothing but bullets. Bullets rained down. The commander ordered, "Protect the monsters and the people, suppress the shadow beasts." Hearing this, Qing Tong was puzzled. What? The human army? Protect us? In Qing Tong's memory it was still fresh as yesterday. These soldiers had shot at them mercilessly. But what situation is this? They sided with Misty Mountain. Although he could understand, he still felt unfamiliar. A cold sweat silently dripped down. Is there any other choice? The chairman here as well as all of humanity are placing all their hopes on Misty Mountain. The human army is on the left, firing bullets like rain at the shadow beasts trying to climb over the wall. They use spiritual bullets from rifles and machine guns, unable to use stronger firepower for fear of affecting the people and beasts of Misty Mountain. The M4A1s in their hands have been fired until the barrels are red hot. There are too many and ferocious shadow beasts. These clearly do not know what fear is, still rushing under the rain like firepower. One has breached the line, directly threatening this infantry squad, but boom! A punch as big as a bus hits straight into the temple of the dark beast. Another dark beast is rushing at the people, preparing to devour this boy. Boom! A bullet pierces its head. That's Xiao Ai. Her shooting posture is also very attractive. Xiao Ai frowns. This is the fifth beast she has killed, shooting endlessly. Suddenly her grandfather behind her yells, "Be careful!" A huge mouth is about to snap at Xiao Ai. She still doesn't know. A pair of small legs are running fast in space. Bing! A loud collision sound rings out. That's Chi Zi. He is biting that beast with his mouth. It's strange, a move showing Chi Zi's strength. Xiao Ai immediately recognizes it. This familiar face, it's Chi Zi. Xiao Ai yells his name, Chi Zi. Chi Zi is turning himself into a bullet, pushing back the huge body of the dark beast to one side. Suddenly he hears this familiar call. For a moment he is still dazed, not knowing who is calling him. Down below, thousands of people are in chaos. Qing Tong is resisting the new onslaught of the shadow beasts. The ground is completely destroyed. Two people meet without appointment. The white snake has come to support Qing Tong. Qing Tong gratefully says, "You came just in time." On the army side, the commander's voice is constantly shouting, "Fire! Fire! Do not let any shadow beasts approach the people!" Bullets are still being fired like rain. But the shadow beasts are still pouring in. The commander's voice rings out again. "Destroy their clones, destroy both their original and clones." At this point, there are too many shadow beasts. The RPG squad has taken position. Damn it, shooting here? Boom, boom, boom. Firepower of this magnitude is really effective, instantly burying hundreds of mutant beasts. An RPG bullet flies off, right into the mouth of a shadow beast, but it doesn't explode. The soldier panics. Oh god, did it swallow that bullet? But the next second, the enemy returns that RPG bullet. This bullet is heading straight for civilians. Where Xiao Ai is evacuating people, Qing Tong rushes up in horror knowing she won't make it in time. Tian Cam screams, "It's ruined!" At this moment, Xiao Ai looks up in despair, unable to do anything. Everything is too fast. Suddenly an angel wing appears, cool feathers flying in space, so beautiful. It's a mutant stork, an angel from heaven, although this guy often has bad luck, but this time he arrived just in time. One leg hooked that bullet. The soldier's eyes bulge out, sweat pouring out, involuntarily exclaiming, "Oh God." Tian Cam also covers her mouth, her eyes wide open in suspense. Her heart wants to jump up her throat. The mutant stork uses all its strength to throw the RPG bullet away. The bullet rushes straight into the group of shadow beasts below. A sky-long explosion occurs while the mutant stork, like a flying fortress, leaves proudly after an excellent attack. There is such a brilliant highlight in this world again that resembles those of action movies. Tian Cam and Qin Tong are moved to tears. They generously praise the mutant stork. Normally it feels like this guy doesn't exist, but at important times he always appears in time. Thank you for your non-existence. Even though he doesn't exist, he always creates surprises. You are always great when you don't exist. The praise is very good. So good that the golden monkey and wild boar also feel deeply worried and confused. But basically, the golden monkey and wild boar also don't know who the mutant stork is. They look up and think that he is a member of the eagle team. This makes the mutant stork, a person who is often proud, deeply hurt. They don't know that he is also one of the members from the early days of Misty Mountain. They don't know that he has always been in the dark sacrificing silently. And when he hooked that bullet, he was really scared to shit his pants, yet people still don't know, don't remember who he is. Damn life. The army is still frantically firing. The firepower seems unable to control the shadow beast any longer. They are becoming more and more numerous, climbing over each other higher than the separating wall. The enemy has attacked from the high-rise buildings. They suddenly dive down to attack the flank of the infantry. Damn it, it's too close. Every beast jumping down causes a shock. These soldiers are like fish on a chopping board. But a loud scream rings out, sword skill, light. A sharp-edged slash cuts a shadow beast in two, and in an instant, all the attacking enemies have been destroyed. A strong figure stands there. It's the Lord of White Emperor City, Wang Hao. Then, everyone is ordered to lie down, because the superhuman soldiers will join the battle now. These soldiers confidently step forward. They still can't believe that they will fight side by side with beasts from Misty Mountain one day. But these soldiers are very arrogant, this guy yells. Damn it, have to cooperate with these things? No need. Then he goes crazy firing. The 6 spiritual guns on him fire simultaneously, roasting hundreds of giant beasts alive, while on this side, the blue-haired guy with a kunai in his hand is passionately delivering dozens of sharp slashes, cutting enemies in half. Wang Hao with his passion is trying to shape the killed enemies. They are cut into many small pieces. This will reduce their ability to regenerate. And so it goes on. Misty Mountain beasts and superhuman soldiers fight side by side. The infantrymen can rest now. The shockwaves from the battle of those guys continuously blow them away. With this level of combat, they feel themselves no longer important on the battlefield. This 6-gun guy hears this and gets even more cocky, crazily showing off his firepower. The bear is fighting when suddenly feels danger. Turns out the firepower of that madman has swept over him and attacked him too. This guy keeps laughing haha and yells, "Go die all." This madman doesn't care about who is on his side or who is the enemy at all. He's too arrogant now. Surely next episode will be his last. End of chapter 128. Under the frenzied fire of that superhuman warrior, all the beasts of Misty Mountain and the dark beasts were burned. Within a radius of hundreds of meters around, all creatures were screaming. This madman was still laughing in excitement. The 6 gun barrels mounted on his back were still firing crazily. He didn't even need to aim, because there were too many targets. Except for humans, all became his targets. Seeing this, Qin Tong was furious. He hoped it was just a misunderstanding, but after 2 minutes passed, that madman was still attacking Misty Mountain crazily. Qin Tong gritted his teeth and shouted, "The ground rises!" That superhuman warrior was still excitedly firing crazily, unaware that from under the ground, dozens of earth spikes as hard as steel were forming and rushing up. In just 1 second, these sharp spikes had reached his throat. The smile faded. His mouth was completely shut. Qin Tong suddenly appeared from an earth spike, his eyes red as laser lights. Face to face with the madman, he loudly said, "If any bullet falls on my teammates, you will die immediately." The madman, though not mad, became very slippery and cunning. He explained that his gun was bent so he missed, hoping Chi Tong would not overreact. But Chi Tong might be a true gentleman, temporarily let him go, but the honey badger didn't. He was still angry about being hit earlier. He gave that madman a 3,000-volt electric shock, making his whole body paralyzed. He could only scream out, and his two eyes lit up like LED lights on Christmas night. The television station's helicopter was still wandering in the sky of GR City. Below was completely a ruin. The helicopter needed to proceed to the most important war zone, which was where the Divine Tree was punching the ancient beast Australith. The Divine Tree shouted, "Punch of the 9 big tree roots." Immediately, 9 tree roots as hard as spears, with a huge size, simultaneously punched into the chest of the ancient beast. The attack speed was too fast and at close range that the ancient beast could not dodge. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out in pain. The punch was so strong that Australith slid thousands of meters on the ground. It had tried to keep balance and stand on the ground with its 4 legs. Australith immediately counterattacked, for deadly tusks shot towards the Divine Tree at a speed not inferior. All tusks tightly squeezed the tree body, locked the whole body to prevent the Divine Tree from counterattacking or escaping. It was truly a tit for tat. The Divine Tree tried to use force to struggle, but these tusks were really too solid, too hard. It could not do anything in this situation. Then the Divine Tree realized, not only the body part, but all its tree roots had also been tightly wrapped by these tusks. The ancient beast flew into the air. From its anus, the tentacles were still tightly wrapped around the Divine Tree below. Indeed, the ancient beast also realized that when it was in the air, it would be less beaten than on the ground. But the match also didn't have much time left. It had been quite injured. Thinking of this, Australith shouted, "Hey Divine Tree, now I will throw you out into space, where you will be powerless." It seemed that the ancient beast was very confident in this decision, continued to say, "There, you will be defeated by me, that's for sure." "Oh really?" the Divine Tree shouted. "Fool!" Then, the whole body of the Divine Tree began to shake violently. First the roots. The faint yellow bioelectric currents continuously emitted around. The molecular structure of the tree roots was being adjusted violently. The tentacles that were tightening the tree roots sent signals to the giant beast. "It's not good, can't tighten anymore." Australith's face turned horrified, unbelievable. His eyes involuntarily contracted. Puff puff. In just a blink of an eye, the body of the Divine Tree was more than 10 times larger than the ancient beast. And without saying much, a punch of Titan was falling from heaven. When people are too surprised to shatter all cognition, then people will stand still. That's also the state of the ancient beast now. Now he's just like a honeybee in front of the Divine Tree. Pang! The huge punch hit straight into Australith's back. Is the spine still there? Surely not. If this beast doesn't have a spine, it will surely crush the 6 organs and 5 viscera. The Divine Tree was in a state of bloodthirsty and madness. He roared, "Die, die, die!" The punch made the ancient beast slam straight into the ground, creating a terrifying shock. The shock made the radius of several kilometers around shake like an earthquake. This place is the corner below GR City. Dust and shock waves surged and spread around, like a level 9 storm. In the wind, 9 Tails felt the angry and fierce breath of the owner. She had never seen such a terrifying power, and had never seen the owner so angry. The red helicopter of the television station was also blown away. It was very difficult to maintain balance, the pilot exclaimed. "So scary!" But the reporter was gritting his teeth in anger. "So annoying, so far away but still affected." This reporter was still bravely recording the entire combat process of the Divine Tree. This is a dangerous process. Like you have to brush the teeth of a giant crocodile that has been starved for 2 weeks. You can die at any time. On the TV screen, people were watching this battle. Many people still couldn't believe it. Is this a battle between transcendent Third Order and Fourth Order? The city seemed to have been sunk into a valley. The screen was completely a pile of ruins. The chairman of the Spiritual Power Supervision Bureau, with a gloomy face, was carefully observing this battle through the laptop screen. This destructive power completely exceeded the level of humans. Are there such powerful creatures existing in this world? Too scary. The Divine Tree, with 9 wriggling roots behind, was advancing proudly. As for the ancient beast, its entire body was completely smashed, the thick skin in front of it like a sturdy armor, also cracked, the wings were almost torn, the whole body was smoking, and fresh blood continuously flowed out from the mouth. It was staggering to maintain balance in the dust. So painful. This divine tree still feels a bit disappointed, unable to annihilate the transcendent fourth order in one blow. It's quite sad, but what can he do? The divine tree can only comfort himself, thinking that it has inflicted such injuries on that beast. It can also be considered a good result. Heaven and earth, its enemy is nearly 3 million spiritual power stronger than it, yet it's still disappointed? Australith pondered in pain for a while, suddenly opened its mouth and said, "Hey!" Then as fast as lightning, the tusks of the ancient beast, in the blink of an eye, wrapped around its remaining wing, and rip! The wing was cruelly torn from its body without mercy, fresh blood spurted out hundreds of meters long. The divine tree was a bit surprised looking at the ancient beast, but it didn't blink. The wing was thrown far away, a shiny purple-black wing. The divine tree gave the ancient beast a compliment. "You really know how to work," Australith just coldly said. "This useless thing just makes me more troubled." And in its eyes, a strong fighting spirit emerged again. It continued confidently, "It's okay, when I eat you, I will evolve into a different form, I will continue to advance, continue to survive." Australith stared intently at the divine tree with a greedy look that did not diminish and continued to say, "In the end, I will stand at the top of the food chain, with a perfect form." Saying this, it couldn't help but swallow. It seems that this cunning ancient beast still has a hidden final move. Its strategy of quick attack and quick win has failed. Using speed to suppress has failed, using fire to gain advantage has failed, wanting to throw the divine tree into the universe has also failed, so what will be next? But it's certain that this is a persistent warrior with an indomitable fighting spirit. Australith screamed, "Unceasing evolution is the meaning of my life." At the same time, a dazzling purple spiritual power sphere appeared above his head. The system announced that the power of this sphere was continuously increasing at a terrifying speed. 7,800,000 spiritual power, 8,900,000 spiritual power, and continuously increasing. Australith roared, "I thought that with the power of the transcendent fourth order, I would easily defeat you, but unexpectedly, you are too smart, and have many tricks, really beyond my imagination, so I am really bored. I will use all my strength to defeat you and blow up this entire city, no matter what happens." This is the dog and the root. The heart of the ancient beast has been deeply hurt. Even his mother has never beaten him like this. Moreover, he was also tortured by a lower-level monster. It is really humiliating. This made Australith really mad, and the final move is here, a full force, redo everything. The divine tree saw this, really worried, and exclaimed, "Damn, it's bad." The system announced that the divine tree's spiritual power was only 30% left. What should he do in this situation? He can't protect the entire city, even protecting himself is a problem. A shot of nearly 10 million spiritual power, shot straight at the divine tree, diamondization, was activated. All the roots of the tree changed structure into diamond crystal form, wrapped around the divine tree's core inside. The energy sphere rushed into the divine tree's defense layer, pushing the divine tree to slide hundreds of meters and deviate from the flight path. Whoosh! The purple light sphere flew too fast, creating a long uninterrupted purple light trail. Everywhere it flew past caused a terrifying shock, tearing space. This deadly sphere stopped at a distant mountain, a terrifying explosion equivalent to millions of tons of explosives. The whole ground was shaking violently, creating a huge fireball. From tens of kilometers away you can still see clearly, the reporter shouted. "Keep balance, keep balance." The pilot sweated like rain, trying to hold the joystick with all his strength. Because this shockwave storm is too terrifying, even if it is far away it can still blow up a skyscraper. The sound of the wind wants to tear space. Luckily this explosion is in a very remote place where people live. At the Spiritual Power Monitoring Center, they measured the shock of this hit equivalent to a 7 Richter scale earthquake. It's unimaginable. If this hit hits GR City, would the whole city disappear? At this moment, everyone wore a solemn face, goosebumps rising in waves. They felt lucky to have the divine tree confronting that ancient beast. Qintong had wrapped the remaining people in the city and his people in a hard soil shell. The ground was shaking violently, causing the people to be terrified to the extreme, as if the sky had collapsed. Qintong also didn't know if this shock was caused by the divine tree. The people from Misty Mountain were all stunned. The divine tree was also in shock. It turns out this ancient beast always pretends to be a pig to eat a tiger. No wonder a fifth-order beast was also defeated by it. Surely it must have used this method. What a cunning enemy. The divine tree had narrowly escaped death, but look, half of his body had been blown away. It was terrifying. The divine tree asked, "Which world are you from? You are the first one to beat me like this." On the other side, seeing the divine tree nearly dead, the chairman coldly ordered, "Prepare the spiritual power missile." He was still in a meeting, continued to say, "When the mutant tree fails or shows signs of failure, launch the missile immediately." It was at this moment, the chairman with icy cold eyes like ice ordered, "Launch the missile." The ancient beast excitedly shouted, "Excellent." Even the transcendent fifth-order killer whale couldn't withstand the hit just now. Meanwhile, saying and doing, he continued to create another huge spiritual power sphere. This time, the spiritual power sphere directly reached 9,200,000 spiritual power, equivalent to the power of a transcendent fifth-order beast. Meanwhile, Yuzu only had 3,290,000 spiritual power left, and what made the divine tree bewildered was, a final move could be used twice. Is it a hack? The ancient beast Austrolith is concentrating its power on the orb above its head. This green orb is expanding wildly. Inside, the energy particles are spinning madly, creating a deafening screech, about to reach its limit. At this moment, the divine tree has completed its defense layer, the Earth's shield has been deployed. The divine tree stands in a closed construction made of earth harder than steel. These earth flakes, after being reinforced with spiritual power, they continue to darken and overlap each other, creating a creaking sound. Preparing to face the attack of the ancient beast once again, this time the divine tree will not be subjective as before. Last time he used the skill Diamond Body Transformation to counter the enemy's final move. As a result, half of his body was blown away. This time's solution will be safer and more solid. Chiu! The energy orb is shot extremely hard towards the divine tree. Boom! It has hit the divine tree's defense construction. The energy orb is too strong. It is wildly destroying the construction without any sign of changing direction. Just a few more seconds, the construction will be crushed by the whirlpool of the orb. The divine tree roars, Kya, and uses all its strength. He tilts the surface of the construction to let the deadly energy orb fly straight into the sky by a 90-degree angle. The divine tree has calculated the shape of the construction to prepare for this. Austrolith is a good and cunning warrior. He knows that this second attack will not bring efficiency. He immediately gave birth to an army of dark beasts transcendent second-order tomato color from his mouth. The sound of the slime echoed in space. Just 2 seconds, the slime has completed the shape of a complete red-striped dark beast. Move forward, my children. The target is only one, that is the divine tree. The whole group of these beasts rushed to the divine tree like crazy. The roaring sound was deafening. Vu! Oh, but something whizzed past the divine tree, a golden light and a familiar scent. That is Xiaoling. She is rushing straight into the enemy in front of the divine tree with a cold face. Fire sword, butterfly. Xiaoling raises her sword. A flame shaped like a butterfly covers the sword. Her whole body is glowing, still rushing forward. The fire butterfly is getting bigger and bigger, and Fwin! Xiaoling slashes hard forward, right where the second-order dark beast group is about to overflow. The fire immediately covers the space, burning more than a dozen of those beasts. The roar and the sound of the fire are like the sound of hell. It's terrifying. The fire is higher than the skyscrapers. Xiaoling is getting stronger and stronger. It seems that Wang Hao will have a hard time marrying her. Xiaoling perched on the trunk of the divine tree. The sword in her hand had broken, not because the beast was too tough, but because this sword could not withstand the fire element spiritual power that Xiaoling had transmitted into it. Xiaoling lifted the sword up, disappointedly looking at it. This is a precious sword developed by the Spiritual Power Research Institute. It was designed with fire element conducting properties, specifically for her, yet it could only withstand one full force attack from her. It's pitiful. Did you guys notice? All the city masters are fighting barehanded. Wang Hao holding a sword is also a sword created from his spiritual power. It is a light sword. Xiaoling appeared on the TV screen. A very cool angle. Xiaoling was holding a fire sword rushing straight into the enemy. Everyone who saw it immediately recognized, this is their idol, the person with the domineering combat record and among the people with the strongest spiritual power in humanity, but also a beautiful and hot girl. They call her Ling Ji. Everyone immediately became more excited. "Go for it, Lingji, go for it, idol." Shaoling threw the broken sword away, quickly said to the divine tree, "Master, it needs to be resolved quickly. The human leader has decided to launch a spiritual power missile." The divine tree squinted when hearing this news. Again, it's a spiritual power missile. The divine tree turned to Shaoling and said, "Launching a missile here, isn't it?" The divine tree hesitated, then shouted, "Wait a minute, hold on." It seemed that something clicked in the divine tree's head. There was some plan, then quickly said, "Is there a way to contact the human leadership?" This made Shaoling also stunned. Never before had her master wanted to talk to the human leadership, unless he wanted to hear them apologize like last time. Shaoling immediately sent a message to the Spiritual Power Supervision Bureau of the Federation. The staff on the other side informed their boss. The chairman was also surprised. What did she say? Shaoling is very smart, immediately guided the divine tree. The divine tree made a call using spiritual link. He put a tree root on his head, and simulated the telecommunication signal, connected to the Spiritual Power Supervision Bureau. "Hello? Can you guys hear me?" The chairman picked up the phone. It was indeed the voice of the divine tree. He would never forget this terrifying voice. Sweat rolled down his cheek. The chairman nervously asked, "What do you want to say?" The divine tree on the other side seriously went straight to the point and said, "The ancient beast has evolved to fifth order in combat. Confronting it is really difficult, so I need your help." Only half a minute has passed. The fire is still burning, covering Austrolith. It is still standing there calmly. There is no need to rush. This it has learned from this very battle. Rushing with the divine tree only falls into his trap. While its master is talking, Shaoling will continue to fight to extend the time. She quickly appears in the fire. Both hands are two bright burning flames. The fire makes Austrolith's vision a bit limited. Shaoling, a new character appearing in front of him, surprises him. Flaming Butterfly. A huge tsunami taller than Austrolith is created by tens of thousands of fire butterfly wings, rushing forward, ready to swallow this beast. Fung fung fung. The fire overflows. Around Austrolith is completely bright and hot fire. The temperature has risen to thousands of degrees. Austrolith uses spiritual power not to let these butterflies land on its body. It calmly teases. "After the tree, it's the human?" Shaoling looks coldly. She doesn't say anything. There's nothing to say to this damn beast. Boom! A huge bright fire column spurts up into the sky, illuminating the entire night sky. The chairman on the other side is still not believing his ears. The divine tree wants to cooperate with them. Needs support from humans? He asked. "Are you serious?" The divine tree replied. "Isn't this what you also want the most?" The chairman tensely said. "You don't regret it?" The divine tree's eyes lit up with determination and said, "I will never do anything that makes me regret." Shaoling jumps out of the combat area. There is too much dust here, not good for observation. She looks back with a bit of helplessness, because she immediately realizes she is not at all an opponent of this monster. The only thing she needs to do is to use all her strength to extend the maximum time for her master. Fire Butterfly Full Force version is activated. Shaoling becomes a fire butterfly, with bright wings behind. The space around her becomes harsh and hot. This will be a full force attack. Indeed, beautiful people will also have beautiful skills. Looking at Shaoling now like a fairy, just that if you touch this fairy, you will immediately burn into charcoal. Austrolith, with the aesthetics of a monster, also has to look up and exclaim, "Ha ha ha, among all the humans I have killed, you are the most special one." Shaoling doesn't say much. The fire has accumulated enough. She screams and throws the fireball towards the ancient beast. The spiritual power is mobilized to the point that blood from her mouth also overflows. This is a full-force attack. Boom! The hit is on target, burning everything that this fireball touches. The butterfly wings gently flap in the air. Shaoling is silently observing the opponent from above. The attack just now has created a huge column of smoke billowing up. Shaoling breathes heavily. Almost all spiritual power has been used up. This is definitely the strongest attack she has ever made. But before she could rest, a tentacle rushed as fast as a cut from the smoke, wrapping Shaoling. Austrolith tightens Shaoling in front of his mouth and says loudly in satisfaction, "Flying back and forth like a fly, now die!" The situation is too fast. Shaoling can't help but be shocked, and the sound of the beast's voice is really scary. It is both deafening and brings an endless sense of death. It seems that the voice of the master is still better. she can only grit her teeth and say it's terrible. At this time, in the sky, a bright star attracts the attention of Austerlitz. He also doesn't know what is so bright. A huge missile filled with the spiritual power of all the strongest superhuman warriors right now is aiming straight at this battlefield. The ancient beast in the countryside just got up, asked Xiaoling. "What is that?" Boom! But before he finished asking, he was hit by a huge black hand on the head and smashed into the ground. The tree roots tighten the limbs, the ancient beast cannot move. All of its legs have been tightened by tree roots growing from the ground. Austerlitz struggles, but it's no use. The development is too fast, the ancient beast is completely caught off guard. The divine tree lifts Xiaoling with a tree root, gently says, "Xiaoling, go behind me." Xiaoling immediately obeys. Austerlitz, with its superior intelligence, immediately realizes that this is to hold him in place so that the damn thing in the sky can hit him straight. "Too stupid," Austerlitz angrily yells. "You think that toy can kill me? The only one who will die is you!" But the divine tree, with a cunning face, immediately denies. "Who said that thing will be used to destroy you?" Austerlitz, open your eyes and look carefully. At this time, the tree roots are summoned to form a support shaft on the head of the divine tree. The tree roots are like the hands of a surgeon in surgery, very skillful with spiritual power covering, gently holding the super spiritual power missile. If not skillful, it will explode immediately, instantly blowing the divine tree completely. It is as dangerous as walking on a wire. Right at the point of contact, a bright light is emitted, extremely dazzling. A very perfect action. Why is it so accurate? Because on the other side, humans have also tried to adjust their missile to be accurate and coordinated. This is the request that the divine tree exchanged with the chairman. Seeing this scene, Austerlitz also widens his eyes. It turns out that his superior intelligence is still working a bit slow and a bit inaccurate. But now that he has realized, it's too late. The divine tree yells, "Look at this! This is the combination of our strength and humans." Immediately, a huge beam of light emits from the contact point of the divine tree and the super spiritual power missile. Is the divine tree absorbing the power of this super missile? Chapter 131. The divine tree closed his two eyes and opened his mouth wide, screaming in pain as if he was using all his strength. In front of the ancient monster at this moment, a yellow smoke and fire swarm like honey is rolling in front of his eyes, completely obscuring the divine tree from view. However, the enormous power from this chaotic yellow mass truly made the ancient monster watching it stunned, not daring to move, because moving has cost him too much already. The ancient monster silently observed, only knowing how to clench his teeth in tension, because this smoke and force spread around, becoming more and more intense day by day, as if containing a terrible power. This column of smoke and fire, when viewed from afar, has risen hundreds of meters into the sky, higher than the tallest buildings in the city of Jie. This process has been completed, the divine tree is exhausted, trying to breathe, all the yellow honey-colored air has been absorbed, leaving only a hazy dust in space. The ancient monster with a painful and scarred face, looking intently at the divine tree in the dust, quickly discovered something strange, a very strong breath with an unusual taste compared to here. Austerlitz's eyes immediately narrowed, he really understood something and was very worried. When the divine tree lifts his leg, the ground beneath him shakes violently, forcing him to change his posture. He has been standing still for quite some time, making his body a bit stiff and tired. But with this strength, he can't be gentle. The divine tree grumbles, "Humans are such troublesome creatures." The divine tree stands tall, fully restored, with abundant strength. In just a moment, he has regenerated half of his body that was blown away earlier. The divine tree makes an extremely arrogant and satisfied face, smiling humbly at Austerlitz. Austerlitz saw this disgusting face and couldn't stand it. This humble smile is truly terrifying and provocative, it's a sneer, a taunt. He couldn't stand it, it seemed like the divine tree was looking down on him. The ancient monster roared, "You have truly absorbed the power of the tiny human race. I will not respect you," and fired a green bullet at the speed of light. Of course, this attack was not strong enough because he did not charge energy. It was basically to probe the opponent. The divine tree saw the green bullet flying towards him and immediately reached out to catch it. The green bullet spun wildly but didn't have enough force to blow the divine tree away. The ancient monster's eyes narrowed, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Although this attack was not a fatal one, it still contained several million units of spiritual power, which was not weak at all. What was happening was completely different from the Divine Tree's previous experience, and it seemed that he wanted to take this huge amount of spiritual power for himself. It was outrageous. Boom! The Divine Tree had indeed caught the bullet, and skillfully turned it into his own without losing any strength, and threw it hard towards the ancient monster. The ancient monster only had time to jump up and dodge, muttering "damn it" in his mouth. The toxic green bullet whizzed past his crotch in the blink of an eye. Immediately, this attack made Australith behind him a wasteland. This was just the beginning. A roar sounded right next to Australith, who had not yet touched the ground. A giant brown-red mouth opened wide and rushed towards him. The ancient monster was surprised by the combat speed. Chomp! A chilling crunching sound echoed, and the mouth had bitten off the ancient monster's head. The distance was too close and the attack speed was too fast, completely preventing the ancient monster from reacting. His head was firmly stuck in the mouth of the Divine Tree. Thanks to the protective armor, this bite did not cause any life-threatening danger, but the most dangerous thing was that this was the opening combo of the werewolf, wasn't it? Yes, the flying willow leaf technique has been activated, at such a close range. A bright green color emanated from the Divine Tree's mouth. This is a long-range attack, but used for an opponent who is close. The ancient monster's eyes narrowed. It was quite difficult to understand. He knew this attack, but had never seen a willow leaf shot from the mouth like this before. Moreover, this is a long-range attack, which seems a bit suspicious. A screeching sound like metal rubbing against each other echoed. From the Divine Tree's mouth, a huge willow leaf was shot straight into the ancient monster. The power was truly terrifying. The ancient monster could only lie still, with many cracks appearing on the head armor. The whole body was full of wounds, and now had to endure this provocative attack. This attack was too strong, as if it wanted to cut the city in half. Australith suffered a fairly heavy blow, flying thousands of meters away, his whole body wet with wounds, and the super thick and hard armor was about to give way. The owner of the future food chain was being beaten up, feeling like he was being tortured by someone weaker. This made Australith go crazy again. He roared in anger, "Hateful, hateful, hateful!" But before he could finish shouting, a huge punch came down from above. When the ancient monster realized it, it was too late. Boom! A loud shockwave rang out, creating a smoke column hundreds of meters high. Australith continued to be punched into a building, and this punch made fresh blood spurt out of his mouth. The tremendous pressure hit his lungs, causing him to spew out meaningless words. Divine Tree sneered, "So this is your true face?" It turns out that the thick armor on Australith's face had been knocked off, revealing his true face. A red face with large and small holes like pores. The Divine Tree continued, "So you've always been wearing a mask? Your true face is so ugly." The ancient monster seemed to be going crazy, emitting a strong black and purple aura, with a very agile face. He said in a demonic tone, "Go ahead and be arrogant, because you won't have a chance." Australith stood on the ground with 2 feet, his whole body glowing with a black and purple light full of death. Looking at him was like looking at a clown in a horror movie. He smiled horribly and said, "I have decided to take over the world." The Divine Tree's face immediately changed, staring intently at this clown. He was considering using all his strength in one blow to destroy his opponent. After all, the power he absorbed from the missile was gradually diminishing over time, as it was not essentially extracted from living creatures. Therefore, choosing to strike quickly and win quickly is the optimal strategy. Moreover, even though he revealed his true form, the clown still had not changed at all, still possessing that same power. Thinking of this, the Divine Tree immediately roared. Australith also roared like a madman, with a seemingly long, flexible, and soft body, rushing into battle, a final boxing match to end the game. Immediately, both of them approached each other. Australith brought his sharp claws back, quick as a cut, tearing apart the left side of the Divine Tree. A powerful blow, the Divine Tree immediately counterattacked with a round punch from the left, overwhelming power, a punch that sent the arm of the ancient monster flying. Not yet, the Divine Tree roared. 9 roots simultaneously attacked, each root turned into a dragon roaring madly, rushing towards the ancient monster. Australith immediately activated the magic shield, a purple magic bubble covering his face, to resist the powerful attack of the 9 super strong roots from the divine tree. Icy ocean. The entire combat area was frozen, even the smoke was frozen, and then, still an ice-type technique, the Ice Age. Activated, an entire area was frozen, with huge ice spikes growing. The divine tree continuously released its ice-type skills. He wanted to change the environment? A good idea. This really made Australith confused. But why didn't the divine tree just rush in and crush him? Why did he need to create a new fighting environment? Don't you see, after losing the outer armor, Australith was really fast and agile, attacking and causing great damage to the divine tree. Because of this, it was necessary to reduce his speed advantage with an unfamiliar fighting environment. The ancient monster looked around in confusion. The space became much colder, and because there was no thick armor to protect him, the ancient monster was really slower because his muscles had become somewhat stiff. But the ancient monster still wanted to take the initiative. He immediately used sound waves to attack. The divine tree activated crystallization to defend himself. His body was pushed back a bit, and his whole body turned into a crystal as hard as a diamond. The space seemed to be torn apart by this sound wave. This attack had a very powerful destructive force, especially causing deadly effects such as dizziness, tinnitus, and loss of balance, like what Chi-Z had experienced before. Of course, weak opponents will be shattered into pieces immediately. This attack was really powerful, making the divine tree's body torn into many pieces. The divine tree angrily roared, "Get out of this world, get out!" The earth spike was activated. A huge earth spike pierced the ancient monster and hung him on the sharp nose of the earth spike. The sound wave attack immediately ended, and the ancient monster was stabbed by the sharp spike, making a painful sound. But since when, the divine tree had used its roots to wrap around the buildings over there, using them as weapons, lurking behind the ancient monster. Boom! The sound of 5 large buildings being thrown into one place at the same time created a shaking that shook the whole earth and sky. The panda is still observing the battle, looking thoughtfully in that direction. After all, he realized that he was still too weak and had not measured his strength. But in his eyes it seemed that this battle had a result. Australith is trying to maintain balance, while the divine tree is also breathing heavily. The ancient monster was angry and shouted, "What are you relying on to chase me away? What are you relying on to protect humans? Aren't you also developing by killing humans?" Australith continued, "What right do you have to pretend? Don't pretend to be a moralist anymore." Hearing this, the divine tree was really unhappy. With the intelligence and knowledge of humans inside him, the divine tree fully understood that this clown was cursing him as a hypocrite. The divine tree coldly said, "Don't misunderstand, I'm not doing this for humans, I'm doing it for my teammates, and what my teammates want. Moreover, you have hurt my teammates, and this is revenge." Speaking of which, the divine tree's eyes narrowed again, and his killing intent rose. Images of Chi-Z being bullied appeared in his mind, making the divine tree even more angry. Chapter 132. The ancient beast sneered, "Oh, so that's how it is? Working with humans for such a hollow reason?" Then, he laughed like a madman. His laughter of a truly bizarre jester made one's skin crawl. He laughed and stomped on the ground, as if he had just heard the most ridiculous thing in the world. He continued, "You are too arrogant, you use that reason, so you are the one who is too arrogant." At this point, the divine tree just silently observed, with nothing more to present, because what he said was somewhat correct, but at least, the divine tree, though arrogant, still had decency and tolerance, unlike this ancient beast, who just wanted to destroy all other species. Australith screamed in madness, "I will make you regret for attacking me with such a damn foolish attitude." A huge purple spiritual ball appeared above his head, frantically charging spiritual power, spinning and expanding crazily. In a blink of an eye, it became a huge ball, dozens of times larger than the divine tree. The entire space was enveloped by this dense and deadly aura. Spiritual power and air were continuously compressed into the ball. The sound of chaotic energy colliding with each other created a terrifying screech. On the other side of the city, the 9-tailed fox could see clearly, because this spiritual power block was too large, and the feeling of death made her horrified. "Damn, This is really a destructive blow. Nine Tails immediately turned back to urge everyone to hurry up. In the dense spiritual wind, Xiaoling stood tensely on a high wall, gritting her teeth and watching anxiously. She uttered 2 words, "My master." This attack completely carried the deadly smell of that ancient beast, and she really didn't know what would happen to the master, of course, whether humanity would be destroyed or not. Has never been a problem for Xiaoling. The only person she cares about is the master. The TV station's helicopter was trying to keep a distance from the combat area, where the purple energy ball was expanding massively. The challenge for them was to stay far enough away to avoid being burned by the heat wave, but also close enough for these precious films to be broadcast to people all over the world. In the helicopter, the reporter's voice was still loud. "Can you see? A huge purple light ball. Even though we are very far away, we can still feel the terrifying heat it emits. If we get closer, we might melt." Meanwhile, the purple ball was still growing. The vortex of the ball's core created extremely hot waves, spreading to a radius of tens of kilometers around. People all over the world were holding their breath watching through the TV screen. The reporter's voice still echoed. "The battle seems to be about to end. Who will the victory lean towards? Will humanity be completely destroyed? Or will we continue to survive? All depends on the result of this attack." Indeed, a boy on a distant plateau was also listening to the radio about this battle. He was also worried whether this beautiful grassland would still exist tomorrow. The panda, with a body full of wounds, was closer, completely unable to observe the divine tree's place with his eyes. He used his hand to cover his eyes, uttered the name divine tree. The aura was too terrifying, even knowing that the divine tree was domineering. Even the faith in the divine tree was absolute, but he could not stop his heart in his chest from beating wildly in worry. The ancient beast with one severed arm was transmitting his spiritual power to the destructive ball. Had to admit that this man had a spiritual power source as vast as the sea. But with this attack, he really had put all his remaining spiritual power, determined to live and die with the divine tree. Even if it meant death, he would also pull all humanity with him. It was just spiteful. But why didn't the divine tree attack the beast when he was charging energy for this ball? Impossible. Because Australith was not a chicken, he of course had to prepare for that situation. The divine tree might be counterattacked. Secondly, attacking when he was accumulating energy would only make the ball explode immediately, no matter what size. From the beginning, this ball was at the level of destruction. Australith roared, "This is the final blow. I will let you and your damn attitude turn into dust." Pooh! The sound of the huge ball being thrown. The divine tree with determined eyes. At any cost, he had to stop this final blow, otherwise, all previous sacrifices and efforts would be meaningless. In just a blink of an eye, the ball had rushed to the front of the divine tree. He used one hand to thrust straight into the ball. The energy conflict caused countless bright yellow energy rays to shoot out, accompanied by a piercing screech. The ball was still spinning non-stop, wanting to crush everything it touched. Australith saw this scene, laughed contemptuously, as if watching an ant fight with an elephant. Death was unquestionable. At this moment, the huge hand of the divine tree was trying to hold back the ball, but this mad ball had a terrifying vortex, heating up his hand. His fingers were also glowing red. It seemed that it could not be controlled anymore. But what was more dangerous was that the regeneration speed of the divine tree could not keep up with the destruction speed of this ball. "Damn it!" the reporter from above shouted, "The mutant tree is blocking the ball." While people everywhere began to cheer extremely enthusiastically, "Come on, don't lose, we always support you, come on, push it back." On the screen, the huge and fierce divine tree became small in front of that destructive ball. Struggling to stop the deadly ball, every second passed, people were immersed in endless worry and suspense. Xiaoling was also extremely anxious, constantly calling the master's name. Tian Kam and Qin Kang also shrank their hearts and stood still watching anxiously. The whole night sky was only a deep purple. 10 years later, no, a few seconds later, the divine tree was still holding back this destructive ball, not letting it advance. Australith began to feel anxious. The smile had faded. It was really not good at all. He grumbled in anger. "Damn, why is he still standing like that? Why can't I defeat him?" Boom! The sound of the ground shattering echoed. The divine tree was preparing to do something. Making Australith stunned, instinctively he put his hand forward, as if to say, "EY bro, let's talk slowly." The divine tree had gone mad, he shouted. Die? Not yet, we will not only not die, but also defeat you, and continue to live well. As soon as the divine tree said this, it made the ancient beast's eyes shrink in fear. Like this but still claimed to defeat me? He really didn't know what to call someone who was arrogant but so strong. Then the divine tree roared, using all his strength and his whole body to resist the destructive ball. Boom! But the ball got even bigger? Did the divine tree use all his spiritual power to neutralize the energy of this destructive ball? A thick cloud of dust covered the space. The destructive ball was gone, and the divine tree also disappeared. The ancient beast could no longer feel the aura of the divine tree. Has he really turned into dust? Thinking of this, Austerlith was overjoyed like a madman, opened his mouth and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, finally got rid of you, finally people also. But before he finished speaking, the familiar face of the divine tree was right above him, even though he couldn't see it. But Austerlith could feel it. It really haunted Austerlith to old age. This strong aura was still not dissipated, even stronger, as if not hurt at all. The ancient beast was hit by another big shock, one shock after another, but he knew this was the biggest shock, which made him fall into deep depression. His eyes were dull like a fool. Too boring. Austerlith looked up. Indeed, it was the divine tree. The divine tree just waited like that, shouted loudly, "It's my turn, son!" The ultimate skill to pause time was activated. The destructive ball was still there, along with Austerlith, and all the matter in space had completely stopped. 9 roots attacked with full force, which were 9 dragons harder than steel, simultaneously punched straight into Austerlith at close range. At this moment the ancient beast was completely a sandbag, without any chance of self-defense. 9 roots hit from multiple sides to keep Austerlith's body from moving. Yes, needed to keep him straight to punch more, and a continuous punch was launched, thousands of punches. The divine tree roared, enthusiastically punching in passion. Nothing more enjoyable than punching into this freak. He had no armor left on his body, even after using time freeze. Spiritual power was almost exhausted, but each punch now caused terrifying damage, because it punched straight into Austerlith's soft flesh. Austerlith was punched up like a rag. And this is the last hit, a huge crystallized hand with a bright yellow color, but it was shiny and hard as diamond. It was the combo of crystallization plus the enlargement of a root. The divine tree shouted, "Everything is over. Son, this is the last hit." Wonderful! The panda had been watching this finishing scene all afternoon, even holding back from going to the toilet. Finally got to see it. The divine tree roared, all the strength was put into this punch. Win. The destructive punch hit the target lying still on the ground. System announcement: the target has ended its life. Dust and broken ground from that punch were still falling. Look at this. Austerlith was really beaten into a pile of shit. The broken arm was constantly twitching the last few times. The divine tree squinted down. Austerlith had completely faded. The divine tree began to get excited and shouted, "The 9th, we have won this battle. We have won. We can go home now." The voice of the divine tree echoed like thunder, still hard to hear, but at this moment it was like the bell of a church, so peaceful and happy. The melody of the song Home by BB Rexa and Machine Gun Kelly echoed again in Chizi's heart, in Xiaoling's heart, and in everyone's heart of Misty Mountain. The divine tree looked east. The sun had risen, so a new dawn had begun, a new dawn for all mankind and all living creatures on Earth. End of chapter 132. The final fragments of Austerlith are gradually disappearing. The divine camera of the divine level reporter has also captured this scene. The victory news has been transmitted to all corners of the world. After 2 long months, tens of millions of people have died, but in the end, the human extinction disaster named Austerlith has been completely defeated, completely disappeared from the world. Under the feet of the giant thorns, the memory traces of that ancient beast, the survivors of GR City flooded the streets, their faces full of tears, hugging each other, even strangers. They burst into the dawn of victory. Meanwhile, the mutant star warriors still guard solemnly, because they have not received the order to retreat. Through the TV screen, people everywhere are also ecstatic. Humanity has completely won. Everyone jumps for joy. A satisfying battle, thrilling to the last breath, has ended, and humans have continued to win the right to survive. At the Federal Spiritual Power Supervision Bureau, these senior personnel began to dance nameless dances. they all melted into joy. An unbelievable victory has come. The chairman also could not hide his happy face, but he just sat quietly, as if a supreme leader should not show too much in front of his employees. But it must be said that he really felt unbelievable. What a beast and human alliance. Defeating the destroyer, it is a fairy tale, but at least, this story has a happy ending. Damn it, the handsome and stylish divine tree now looks so withered. There is only one canopy left on the head of the divine tree, which used to be very lush and green. The divine tree is standing with Cheesy right where they fought earlier. They look around the city, which is completely a desolate plain. The divine tree couldn't help but sigh, didn't expect the battle to devastate the city like this. But Cheesy immediately comforted, human wars are much more terrifying. The divine tree asked gently, have you found the person you want to find? Cheesy, full of wounds, still carrying a star on his back, looking very romantic, gently said, I haven't found it yet, I'm busy evacuating people, I have no chance to find someone. At this moment, a nine-tailed fox walked up. Cheesy saw this and greeted her. Nine-Tails said, it's just right to have the ninth here. It seemed that Nine-Tails had something important to say. Then, with a serious face, Nine-Tails gently said, I regret to inform you of a piece of news. Qin Kong said that Xiao Ai sacrificed herself to protect the people. She was ambushed. Qin Kong said they couldn't protect the human race. There were too many humans. The dark beasts had secretly attacked. Xiao Ai only had one gun left. Qin Kong couldn't be blamed. Upon hearing this, Cheesy's face turned purple without a drop of blood. His heart seemed to have frozen, a heartache. Then, the divine tree used its roots to take Cheesy away. Nine-Tails added, Qin Kong has erected a tombstone for her, you should go and see it. On the way, the divine tree and Cheesy were silent, as if the divine tree didn't want to affect Cheesy's memories. But then, the divine tree asked Cheesy, after seeing the tombstone, what should you do? The panda just kept silent. The divine tree said, there must be a lot of things you want to say, right? The divine tree continued, he really wanted to encourage Cheesy like an elder brother. Be brave, say goodbye to her, she is a strong person, doesn't like people to be sad, so don't cry. At this moment, the panda decisively said, I understand, because crying is for the cowardly. After about 30 minutes, they arrived at Xiao Ai's tomb. A simple tombstone, with a sharp triangular stone pointing to the sky, looks simple but very solemn. Definitely a masterpiece of Qin Kong. Cheesy stood in front of the tomb for a long time, under the bright noon sun in Jie. Cheesy saw many small flowers around the tombstone. Cheesy spoke to himself, as if imagining talking to Xiao Ai's soul. These flowers are made by the flower god. I owe everyone a lot of kindness. Xiao Ai, can you see? I am no longer in danger, because I have become much stronger. I didn't expect us to meet like this. This is probably the last time we talk. Although I also can't bear it. Every joy must end. I will not cry in the future, will continue to be brave, because the world does not stop for anyone. Crying is meaningless, only continuous progress can grow. This is the truth I understood after being protected by you. I swear, Xiao Ai, you can rest assured about me. But at this moment, a familiar voice rang out, Cheesy, my god. This made Cheesy jump out of his skin. Was it a ghost? Of course, Cheesy is not afraid of ghosts. Suddenly, time becomes slow. Each falling leaf also does not want to fall. Cheesy recognizes this call. His heart is beating. Cheesy gathers all his courage to turn around and look. A girl, a familiar shoulder, a light pink hair, and the sweet smell of lavender. It's Xiao Ai, she's not dead. Cheesy suddenly remembered what the divine tree said. The divine tree asked what to do when he met that girl. It turns out everyone was playing Cheesy. But Cheesy believed that Xiao Ai was dead, so he didn't prepare anything, except for the 500-word eulogy. So naturally forgot the oath. Damn it, Cheesy cried out loud. Tears and snot flowed like rain. Cheesy choked. In his head appeared the whispered words, I'm sorry, I ran away at that time. But I'm back now. This is the voice from the heart. Cheesy has waited so many years just to say this apology. In short, I have a lot of things to say, but in the end, Cheesy just shouted Xiao Ai's name. Finally, the two close friends, after many difficulties, found each other. Xiao Ai's eyes were also full of tears, ready to pour out. The words of the divine tree echoed in Cheesy's ears, don't cry, that's cowardly. But Cheesy couldn't control himself. Tears and snot flowed like a waterfall, the intense emotion couldn't be suppressed. Cheesy choked again, trying to say, "I thought I would never see you again in my life." Hearing this, Xiao Ai's tears also flowed like a waterfall. Both of them cried out loud, then rushed to hug each other. Cheesy cried and said, "I will settle accounts with the divine tree. I will punch the big sister Nine Tails." At this moment, Xiao Ai's silent grandfather stood from a distance watching. He felt relieved. It was a happy ending. The withered divine tree and Nine Tails stood on a high rock, observing the city. The divine tree gently said, "Consider it a small revenge. Next time I won't spare him." Haha, Cheesy got a painful prank. Then the divine tree ordered the nine-tailed fox to announce to the legions, "Hand over the refugees to the human army. We all retreat." The divine tree pondered a bit when thinking about the ninth. He is happily forgetting about the sky and clouds, so the divine tree decided to let this boy decide his own future. It's clear, the ninth is ready to risk his life for humans. The divine tree has been mentally prepared for a long time. The ninth may stand with humans. It's okay, as I said, the divine tree believes that the ninth will never harm Misty Mountain. Thinking of this, the divine tree smiled again. After every battle, the one who cleans up all potential risks is still Xiaoling. The staff is reporting to Xiaoling that they have cleaned up all the remnants of the dark beasts in the city. Xiaoling smiled contentedly. She didn't fight much in this battle, but used all her strength and was seriously injured due to exhaustion of spiritual power. But in the end, the great victory belonged to the owner. Third Order punched away Fifth Order. It's too proud. She ordered her staff to retreat. The mission was completed. On the side of the Spiritual Power Supervision Bureau, after celebrating the victory, they started to worry. A big problem is that the Misty Mountain army is still flooding the city with terrifying combat power. They are afraid that if Misty Mountain does not retreat, but uses hundreds of thousands of refugees as hostages to threaten the government, what then? It's funny and it's sad, human hearts are always so unpredictable. The chairman remained silent without making a decision. At this moment, the assistant rushed in. There was an extremely urgent news that made her sweat. She shouted, "Mr. Chairman, the beasts of Misty Mountain have completely retreated." Upon hearing this news, the chairman immediately fell silent. Completely unbelievable. With such a large number of hostages, Misty Mountain could completely make demands on humans, but they retreated. The refugees have been completely handed over to the army. The people seem to have also started to change their views on the beasts of Misty Mountain. They are completely decent. Rescue the people, protect them, help them evacuate, so the country should not punish them in the future. The people continued to buzz, each with a story about the beasts of Misty Mountain. "Do you know? That elf girl really gave me a bun. I wish I had that white tiger as a mount. It's really cute." The chairman immediately realized the deep plan of the divine tree. He and humans have been completely calculated by the divine tree. Haha. End of chapter 133. See you next Friday. Chapter 134. GR City was leaning towards the afternoon. A peaceful sunset covered this desolate piece. No longer the noise of death. No longer the smell of burning from the night monsters. Only the late summer winds, carrying countless dust. Suddenly from a rock, something just sprang up. This creature, after jumping out of the ground, its eyes immediately looked far away. Its skin was purple-black, very familiar. After careful observation, seeing that it was definitely safe, this guy finally uttered a sentence. "Damn it, luckily I escaped a part of the body, otherwise I would have completely returned to the ancestors. Wait, I will definitely revenge." It turns out, this is a part of Australith. He is really smart to always leave a lifeline for himself. Speaking of this, his eyes flashed a cold light full of murderous intent. Roar! While chilling, he was caught by a large hairy hand. A giant black-haired guy caught Australith with one hand and roared, "Are you the one who hurt my brother?" Barely keeping a breath, Australith at this moment did not expect to be so unlucky. He was unwilling to shout, "Wait a minute, big brother." But before he finished speaking, the giant immediately released a very strong energy stream from his mouth. Australith turned into dust instantly. This giant guy is a grown-up panda. His face is very handsome and angry. His eyes exude a cold, killing momentum. This fierce panda asked the panda next to him about the whereabouts of Cheesy. The other reported that Cheesy is currently next to a human girl, and asked if the boss wanted to call him out. But this older brother is very understanding.
completely not wanting to interrupt the wonderful moment of his little baby brother. He immediately ordered to leave. If destined, they will definitely meet again. On the outskirts of the city, in the forest where the memorial stones of those who sacrificed in the battle against Australith are, the brilliant golden sunlight still lingers here, even though the sky is late afternoon. At this time, Chi Zi and Xiao Ai were chatting happily, taking this opportunity. Xiao Ai asked Chi Zi about all the rumors about Misty Mountain that she heard. Is it true that the golden ant and the elf girl like each other? Chi Zi said yes, but the cockroach prevents it. Hearing this, Xiao Ai's grandfather also asked, but isn't the white tiger and Tian Kem the elf girl allies? Doesn't he have feelings for her? It's really helpless. Chi Zi started to feel confused because he had to answer too many questions like confirming these rumors. While he himself didn't know much, unexpectedly Misty Mountain has so many stories being rumored far away. Chi Zi helplessly said, it seems that there are many complicated things. I have to go back and ask the divine tree what's going on. Hearing this, Xiao Ai suddenly stood up. She was a bit surprised and asked, go back? You want to go back to Misty Mountain? Chi Zi innocently replied, yes, why? Can I go back? Both fell into silence, a lovely embarrassment, like the first love of high school students. Chi Zi at this time was gentle and mature and said, I owe too much gratitude to everyone there. This time if it weren't for the divine tree, we would never meet each other. Then he smiled, continued to say, but I go back there not to repay the favor, but because my home is there. Speaking of which, Chi Zi's eyes lit up with a joyous happiness. Home, that is such a warm place, that could make Chi Zi so happy. It seemed that seeing this look, Xiao Ai also understood. Xiao Ai's eyes showed a gentle regret, just hummed. Chi Zi took out the flute always worn by him, wiped it once, then gave it to Xiao Ai and said, Xiao Ai, give you back this flute, I have kept it quite well. Xiao Ai was a bit surprised. Unexpectedly this keepsake Chi Zi always wore it by his side. She thought it was another flute that Chi Zi created. It's surprising that Chi Zi has managed to preserve this relic so well, despite his frequent battles with enemies. Many years have passed, but this flute remains as intact as new. Xiao Ai said, I don't need it anymore. Anyway, this flute has not been with me for a long time. I have gotten used to not carrying it with me. Instead, why don't you keep it? Hearing this, Chi Zi felt nervous, as if Xiao Ai was sulking and wanted to quit playing. But Xiao Ai was very quick, because she seemed to see Chi Zi's worried thoughts. She smiled charmingly and said, next time you give it back to me. Immediately, Panda Chi Zi was happy again and agreed immediately. The footsteps of the divine tree were still rushing. It must be said that it was running fast as if stealing. Why? There are many reasons, such as checking the evolution points to upgrade. Isn't it very urgent, haha? Suddenly there was a broadcast sound. Wrong, it was Chi Zi's voice. He had returned and wanted to go together. The divine tree knew in advance. This fun-loving guy will return home sooner or later. The nine-tailed fox was also happy. This noisy guy is completely loyal to Misty Mountain. So everyone hurried back to their territory. The palace of the divine tree appears, a very divine tree style. It is an open-air palace. The divine tree comfortably roots himself to the ground, comfortable in his body. The divine tree exclaims, indeed, there is no place like Misty Mountain. It's been a long time since I returned here. At this point, Lan Feng came to present himself before the master. The divine tree asked if anything had happened recently. Lan Feng quickly reported that all was well. Lan Feng was responsible for defense while the Misty Mountain army went on expedition. Without saying much, the divine tree immediately opened the attribute table. Checking the number of evolution points earned, 180,420 points. The divine tree squinted, seemingly too surprised, after destroying the transcendent fourth order with a combat power equivalent to the fifth order, but did not earn any evolution points. The divine tree was shocked. Could it be that this opponent was still alive? But at this moment, a space tremor occurred. The entire space was shaking to the extreme. The divine tree saw itself being summoned to another space. In front of the divine tree, a green board appears with the word system on it. The system is calling the divine tree's name, Zuizu. The divine tree met the system again, and asked with an unhappy voice, is it you again? What do you want by calling me here? The system coldly announced, the outer face of the darkness has appeared, the next enemy has appeared, this power surpasses you a lot, you can't keep up. The divine tree squinted and asked, "You mean, the one I just killed is just the beginning?" But the system did not answer but continued to say, "Despair is waiting for you in the future. You will lose everything. If you fail, you will fall into reincarnation, and if you win, you will be left alone. Everything will be extremely dark, beyond imagination. Zuizu, prepare well and fight for this battle." The divine tree frowned deeply. The system had never spoken with such a desperate voice. It seemed that even the system had no faith in the upcoming battle. Back in space, the divine tree is still a bit stunned. Then he turned to a deep sadness. He whispered, "Darkness is coming." But very quickly, the divine tree turned to determination very quickly and shouted, "Damn it, then come on. I will not lose." The gruff shout of the divine tree echoed throughout the Misty Mountain forest. A peaceful island on the sea, oh my. Suddenly the island shook violently, creating angry waves around. It turns out this island grows on the back of a gigantic sea monster, and now this sea monster is diving deep into the sea. It heads straight for the deepest trench of the ocean, moving sluggishly. It turns out this is a mutated whale worm. Its length probably reaches thousands of meters. Could this be the opponent that the system mentioned? End of Chapter 134.
Chapter 135. Thousands of meters under the ocean, in a vast and dark space, an ancient tomb with a stone cross is emitting a faint, mysterious sky-blue light, with bubbles still gently rising around this tomb. A pair of huge eyes are looking at the tomb with utmost reverence. It is the giant mutated whale. This is the tomb of the prophet of the sea race, who led all marine creatures onto the first path of evolution, and since then, the various sea races have developed crazily, achieving great power, and can now be regarded as standing at the top of the earth. The mutated whale silently bowed its head in reverence once more, then it swung its huge tail and left. At Misty Mountain, under the full sunlight, the canopy of the divine tree is rustling in the wind. Right at the top of the divine tree, an ice flower has sprouted. The divine tree knew about this, because he had absorbed too many ice spirit stones and had condensed into a divine flower. He was a little embarrassed and didn't know who to give this precious flower to. He had to check the KPI of his subordinates this month. This flower might make the person who absorbs it evolve up a level. It really is a priceless flower. While thinking deeply, the voice of the nine-tailed fox rang out softly, "Master, since you can freely change your shape to become gigantic, should we expand our borders outward?" Hearing this, the divine tree squinted his eyes and said, "Expand further." "Definitely, I will definitely expand the land, but not now. It must be so, anyway. He doesn't have the mood to talk about these future things. Yesterday he killed a transcendent fourth order with the strength of a fifth order, but didn't get any encouragement from the system, and this system guy even came and threatened him. It's really too insecure." The divine flower with the appearance of a small fairy flew over and asked, "Divine tree, can I follow you?" The divine tree happily said, "Of course, with you by my side, my cultivation speed also increases very quickly." But while they were talking, a noisy sound interrupted them. The two of them looked down, only to see the panda sticking his hand in his pocket. One hand holding a phone to his ear and talking. His voice was like a radio. He was very talkative. "This guy is calling Xiao AI, reporting that he has arrived. Oh, just like a boyfriend reporting to his girlfriend, and then they will ask each other if they have eaten, bathed. Just like the content that the panda is talking about." Then, the panda took a picture to report to Xiao AI and made everyone behind him take a selfie with him. The divine flower was embarrassed and covered her face with her hand. Looking at the figure of the panda who was busy talking and walking away, the divine tree whispered, "This kid is getting weirder and weirder." The elder Ninetails scolded, "The more I look at this guy, the more I hate him." The divine flower was jealous and complicated in her heart, so she didn't say anything, only her eyes lit up with a sharp light. The system announced that the ice flower on the head of the divine tree has fully matured. The divine tree is very happy, and let out a cheer. Then, the divine tree decided to call the deserving member to receive this super precious gift. He shouted, "White!" The white tiger immediately roared in response, his eyes very determined as he stood on a rock, his wings also spread out ready to receive orders from the divine tree. How majestic and powerful! Oh, but the divine tree grabbed the white tiger and threw it aside, saying, "No, not calling you." "That's right, It was calling the white snake. The white snake was also very agile, had crawled to the foot of the divine tree waiting for orders. The divine tree generously handed out the ice flower and said, "Eat this flower." The white snake's eyes lit up with joy. She didn't expect the master to let her eat something so precious. She had only heard others tell about it, never tasted it. But the white snake knew that this is a super priceless thing in this world. Not saying much, mouth says hand does, the white snake thanked the divine tree while biting the ice flower. Immediately a terrifying energy burst out around. But when she swallowed it into her stomach, her whole body immediately lit up. All the cells of the white snake were filled with extremely pure and concentrated ice energy. The divine tree also had to use a branch to cover its eyes, too bright. Digestion completed, the white snake successfully evolved, still a pure white skin, but the white snake now has an additional sky blue flame mane that looks very cool. The size of the body has also grown a lot. The face of the white snake has become even more beautiful, a beauty of maturity and wisdom. The divine tree also exclaimed, "So beautiful!" when he looked into the turquoise eyes of the white snake. Then the white snake tried a new skill, which is riding the wind and breaking the waves that allows her to fly in the air. This is the small divine skill that she just learned after evolving, but the speed of this skill is very special, fast as light. Yes, moving in the air with the skill riding the wind and breaking the waves will achieve the speed of light. Isn't it terrifying? But the divine tree suddenly felt a slight jealousy. Other creatures can fly as soon as they level up, but the divine tree can't. This makes him feel very unfair. The wild boar, the orange-haired monkey, and the bear looked at this, all with wide eyes in admiration. Knowing how to fly is really a miracle, and it is a noble level, except for the master, who doesn't need to fly but is always noble. The white snake turned back and rubbed her head against the divine tree. Her voice softly said in embarrassment, "Master, I will always love you." Hearing this, the divine tree was also a little embarrassed, laughed haha and said, "Let me check your attribute table." The attribute table appeared: Elemental Dragon, Transcendent Second Order, Innate Talent, Manipulate Ice, Absolute Ice Manipulation, Freeze Everything with Breath, Second Innate Talent, Manipulate Cold Electricity, Navigate Cold Electricity, Skill Elemental Incarnation, Create Ice Armor that can significantly increase defensive power, Dragon Body, with the body of a dragon. Significantly superior to all other species in all stats, Absolute Freeze can freeze everything, small divine skill. Riding the wind and breaking the waves helps increase movement speed equal to light. After reading the white snake's attribute table, the divine tree was completely stunned for a while. Too powerful, this girl has 2 innate talents, and many rich skills. Both attack and defense are enough. If carefully cultivated, she will definitely be a powerful factor in Misty Mountain. The divine tree loudly said, "White snake, you must diligently cultivate, there will be a day when you become a dragon." Hearing this, the white snake suddenly raised her head and looked at the divine tree with determined eyes. The dragon is the strongest creature in the world. Its existence is always compared to the gods. If the white snake becomes a dragon, this will not only improve the combat power of Misty Mountain but also cause a strong shock on the earth. The divine tree continued, "Then you will be the strongest person in Misty Mountain." The white snake happily nodded. A bright smile appeared. Time quietly passed, and it has been a month since the divine tree defeated Australith. King Kong and the white bear were sent to the northern border for defense, while the divine tree was stationed at Misty Mountain. 8 days later, on the Australian continent, another incident that shocked the world occurred, with the land itself being the world's activation stone area, so now it has become a paradise for mutant beasts, also the most dangerous place in the world right now. In the sky of this land, suddenly a huge black tornado appeared from inside. Countless dazzling lightning strikes out. The sound is not like the sky being torn apart, but the sky is really torn apart. Thousands of meters long lightning strikes hit the ground, and from here, the first dragon appeared. A legendary creature, the first transcendent third-order dragon appeared in the world. Its whole body is covered with extremely thick black scales, the true image of the European dragon, very muscular. Its roar is very loud, tens of kilometers away can still be heard. Its body is as big as a mountain, wings tens of meters long, can create a storm equivalent to level 12. The reaction was very quick. the Spirit Investigation Bureau sent an excellent team to investigate. Of course, they were awarded the title of Heroic Martyr first, because the result of this investigation everyone knows, that is, they will all die. These brave guys saw the mutated dragon, sweat pouring out, their faces turned pale with fear. And the first footage was returned to headquarters. Soon after, the Free Federation, the Chinese Federation, the Luo Kingdom, and the 10-Nation Alliance all received the news. China Alliance, the Free Federation, the Chinese Federation, the Luo Kingdom, and the whole world was once again in crisis. On the screen, a large muscular black dragon is proudly perched on a rock, looking into the distance. This is the precious film that the reconnaissance team has sent back. An important meeting has been opened. They began to discuss this creature. This is a huge dragon. Moreover, it is the evil dragon in the legend. Yes, all black dragons are evil dragons. Our ancestors taught so. A senior manager, with a worried face full of worry, said, "This legendary creature, has it appeared in the world?" A bald professor went to the screen and calmly said, "This one has not fully evolved yet. Look, its wings are not yet complete. It is only a sub-dragon level dragon species." Saying this, the professor seemed too calm, making some senior figures feel unhappy. They doubted and said, "Now that there is this dangerous species, you say, what is the difference between a sub-dragon and a dragon?" The bald professor still calmly said, "In terms of strength, the dragon is considered mature, the strength is fully erupted, while this one is a sub-dragon, it can only exert a part of the dragon's strength." Everyone sweated coldly. The sub-dragon is already a third order, and it is only considered to exert a part of the dragon's strength. The professor continued, "So we need to quickly destroy it before it fully evolves and matures, otherwise, this war will be more terrifying than the war of the mutant tree and Australith." The bald professor's face showed danger and greed. He continued, "If we get the body of this dragon, it will be a leap forward for human research. And so, not only to prevent the risk of danger to humans, but also the value of this is very high, therefore, destroying the dragon is an act that humans must do." At Misty Mountain, Aki just brought the secret report to Divine Tree. It was Shaoling who sent the message, but the words were too small and Divine Tree's eyes were poor and had to use a magnifying glass to look. It is the announcement of the first appearance of the dragon species on Earth. Shaoling has also been summoned to discuss this matter. According to Divine Tree's guess, the countries will unite and deal with this matter together, because no one wants to bear the loss alone. Although feeling that this matter has little to do with him, Divine Tree still carefully arranged manpower to take care of this matter. Of course, it is not for fun. Divine Tree really wants a sub-dragon to join the Misty Mountain faction. Here, Shaoling's reconnaissance team is ready. They stand upright waiting for the order to board the helicopter. Behind, Shaoling is thinking about something, or waiting for Divine Tree's order, deciding whether to get involved in this matter or not. End of chapter 135. At the Misty Mountain, the number of surviving individuals in the area is increasing with all kinds of mutant animals. Each species has a herd, a few dozen individuals at least, and hundreds at most. Divine Tree is pondering this issue. Now, the Legion of the Misty Mountain has formed quite a bit. The 4 kings and their subordinates, monkeys, mantis, wild boars, ants, the mouse clan, spiders, wind wolves, gorillas, the Arctic clan. Thinking about this, Divine Tree squints his eyes. It's not just a matter of expanding territory, but also worrying about food, ruling area and training methods to enhance the strength of each tribe. It's a tough problem. Divine Tree summons Lan Feng. Lan Feng immediately appears. He emerges ethereally from a black smoke, truly the style of a spy. Lan Feng respectfully kneels before Divine Tree to receive orders. Divine Tree asks, "Is the previous news accurate?" Lan Feng replies, "Accurate. Thousands of mutant mice have died to get this information." "Indeed, and this news is very valuable. It is in the western wilderness. There is a deserted town where a medium-level fire elemental spirit or mine exists." Divine Tree feels quite sad about such a large sacrifice of the mutant mouse tribe. Indeed, thousands of them died. For a compassionate person like Divine Tree, this is a great sorrow. Of course, he only sympathizes with species other than humans. Divine Tree says, "All right, your efforts will be recognized by me." Speaking of the western wilderness, But in fact, Divine Tree doesn't know what it's like. Originally, when he was alive, he also rarely traveled. When he was reborn as a tree, he couldn't move flexibly. It's really a joke of fate. Therefore, Divine Tree decides to go and see what the Western Wilderness is like. Of course, every time there is a new ore mine, it is Divine Tree himself who will go to explore. Because this is too dangerous, he doesn't want his subordinates to die unjustly. But at this moment, in Divine Tree's head suddenly rings the cold voice of the system. Darkness is coming. If you can't stop it, you will lose everything and fall into despair. Thinking about it makes him feel disheartened and angry. Fighting Australith got nothing. Tired all over, the system still threatens. But this is also the motivation for Divine Tree to further explore this western wilderness, looking for opportunities to enhance the combat power for Misty Mountain. Divine Tree reassures himself that he will never despair, will never stop evolving, until he stands on top of the new world. Or of course become the World Tree, the ancestor, the source, the lord of all creatures. This is the Western Wilderness, also known as the Western Desert, a large desert from the old era, but when the spiritual power awakened, it became a dangerous area of S level. The whole desert shines a deadly red and yellow color. At first glance, there is no sign of life. Occasionally, if you have sharp eyes, you can see a few desert worms wandering for food. The loud movement of Divine Tree, the giant roots hit the ground and sand, pulling a huge body to move. Marching with Divine Tree are some of the main forces of Misty Mountain, including Panda Chi-Z, Nine-Tailed Fox, Flower God, Two-Headed Wolf, Mutant Cockroach, and a white and black spotted hyena. Is it a hyena? Oh, it seems to be a mutant leopard with black and white fur. There is also a golden ant standing proudly in front. The golden ant holds a handful of sand in his hand and says suspiciously, "Hey, Mutant Cockroach, do you find this sand a bit strange? The sand is dark red?" The cockroach observes and says, "Indeed, this sand is strange. Moreover, there is a faint smell of fresh blood in the space." Hearing this conversation, Nine Tails also secretly guessed that, surely this place has gone through hundreds or even thousands of massacres to make the blood stick to the sand and change the color to red like this. A sea of red sand stretches to infinity. At this time, the leopard and the two-headed wolf were breathless, sweating like a bath. Their tongues were also sticking out because of the heat and fatigue. Nothing makes people dehydrate faster than being in the desert. Even a breeze passing by also makes the skin of all creatures dry instantly. The leopard and the wolf really want to rest for a while. Immediately a root shoots straight into their buttocks. Divine Tree shouts, "You guys hurry up a bit, I called you here to give you special training." It turns out that these two characters must be the slowest progressing members at Misty Mountain, so they need to be given special training. Look, a pair of big and suspicious eyes are rising from under the sand and peeping at Divine Tree's team. Is this villain ambushing? Pew! A purple-skinned, yellow-haired, flashlight-eyed lizard jumped out of the sand, opened its huge mouth. It had been waiting here since Monday last week. Finally there was a prey falling into its trap. It was Chi-Z. But Chi-Z didn't know anything. He was busy looking at his phone. The monster did not hesitate, and rushed straight into Chi-Z with its mouth full of sharp teeth. Boom! A left-handed slap made it fly to one side, twisted its mouth. The monster couldn't believe what was happening. The moment it fell to the ground, it also lost consciousness. As for Chi-Z, he didn't care at all. He was still busy with his phone. He was anxiously searching for a signal to call Xiao AI. Finally there was a little signal. Chi-Z said, "Xiao AI, I'm in the desert, the signal is very weak." Divine Tree is a bit surprised, the system announces, killing a transcendent first order, receiving 50,000 evolution points. It's really a windfall. It's noon, the sun is getting stronger, the heat is like burning. Only Divine Tree is like an alien in this desert, a wandering tree in the desert. Then, more mutant beasts come to attack. Chi-Z punches and kills a few giant silver scorpions, and this two-headed wolf brother is about to fall into the trap of that mutant carnivorous flower. Luckily Divine Tree supports. But Divine Tree is also very disappointed. These guys after eating full then all go to play. Do not worry about training. When going to the battlefield immediately become prey for the enemy. There are even mutant camels foaming at the mouth, probably too thirsty running to Divine Tree hoping to avoid the sun. But Divine Tree has helped it to a cooler place in heaven. In summary, 420,449 evolution points. Suddenly the mutant leopard and panda with a happy face rushed towards Divine Tree like crazy. The panda seems to have found something. Then he opened his hand, a pure green scorpion, shining a sparkling light very beautiful. Everyone gathered their heads to examine. Divine Tree also carefully observed. He had told if encountering excellent individuals must bring back. The system board appears. Mutated black scorpion, entered level 6, innate talent, piercing poison sting. Uses poison to solidify the enemy's body, extracts the enemy's life force. Special ability, rapid recovery, extracts the enemy's life force to heal itself. Injury tail sting, can freely control the length of the tail, has a scorpion shell, can enhance defense. As soon as Flower God saw this scorpion, she immediately hugged it into her arms, her happy face rubbing against the scorpion. The scorpion also seemed very happy. Looking at them really happy. Unexpectedly Flower God has aesthetics as a scorpion. Seeing this scene, Divine Tree could only smile. Who would have thought? Flower God's hobby is a scorpion. At this time, on the other side of the continent, a black vortex in the sky is still spinning crazily. The black dragon has appeared from here. The battle has officially begun. This is a sub-dragon. It is preparing to attack with its mouth. A powerful energy ball is being compressed and shot into the humans below, a terrifyingly powerful attack. The extraordinary human warriors who are not strong enough will be crushed by the impact of this attack. This attack also cuts the ground in half, creating a deep hole tens of meters deep. The sub-dragon roars in dominance. Human warriors of all races have gathered here at the call of the Global Alliance. They only know that this sub-dragon is a threat to humanity and needs to be destroyed before it matures into a real dragon. But it's too tough. Everyone feels powerless, not knowing how to defeat it. Many people are angry and gritting their teeth, unlike a 2-year-old child trying to chew a steak. Unable to chew, here, not only can they not successfully destroy this sub-dragon, they may even lose their lives. Countless people have died. After a few hours of fighting, humanity has suffered significant losses. The panda-riding knights, the force considered the strongest of the Chinese Federation, have also been injured. This knight's armor has cracked, and his mutant panda also appears tired with scratches on its body. Xiaoling and her team were here, fighting for the past few hours. Xiaoling carefully observes this sub-dragon. After a few hours of probing, she decides to unleash her true power, because this sub-dragon is really tough, hoping to find some weakness of it. Thinking about it, a few fire butterflies have been summoned. Suddenly a person steps forward. It's a girl with blonde hair, dressed like a knight. This girl raises her sword and yells, "You guys back off." Xiaoling looks over and recognizes this is a knight from the Suniver Empire. A brave girl, she raises her shield, summoning her ultimate skill. The system screen appears. Special ability, Defensive Knight, can block all physical attacks, is an indestructible shield. Just then, the black dragon spews out its attack, a stream of white energy with a faint red core with a strong thrust. The girl grunts, grits her teeth and braces herself. If she can't block this attack, countless superhuman warriors will lose their lives. The breath of the dragon touches the girl knight's protective sphere. The breath energy is blocked and spills around, a truly spectacular scene. Looking from behind the girl, only to see the breath split into 4 sides, unable to penetrate this defense. The dragon with the breath of an opera artist continues to spray into that defense, but still can't break through. It's truly a great protective skill. Over here, a reptile's foot. Oh no, is it a mutated kankura's foot? Along with other mutated beasts, there's even a platypus that looks very happy. They look like a gangster gang, standing watching the situation. Chapter 137, the blonde-haired female knight pointed forward and shouted loudly, "Charge!" Immediately, the knights under her command rushed forward. Xiaoling and other superhuman warriors also charged, their eyes showing no fear, only the determination of a warrior's spirit. The entire human force, in an instant, rushed forward, taking advantage of the delay after each attack of the black dragon. The dragon was attacked by human warriors from all sides, some attacking its neck, some its legs, its entire body enduring hundreds of onslaughts. The black dragon was screaming in pain, flapping its wings to repel the human encirclement. Not far away, a suspicious-looking group of monsters was quietly observing. Among them, a mutant kangaroo, looking very cool with dozens of scars on its body, full of experience and unrestrained, seemed to be the leader. Its eyes and expression also revealed a cold calculation. The dragon's wing had fallen to the ground. After hundreds of disorganized attacks by humans, this dragon had also fallen into a disadvantage. Immediately, a warrior joyfully shouted, "It's down!" The dragon's body hit the ground, causing a loud rumble. Not only that, the dragon's body was not as hard as everyone thought. It could be attacked. Now, this giant black dragon was bloody, full of wounds. The dragon roared angrily in pain, a mouthful of blood. It seemed to have weakened a lot. Seeing this, knowing that the dragon's combat power had decreased, this was the decisive counterattack opportunity. All the warriors once again charged, led by a native warrior, with the fashion of the Aborigines. But before they could attack the giant black dragon, a strong spatial shock occurred in this area, shaking violently. Everyone had to stop their actions. People here were afraid that it was caused by the dragon, a strong oppression in space to deter everyone. Immediately the attack had to be temporarily stopped. But the black dragon itself was also similarly affected. It was also stunned, not knowing where this terrifying power came from. Xiaoling quickly realized that it was not caused by this dragon. But from behind, her eyes immediately looked behind to find the owner of this oppressive attack. It turned out to be that Black Society monster group. The leading mutant kangaroo, accompanied by a mutant crocodile, it seems so? There are also mutant ducks, mutant bats, mutant seals, and it seems to be a snow bear. They stood on a high rock and looked down condescendingly. The people below saw it and were surprised. Clearly the gathering behavior of monsters is very similar to Misty Mountain. But is this the Misty Mountain army? Definitely not. They don't have these weird characters. The Misty Mountain warriors are remembered by every human being. They are really famous. At this point, the black dragon had observed and spoke with a mouthful of blood. "Stupid humans, you have been used without knowing." The black dragon's eyes showed anger. It continued, "They waited for you to weaken me, then caught everyone in one net." Xiaoling heard this and was very surprised. Is there another creature that dares to calculate both dragon and human? The mutant kangaroo jumped down. Oh, a very strong body, very muscular. This kangaroo guy stood on two legs, crossed his arms, and spoke with a cold voice. "Long time no see, Ned." Too surprising, isn't it? This guy appeared among the human warriors so quietly. Only when he spoke, everyone discovered him. Immediately, two human warriors jumped to another place. Like a reflex, too scary. When did he appear? But the kangaroo didn't care about the two fleeing youngsters. He calmly talked to the black dragon. "The king is angry at everything you have done. Not only did you attempt to enslave the entire ethnic group, you also appeared in the world during the breakthrough and exposed everything to mankind." The eyes were still sharp. The black dragon said, "So you teamed up with humans to destroy me?" The kangaroo guy replied, "Yes, without our permission, they can't even get to the shore." Hearing this, the human warriors felt like they had fallen into a pit. So, their easy landing and finding the dragon so easily was because someone had calculated and planned everything. The kangaroo still crossed his arms, his eyes slightly looking down. His voice became deeper and said, "The king does not allow us to lose too much, nor does he want your corpse to be taken by humans, so the only way is to arrange for humans to go to death." Then, the eyes of the kangaroo guy suddenly showed a murderous intent and continued to speak with determination. "In short, whether it is your betrayal, or the existence of Misty Mountain, all are not allowed." As soon as these words of the kangaroo fell, the sub-dragon immediately went mad, its body surged, and it roared, "It's ridiculous! I am the king!" In just a moment, the powerful breath of the black dragon had returned, even stronger than before. The human warriors saw this. They felt uneasy, involuntarily retreated a few steps before the oppressive wave from the dragon. The kangaroo, with his combat readiness, immediately realized that this dragon had left itself a way out, had retained its true strength. Just 2 seconds later, an energy ball had been accumulated in the mouth of the black dragon. The spiritual power had condensed to a dense level, preparing a destructive attack to be launched. The black dragon roared, "Rotten kangaroo, die!" But before it could act, a giant lizard rushed in and bit the body of the black dragon. The body of this lizard was like a crocodile, but its size had to be as large as a dragon, immediately making the black dragon lose balance, preparing to fall to one side. But not yet. When it looked up into the air, the black dragon saw another mutant creature, preparing to throw an energy ball at its face. Indeed, two quick attacks, the black dragon could not dodge, fell into a disadvantage. Humans saw this, just stood and watched, didn't know what to do next. The black dragon went mad and cursed, "Damn it!" It immediately tiptoed back to take a run up, then launched straight at the kangaroo leader, its ferocious mouth wide open. Just need to bite the kangaroo, this monster gang can be considered done. But the kangaroo didn't want to dodge at all, even, his face became cunning. His eyes showed a chilling murderous aura. The kangaroo muttered, "Rest assured to die. Your meat is very valuable. We will definitely eat it clean." Boom! The earth-shattering collision caused earthquakes and huge waves. A human warrior hastily shouted in panic, retreat quickly, or the whole army will be wiped out." As agreed beforehand, in an emergency situation where they have to retreat, they will have someone carry the dragon eggs first, those warriors with the ability to move like wind and clouds, each holding a dragon egg and flying away. Yes. They are the superhuman warriors from Sakura country, with the moving skills of the ninjas. Immediately, the shout of the commander behind rang out. "All protect the people of Sakura country. Help them retreat safely." But that monster gang had also arranged a mutant bat and another monster to block the retreat of these Sakura warriors. The mutant bat with a shameless face rushed over and shouted loudly, "Give those eggs here." Boom! Unfortunately, what they received was the fire of Xiaoling. "Xiaoling will not let these precious items be stolen," she said. "Want to obstruct? Dream on." On this side, the black dragon had bitten the lizard in its mouth, truly worthy of being a legendary creature. It turns out, this battle has just begun. The black dragon glanced at its eggs in the hands of the ninja warriors. It thought to itself, "Go. My children, go far away from here, the farther the better." In the western wilderness area, in a large cave underground, many fire snakes are guarding. This is a medium-grade fire spirit stone mine, and these snakes are all transcendent second order, very powerful. Divine Tree couldn't help but rejoice for how much effort wandering in the desert finally found the location of this spirit stone mine. There are a total of 4 fire snakes of transcendent second order. Perhaps this is the only combat force at this stone mine. These snakes saw a stranger appear, immediately rushed up to fight. Divine Tree assigned this task to his subordinates, of course, just like eating cake, the first one. First blood was performed by the nine-tailed fox, the second one was the sandbag of the mutant ant. He punched the giant snake into a mess. The panda used a punch wrapped in the power of ice. The snake immediately passed away. Far away, a beauty was hiding. Her white skin and blue hair were really thrilling. Without seeing her face, I knew she was a beautiful girl. The beautiful girl with 2 small fangs, seeing this bullying scene, sweated profusely, worried about who these guests were so fierce, and that tree, with a breath of extremely murderous. "Who is it?" Chapter 138. The golden ant is still diligently massaging this second-order mutant snake. In the previous episode they were still alive. Of course, at this level of power it's not easy to die like that. The golden ant's punch is full of power. Each punch carries a terrifying force, shaking the space. On this side, Chi-Z is also torturing another fire snake with punches carrying cold energy. He is landing critical hits on the snake's neck. The opponent can only scream in pain. The assassin cockroach and the flower god have also killed a fire snake, preparing to execute their opponent. The snake lies on the ground, completely motionless, because of the assassin cockroach's slashes, although not too powerful, but extremely insidious. All the tendons seem to have been cut. It is sweating profusely, fearfully looking at this executioner. My God, these 2 losers are being dominated by another fire snake. The 2-headed wolf has been captured, and the leopard can only run around in fear. This snake is laughing because it's so easy to win a 1v2, it's unimaginable. Suddenly the sound of tearing air rang out. A sharp black spear rushed over at supersonic speed. instantly pierced the neck of that huge fire snake. The sound of dry cough rang out. The snake had completely ended its life. Instantly the two-headed wolf and the leopard escaped from danger. Divine Tree made his move, he retracted his tree roots. Blood splattered, the system announced a harvest of 180,000 evolution points, 50,000 spirit points. But in his eyes it was complete disappointment. It was disappointment with those two bottom-of-the-class students. At this moment suddenly the fire snake lying motionless, seeing its comrade killed, it is its cousin, it went crazy, broke free from the assassin cockroach and the flower god, rushed straight into Divine Tree with a fierce desire for revenge, its mouth opened wide, as if it wanted to fight Divine Tree to the death. But Divine Tree shouted, "Don't know your own strength." Immediately, the snake stopped. Its body is large, but compared to Divine Tree, it is still just a small creature. Divine Tree asked it, "So, do you want to fight anymore?" The fire snake was stunned. Isn't it supposed to fight to the death? They were prepared for death, because basically when beasts fight, there is no negotiation. Seeing these snakes hesitating, Divine Tree immediately burst out with spirit power. The overwhelming power of Divine Tree spread out in space, an absolute oppression, the power of a god. The remaining snakes immediately bowed their heads in respect. Of course we don't want to fight anymore, peace is wonderful. Seeing this, Divine Tree generously praised, "It seems you guys are not too stupid." The nine-tailed fox saw this and calculated that there were quite a few fire system teammates in the Misty Mountain Alliance. And far away, Cheesy was still diligently looking for a phone signal. Anyway, the task was completed, so no one said anything about him. The beautiful girl in the distance, seeing this whole scene, was completely scared to sweat, covering her mouth with one hand and fearfully saying, unexpectedly, "Oh my god, the fire snake tribe was subdued like this. Isn't it too empty?" As soon as she finished speaking, Divine Tree immediately detected a suspicious breath. His eyes immediately narrowed. The girl knew she had been discovered. Her whole body trembled with fear, and in a moment she didn't know how to react. Of course, running is the best strategy, so she turned around and used her snake-like lower body to frantically slide away. But how could she be faster than Divine Tree, a real girl hunter? Wrong, a real beast hunter. In the blink of an eye, the dragon-shaped tree roots blocked the girl's retreat. Without saying much, Divine Tree used his sharp eyes to carefully observe the girl, which made the girl feel embarrassed and scared, perhaps thinking that this was a cunning look that wanted to harass her. The girl looked around and saw Chi-Zi and the two-headed wolf lying in ambush. Knowing that she was surrounded, the girl couldn't help feeling disappointed, while Chi-Zi calmly said, "There are people here." Divine Tree loudly corrected Chi-Zi's words. "This is not a person, it's a human race." Oh, human race and humans seem to be the same. Seeing that Divine Tree is not very clear in his use of language, the beautiful girl with green hair angrily shouted, "I am a snake girl. You guys can't catch me." After speaking, the girl's eyes lit up with a strange green color. The system announced, "This is a small divine skill called Petrifying Gaze. As long as this gaze touches anyone, that person will immediately turn into a stone statue. Perhaps this is a descendant of Medusa." The girl's eyes lit up like a flashlight, shining directly at Divine Tree. Surprisingly, Divine Tree's body is really turning into stone. This also made Divine Tree a little surprised. Seeing this, the girl confidently said, "It's your own fault for seeking death." But she didn't know that at this moment a terrifying face had appeared next to her. It was the nine-tailed fox. Boom! A powerful flame burned the place where the girl was standing. Luckily she was able to jump into the air to avoid it. It was an extraordinary reaction. At this moment, Chi-Zi shouted, "It's not good, run!" And he had already pulled the two-headed wolf out of the fire. On this side, the snake girl was still using her petrifying gaze to shine randomly in the air, wanting to destroy the nine-tailed fox. Chi-Zi and the two-headed wolf hadn't landed yet. They were hit by her gaze on their cloaks. The cloaks immediately turned into stone. Chi-Zi the panda felt very sad for the loss of the precious cloak that had been with him for so many years. The girl still used her bright eyes like a flashlight to scan the space. But she couldn't hit the nine-tailed fox. She complained helplessly. "The speed of this fox is really too fast." But at this moment, a terrifying gaze appeared behind her. The best of the nine tails is to appear behind. using its speed to overwhelm the opponent, even creating highlights. With weak-minded opponents, she can make them shit their pants. Boom! An attack from the nine-tailed fox, smoke billowing. Has it defeated the opponent yet? Not yet. From within the smoke, a column of green energy is rising fiercely, even throwing the nine-tailed fox far away. The panda saw this scene, immediately opened his mouth in astonishment. He was only amazed by the coolness. Look, a huge green snake soul is wrapping around the body of that snake girl, like Sasuke's Susanoo. The blue-haired girl yelled angrily, "Go to hell." But here, the nine-tailed fox is not an ordinary one, has summoned its huge fire fox soul. The nine tails calmly said, "Not necessarily." This scene is truly magnificent. Two giant beast souls confront each other. The space is filled with spiritual power, increasingly dense. Soon this place will become dust. Breath of Fire was launched. The giant snake also activated the petrifying gaze to neutralize the breath of the fire fox. Is it feasible? Of course feasible. Feasible to the point of unbelievable. The nine-tailed fox was also stunned. She did not expect that her fire was also petrified. Too absurd. This made the nine-tailed fox feel insulted. It's too much. If so, the nine-tailed fox decided to launch a bigger destructive move. Fire column was deployed. The entire space began to appear vortexes of column-shaped fire, frantically sweeping everything. Too hot. Even though the attack has not reached the snake girl, but she has felt the indescribable crazy power and heat. She looked at the fire fox and thought, what's wrong with this fox? Its spiritual power seems endless. Hot, 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 hot. The panda and the fox on both ends could no longer continue to watch this exciting combat, because it was too hot, unbearable. Divine Tree silently observed. He saw that the power of the nine-tailed fox seemed to have advanced a lot. The giant fire columns began to press the giant green snake from all sides. The green snake screamed in pain, unable to neutralize so many targets at once. It was too helpless. The snake girl quickly retracted into human form, taking advantage of the dust, took the opportunity to escape, because if she continued, she would definitely encounter big trouble. Moreover, the other side had too many strong allies, so, with all her remaining strength, the girl started to rush like flying. But another giant mouth appeared, as fast as lightning rushed towards her. When the snake girl had time to look over, it was when the roots of the divine tree caught her and slammed her into the ground. Oh, it seems a bit overdone. The roots of the tree buried into the ground about 3 meters. Divine Tree looked carefully. In fact, he had been merciful, ensuring not to cause any injuries to the snake girl. But the girl was really miserable, scared to the point of foaming at the mouth, her eyes white, probably thinking she was dead for sure. Chapter 139. The night has fallen over this western wilderness. If the daytime is a heat up to 50 degrees, then at night, the sun is replaced by a bright and cold moon, shining over a desolate desert. Of course, Divine Tree doesn't care too much about this. He's too busy drilling his giant tree roots down under this fire spirit stone mine. Indeed, this posture, sitting on a spirit stone mine, has to be said to be very comfortable. This place seems to have not been exploited much, so there are still a lot of spirit stones protruding from the ground. According to Divine Tree's calculations, this mine has a denser spirit stone content than Panda's mine. In the back, the nine-tailed fox is a person who hates sitting still and cultivating. But she can't resist now. Fire is her original innate attribute. How can she not absorb? So, Nine Tails is sitting still and absorbing these precious energy streams. This also makes Divine Tree surprised. Suddenly remembered, Divine Tree still has a job to do. He casts his eyes down. Oh, Panda's team has recruited a new member, that is Snake Girl. These 3 people are watching Cheesy play games on the phone. Snake Girl, with a very interested face, as if she has never seen anything like this, said, "The small box in your hand is really magical, very interesting." Cheesy is playing games and answering, "This is a phone, Xiao Ai gave it to me." The third person is Flower God, still playing together, but it seems she no longer has the desire to possess Cheesy as before. Break up then break up, it's okay, love is like that. They still play Free Fire together. This is the pop music melody ringing in Cheesy's phone. This melody makes Snake Girl ecstatic. She has never heard any melody that is so good and touching. Really touching? Cheesy also did not forget to advertise that there are many other good songs in his phone, and so, Snake Girl really got stuck on Cheesy. Divine Tree saw this and was impressed with Cheesy's girl-chasing skills. Divine Tree thought to himself, if ranking diplomacy in the entire Misty Mountain, Panda Cheesy would be the top, surpassing even Divine Tree is for sure. It seems that Divine Tree really doesn't have much love experience. His previous life was a lonely one. Divine Tree continued to observe Snake Girl. The system panel appeared: Snake Tribe, Transcendent Second Order, Talent, Manipulating Wind and Sand, has a terrifying ability to manipulate sand, can easily turn land into desert. Special ability: Snake Body, moving like a snake, flexible body, can reduce damage through her flexible body structure. Hiding, can blend herself into the sand. Snake's Song, creating a loud sound that can collapse a mountain. Small divine power, Petrification. Petrified the target in sight. After reading, Divine Tree was also surprised, didn't expect this beautiful girl to have so many skills. Without saying much, Divine Tree called Snake Girl over. Hey Snake Girl! Is our new comrade, I will give you a gift. Snake Girl heard her name called, immediately looked up and asked in joy, Really? Immediately, Snake Girl clasped her hands together, her eyes bright, and wished in front of Santa Claus, I want a phone as big as a pear. Divine Tree felt a bit disappointed, but still calmly said, I will give you something much better than a phone. But Snake Girl seemed even more disappointed, pouted and complained, I don't want it, I just want a phone. Cheesy next to her immediately covered her mouth and whispered, Divine Tree is very rustic, he doesn't know about these things. This mischievous girl screamed, I want a phone. Give me a phone! Cheesy on the side cheered, Divine Tree is a country bumpkin. This made Divine Tree go crazy, too reckless. The gentle Divine Tree could not bear it. His face veins had all popped up. Pang pang, 2 hits on the head, Cheesy cried in pain. His head also swelled up a lump as big and high as a scenic mountain, while Divine Tree was pumping a drop of life essence for the Snake Girl. The Snake Girl held it in her hand, immediately felt the preciousness of this drop of life essence. The mysterious light spread in the space. Divine Tree calmly said, This is the essence of life. The girl immediately put this drop of essence into her mouth. Immediately her whole body lit up a bright and gentle green color. Another innocent girl was brought into life by Divine Tree. The Snake Girl immediately felt the power in her body become full. She happily shouted, It seems I have become stronger than before. No, it is that I have become stronger than before. Divine Tree looked at the beaming smile on this mischievous girl's face, gently reminded, From now on you are a part of us, absolutely not allowed to betray, understand? The Snake Girl grinned and nodded, then she turned to the panda waiting for her. Cheesy's schedule this afternoon is to go and fight with Nine Tails, so the two of them together shouted, Let's go find Big Sister Nine Tails to fight. But Divine Tree immediately knocked on the heads of these two mischievous ones. He shouted, No troublemaking, why? Because Nine Tails is meditating and cultivating. These lazy ones who are busy playing want to disturb is not allowed. In case Nine Tails' rage rises, then this place will turn into hell. But Divine Tree's head knock is quite painful, the Snake Girl cried out loud. Suddenly feeling uneasy, Aki is rushing to Divine Tree at the speed of light, rushing so fast, it seems that something bad is happening. In the blink of an eye, he flew to Divine Tree. Aki used all his strength to brake, and landed on a root that Divine Tree had already raised. Aki stopped. Immediately his whole body was gray due to exhaustion. Sweat only now had the chance to flow out. Aki hastily complained, After a day and a night of continuous flying. Finally I found you. Divine Tree curiously didn't know what was so urgent and asked, What happened? So Aki told the story to Divine Tree. After 5 minutes, the situation was clearly presented. It turned out to be about that black subdragon egg. Divine Tree pondered for a while. There is still the egg of the black subdragon. Then Divine Tree kept thinking, realizing that it seems that this generation of humans will not think of attacking Misty Mountain. But it is not certain that the next generation of humans will continue like this. It is best to prepare thoroughly, and the news that Aki brought this time, originally is not good news. What will humans do after having the egg of the black subdragon? Of course, is research, then what? It is the manufacture of god-killing weapons. Thinking of this, Divine Tree looked at the two unemployed people and said, "Stop playing, there's work here. Hurry to Sakura Country and steal a dragon egg." Calculating, the China Federation still has one more egg, but the only suitable person for this task is Ninetales, who is seriously practicing. Divine Tree really doesn't want to bother. Therefore, Divine Tree decided to leave the Golden Ant and the Assassin Cockroach to protect Ninetales, while Divine Tree himself would go to the China Federation to steal the dragon egg. In this raid on the Dark Dragon, humans have obtained 4 dragon eggs, of which the Knight of Suniver Kingdom was divided into 1. Freedom Federation got 1, Sakura Country got 1, and the remaining egg belonged to the China Federation, so the two sides of East and West were evenly divided. Misty Mountain, a peaceful evening, the crocodile and the mutant buffalo were chatting. The mutant buffalo talked about the appearance of the dragon egg in this world, which immediately made the mutant crocodile worried. This news was passed on by Xiaoling, so the authenticity is 100%. The mutant buffalo also felt that this was bad news. Humans possessing the Third Order Transcendent Dragon Egg would directly threaten Misty Mountain, not to mention they also have a mutant panda army, a powerful and terrifying creature. A confrontation still makes the mutant buffalo feel haunted to this day. These two warriors sat together and looked into the distance. They imagined what the cooperation between humans and dragons would be like. It would definitely be a big trouble. A large cargo ship, cutting through the ocean waves. Just a short distance away, this cargo ship will dock, and on the dock, a team of extraordinary warriors is ready to welcome it. A masked warrior is thinking to himself, he didn't expect that this time his country would get a dragon egg. If this dragon grows up in the future, they will surely not have to fear Misty Mountain anymore. Just then, a scout warrior flying on an air glider hurriedly reports, "Captain, something seems to be wrong. There is no movement on the cargo ship." Indeed. The ship stands still like a ghost ship, without a sound. The masked captain exclaims in horror, "What? No movement?" Boom! A loud explosion on the cargo ship, then, a figure in the air. Everyone quickly recognizes it's Xiaoling. Is she fighting another monster? It seems that Xiaoling is also not very comfortable, being overwhelmed. Boom! The space vibrates violently. On both sides of this cargo ship suddenly rise 2 large water columns. They are 2 giant monsters. One is a giant crab, and the other seems to be a giant turtle. The warriors on the shore realize these are 2 second-order transcendent monsters. Why are they here? Damn it, just a few hundred meters away from the dock. The warrior team protecting the egg on the ship can't help but curse. Not fighting early, not fighting late. Why choose when we are about to land? But they are not cursing the monsters outside the ship but these monsters from Australia. They sneaked into the ship's hold, appeared in front of them. This is blatantly trying to steal the dragon egg. End of chapter 139.